Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents When Evil Comes to Play by B.L. Brunnemer, narrated by Carla Mercer-Meyer and Chris Koscheski. Chapter 1. June. Wednesday. I have always hated going to the doctor. Dad had to practically drag me in just for a checkup when I was a kid. It still sucked at 17. I turned and paced to the other side of the sterile exam room. White walls, motel art paintings, health posters, and magazines. I hated these rooms, especially the smell of industrial cleaner. Of course, the reason I was here didn't help. Rory watched as I walked across the small room again. "Lexi, calm down," he reminded me. Rory was a good-looking guy in his late 40s. He had the Delaney copper hair, a friendly, open face, and calm brown eyes. How could he be calm? Dr. Peltier had asked me to come in immediately, even scheduling the appointment after his usual office hours. That wasn't a good sign. Didn't Rory see that? "Trying," I muttered, as I turned and crossed the room again. "Why'd you have me do the damn scans?" He sighed. "Because you were jumped twice since your last one," he reminded me. I cursed under my breath. "Davis wasn't bad," I told him. "No, but the bowling alley was," he shot back. I turned again. His eyes met mine. "We need to keep an eye on it, Lexi." I shook my head. Yeah, I was probably going to die before I hit 30. That didn't mean I needed to be reminded of it all the fucking time. The door finally opened and Dr. Peltier came in. He was wearing his usual slacks and a button-down shirt. His white hair was short, and overall he looked a little rumpled from the day's work. He pushed silver-rimmed glasses up his sharp nose before he gave me a gentle smile as he closed the door. "How are we today?" "She's a little tense," Rory pointed out. I rolled my eyes. "No fucking shit." "Lexi, have a seat and we'll get started," Dr. Peltier said as he pulled out a pen light. Cursing under my breath, I sat on the exam table and tried not to squirm. Dr. Peltier moved in front of me. "How are you feeling?" "Fine," I bit out. He raised an eyebrow and met my eyes. "No bouts of exhaustion for no reason? No balance problems? Changes in your hand dexterity?" I swallowed hard. I get really tired and have to stop what I'm doing sometimes. But it was only after crossing the dead, and it was since I started taking more than 25 souls at one time. Well, sort of. Peltier flashed the light in my eyes. "How often is sometimes?" I gritted my teeth. "Twice a day for the last month or so." I was starting to need an afternoon cup of coffee just to get through school lately. He nodded as if he expected it. He turned off the light and stepped back. "Well, first, let's discuss your throat MRI." He tucked the pin back in his pocket. "Your voice clearly still hasn't healed. It looks like some of the nerve endings have died off from the continuous strain, which means no more shouting and no more yelling. Shouting will just put even more strain on your vocal cords and cause more damage. Do you understand?" "Yeah," I muttered. Dr. Peltier moved to sit on the rolling stool and woke up the computer. "Now your CT scan and head MRI." He brought up several images and turned to us. "The necrotic lesion on your cerebellum has grown. Lexi, it is now roughly the size of a small gumball." Everything went silent. The world stopped. Dr. Peltier kept talking. "This means there is more damage than before." His gray eyes ran over my face before returning to Rory. It had grown. Yeah, I knew it would, but not so soon. I stared at the image of my brain on the screen, and the black spot that was killing me. It shouldn't be this big already. It couldn't be. What are we looking at in the future?" Rory asked, his voice strained. If more dead tissue accumulates? Dr. Peltier asked. Yeah, Rory said. I continued staring at the screen as they talked around me. If it continues, Lexi is going to experience balance issues, walking difficulties, and her fine motor skills will disappear. As more tissue dies off, her basic motor functions will go. Beyond that, the doctor sighed. Involuntary responses such as breathing will deteriorate until she will need a ventilator to breathe for her. Eventually her heart will stop, but by then the damage will be so severe that you won't recognize her as Lexi anymore. So, if the damage stops? Rory asked. It depends on what stage Lexi is in when it stops. Peltier hedged. We need to make some decisions about treatment. How aggressive are we going to be? Where her limit is? What does she want to do? And we need to make them now. The guys. My chest burned. Last time you said there wasn't a treatment. What changed? Rory asked. We don't know what is causing this. All her tests are clean. I have consulted with a neurosurgeon in Missoula about Lexi's case. He might be able to remove the dead tissue and stop the progress, Dr. Peltier explained. It's the only treatment available that he thinks will have any kind of effect. I swallowed hard. How much time does she have to make these decisions? Rory's voice was calm. This week. If she wants to try surgery, we need her scheduled as soon as possible, Peltier explained. No, this was not happening. My pulse pounded in my ears. I started to shake my head. There's got to be a mistake, Doc. I feel fine. Dr. Peltier's gaze met mine. There isn't. He moved to the side of the screen showing my MRI results. He pointed at the dot. You can see for yourself. The lesion of necrotic tissue has grown. Then they made a mistake at the hospital. I tried again. That's not my scan. Lexi. Rory's gentle voice had me turning my head. No, I snapped, as I shoved off the table and stormed out of the room and then out of the office. This was not happening. It was not. Things were good, for the first time in my life. I haven't been miserable. I paced in the parking lot. It couldn't be happening so fucking soon. No way. I had more time. Rory came out of the building with several pamphlets. I stopped and crossed my arms over my chest. Lexi, he said, his voice gentle. There was no mistake. There has to be, I insisted, my voice shaking. I looked around, desperate to get away. Let's go home. I swallowed hard. I gotta finish Miles's birthday present. I turned away and got into the truck without another word. Rory didn't say anything when he got into the truck and started for home. The drive was silent. When we reached the house, I barely waited long enough for him to turn off the truck before I was out and heading for the door. Hades jumped off the couch and ran to me. I reached down and gave him some love. The dog had gone through another growth spurt. His head was at my hip now, and he'd gained almost another 50 pounds. What would happen to my baby? My chest was on fire. I shoved the thought away. I started up the stairs. Lexi. Rory's voice was strained. No, I bit out as I kept going. I waited until Hades came in and sat on the folded-up futon to close the door. It had finally gotten to the point where I needed a bed big enough for Hades to sleep on without knocking me to the floor. A few months ago, Miles had suggested a futon so I could fold it away during the day and still walk around my room. It worked perfectly. I went straight to my desk and started pulling out my painting supplies. Miles's birthday was in a few days, and I was planning on giving him a painted glasses case. Pushing everything out of my mind, I picked up the simple blank metal eyeglass case from the store. I pulled up pictures of the aurora borealis on my laptop. Running through them, I found one that looked amazing and started painting. For 2 hours, I focused on keeping my brushstrokes precise as I painted the snowy mountains and the brilliant lights in the sky above them. My phone rang. making me jump. "Yeah?" I answered as I checked the eyeglass case for damage. "Hey, Lexi." Riley's voice filled my ear. "How'd it go?" I hesitated to answer. Yeah, I had told Riley about the spot on my brain, but I didn't want to talk about it. "Fine," I muttered. "Fine?" Riley asked. "My voice is still messed up," I admitted. "The other one was fine." I swallowed hard. I needed to change the subject. "So when am I going to meet this guy you've been crushing on?" She sighed. "When I know there's something there." "You won't know until you try." I smiled as I started cleaning my brush. "Neither will you," she reminded me. My smile dimmed. "I'm fine, Riley. Don't worry about me. I want to hear more about this awesome guy." She sighed. She must have realized I wasn't going to budge, because she started telling me about the guy she'd been crushing on for a month now. She was so into this guy that it made me smile. It was normal, and I desperately needed it right now.
Rory. I closed the door on the delivery guy and took the pizzas to the table, where the pamphlets were spread out. With a heavy heart, I pulled out dishes and took them to the table. Only then did I realize that I had ordered enough pizza for the guys. I snorted. Those boys were usually here on pizza night. I hadn't even thought about it. In fact, I looked at the stairs. Maybe I should call them. I looked back at the pamphlets on the table. After our talk. "Lexi, dinner!" I shouted with a vice in my chest. This was going to be a shitty talk. I went back to the kitchen and pulled out the Parmesan cheese and pepper flakes. By the time I walked back, Lexi was starting to sit down. I set them down and took my seat. We were silent as we started eating. Lexi kept her eyes on her plate and off the pamphlets in front of me. She ate mechanically, as if she didn't even taste it. I hated to do it, but... "Lexi?" She kept her eyes on the table. "We need to talk about what you'd want if..." I swallowed hard. "If the damage gets worse." "No," she stated, still looking at her plate. My chest burned. Shit. There wasn't a mistake. "I'm not doing this now," she growled quietly. She lifted her head and her eyes met mine. "I just need time." I weighed what Peltier had said with what she needed. It wasn't fair to make her talk about it now, but time wasn't on our side. Then again, it was her body, her life. A few days. Then I need to know what you want to do. She nodded before she got to her feet and took her dish into the kitchen. She silently took Hades into the backyard. I rested my elbows on the table and buried my face in my hands. My chest was one deep ache. I took slow, deep breaths, and my eyes burned. Lexi was going to die. Soon. I had to face it. She should have more fucking time. Hot tears rolled down my face. She was going to have to wear her beads all the time. It was the only thing that had ever worked before. Surgery might work, but only as a stopgap. We both knew it. I wiped my face and looked up. "Henry, man," I whispered, hoping he'd hear me. "If you got any pull up there, use it. Your baby girl, she's struggling down here, and there's nothing I can..." I looked back down at the table as fresh tears flowed. I was going to lose her too. "Knock it off, Rory," I cursed. "She's the one dying, not you. She needs your help to deal with this. She's a fucking kid." I dropped my hands to the table and kept mentally yelling at myself. "You can break later. Right now, Lexi is the one struggling. She doesn't need your shit too." That did it. I wiped my face and took several deep breaths until I had control. I looked out the doors and spotted Lexi lying on the dock, looking up at the sky with Hades beside her. She was probably thinking her life was over. But she still had time. She wasn't alone. I pulled out my phone and texted Miles. Rory, what is everyone up to tonight? It didn't take long for a response. Miles, Zeke is working. Everyone else is at home. Rory, tell everyone there's pizza at the house. I ordered too much. Miles, LOL. The twins will get there first. Rory, I'll hide a couple pizzas from them. Miles, I'll let them know. I smiled. The guys would be here soon. I got to my feet and went out back. She didn't move as I came to sit next to her. Talk to me, kid, I told her gently. About what? Her voice was rough. Anything, I bit out. What the fuck was I supposed to say? There weren't instructions here. Why now? She asked in a whisper. For years, I expected it, and it never happened. But now, I'm living my life. Things are okay. Why fucking now? We never know when it's going to happen. You could still have years. You might have to slow down to get them. But you are still alive now. I don't want to think about this, Rory, she told me. I know, but you need to soon, I said quietly. I hate to say it, but you do. Just not today, she said. I nodded. Not today. I squeezed her shoulder and got to my feet. The guys will be here soon. I walked back into the house and picked up the pamphlets, staring sightlessly at them for a moment. I took them upstairs and placed them in her desk drawer. There was a knock on the front door. Open the door, Miles, I shouted as I started down the stairs. The front door opened. Miles stepped in, uncomfortable about walking in as usual. The kid spent enough time here to have his own key. You'd think occasionally he'd use the damn thing. Those sharp eyes ran over my face and then grew blank. Is everything all right? Miles asked carefully. I gave him a grin and headed for the dinner table. Yeah, fine. Pizza's here. He eyed me, his lips moving into a tight line. Where's Lexi? I met his gaze. She's on the dock with Hades. Miles moved to look out the glass French doors. How was her appointment? Ask her, I told him. His eyes shot to me. Then he was moving out the door in a heartbeat. I grinned. I liked that kid.
Lexi. Sweat ran down my neck. This heat wave was killer, and it was only the beginning of summer. I was so deep in my head that I didn't know I had company until I smelled wintergreen. Miles sat beside me and looked down at me. His face was lit up by the fading sun. His high cheekbones and angled jaw gave him a cute face. His wavy brown hair was curling again. He needed another trim. His emerald green eyes watched me from behind his black-rimmed glasses. He was leaner than the other boys, but his shoulders were still broad with some muscle to them. Are you all right? He asked immediately, his voice a quiet timbre. I kept my eyes on the mix of colors in the sky. Yeah, fine. His eyes narrowed. Whenever you say fine, you're usually lying. My eyes jumped to his. What? He grinned sweetly down at me. It's just something I've noticed. How did the doctor appointment go? I swallowed hard and looked back up at the sky. My voice is still messed up, only permanently. Now we're just trying to stop any more damage. I'm sorry, Lexi, he said in that silky, smooth voice of his. Me too, I whispered, my eyes burning. He reached over and gently took my hand off my stomach before holding it in his. That's not all, is it? I fought back tears. Not ready. His hand squeezed mine gently before he lay down beside me on the worn wooden planks. His hand stayed in mine. Even though I was sweating from the heat wave, his shoulder pressing against mine was comforting. I wanted nothing more than to curl up in his arms and stay there, but then he'd know for sure something was wrong. Right now he only suspected. When you're ready to talk? He asked carefully. I will. When I was ready. The back door opened. Hey, what are you two doing? There's pizza, Ethan shouted from the door. How did you get here before them? I asked, turning my head so I could look at him. Miles grinned. I called them from the car. I smiled over at him. Go eat. I want to stay out here a bit longer. His eyes searched mine. He had his thinking face on, the one that made the small wrinkle between his eyes. Are you sure? Yeah. I squeezed his hand and let him go. He got to his feet, then quietly went inside. I looked up at the fading light again, enjoying the quiet. For a whole 3 seconds, Ethan towered over me on the dock. Beautiful. Let's go, Ethan told me in his smooth, smoky voice. It rolled over my ears like fog. Ethan was a cutie. His square jaw and straight nose made him good-looking. His straight, black, jaw-length hair was back in a ponytail to keep it off his face in the heat. 5 silver hoop earrings ran up the lobe of his right ear. His usual black jeans and shirt were now black cargo shorts, a black tank, and his black army boots. I grinned up at him. He had to be roasting. Those chocolate eyes met mine, and his smile faded. You okay? Yeah, I just feel like lying here, I said, turning back to look up at the sky. It's a pretty sunset. He looked up at the sky and then back down to me. Yeah, but it's fucking hot. Want some company? I shook my head. Nah, I'm good. Go eat. I'll be in soon. He shrugged. All right. He headed back inside. I closed my eyes and listened to the frogs croaking. It was quiet for a few minutes. Fred! Isaac dropped next to me, shaking the planks beneath us. I smiled as he rolled to his side and braced his jaw on his fist. What's up? Isaac. Isaac was, well, Isaac. As Ethan's twin, he had the same straight nose and handsome square jaw. Besides sharing the same athletic build, that's where the similarities ended. Isaac wore bright colors. His hair was a vibrant blue with darker blue streaks. He was going for a Cookie Monster thing. Nothing, just enjoying the sunset, I told him. He moved to his back and looked up at the sky. Huh, it is pretty. He pointed up to a streak of peach and pink light. That streak is pretty nifty. I smiled. Aren't you hungry? Yeah, but Miles said your voice is messed up for good. He explained. I wanted to see if you're okay. I'll live, I muttered. He bumped my shoulder with his. I bumped him back, starting to smile again. You're gonna knock me off the dock. He moved to his feet and squatted next to me. Nah. He reached down, slid his arms under me, and lifted me off the planks. Surprised, I squeaked and clung to his shoulders. Put me down, I told him, as he straightened and headed towards the house. Nope, he chimed with a smile. It's hot and you're sulking, so you're going in with me. I'm not sulking, I muttered. R2, he countered. I shot him a glare. He just grinned back at me. Okay, he might have a point, but I think I'm entitled to a little sulk today. There was no point in arguing. We were almost at the house anyway. The back door opened and Asher walked out. His ocean eyes ran over me, and I mean ocean. He had light blue, dark blue and white flecks in his eyes. They reminded me of a wave crashing. Asher was your classic boy next door, only with model good looks, high cheekbones, and a sharp chin. His sandy blonde hair was shorter than this morning. He must have gone to get a trim today. Are you okay, Allie? He asked in his rich baritone. His voice was like rich hot chocolate to my ears. Yeah, Isaac is being an ass, I told him. Yeah, but we keep him around anyway. Asher chuckled as he held the door open for Isaac. Isaac ignored him as he walked in and put me down near the dinner table. 'Cause I'm awesome, he stated before taking a plate and sitting down. Yeah, that, and I'm a sucker, I shot back. Everyone chuckled as I sat down. As the night went on, no one seemed to notice that I wasn't talking as much as usual, at least until Zeke showed up. He was muttering under his breath as he walked through the great room. I was in the kitchen dishing up ice cream when he went to the sink. "Hey," Zeke said, in his deep, gravelly voice. Zeke was huge. There was no way to get around it, or him. He was a full foot taller than me. At least he used to be. In the last few months, he'd grown a couple of inches, and he'd bitched about it the entire time. With his wide shoulders and barrel chest, he was hard to miss. A wide, strong jaw and wide cheekbones helped make him even more intimidating. Well, that and the fact he glared at everyone with those sky-blue eyes of his. His black hair wasn't very long, but it was long enough that you could tell when he'd been running his hands through it. Even though it was roasting, Zeke still wore his black jeans, shirt, boots, and wallet chain. I had no idea how he could stand it. "Hey, want some ice cream?" I asked, without turning around.
"Maybe later."
He shut off the water and dried his hands with a paper towel.
"How was your doctor appointment?"
I focused on scooping ice cream. "Fine." My voice had grown raspy. I sighed and took a drink from my now ever-present water bottle. He turned and faced me, then leaned against the counter at my side.
"Fine."
"Yeah." I finished the bowl I was making. I could feel his stare as I looked over my shoulder towards the others. "Isaac?" Isaac got up, came into the kitchen, and took the ice cream bowl from my hand.
"Thanks, Red,"
he said sweetly, giving my cheek a raspberry. I rolled my eyes as I began to make my own, while Zeke continued to stand there. He wasn't pushing, just waiting for me to tell him. "My voice is permanently damaged," I muttered, as I added cherry ice cream to the chocolate in my bowl. "Now we're trying to stop more damage." He cursed. "Pretty much," I muttered, as I added Cool Whip.
"What about the other scans?"
he asked, keeping his voice quiet. I looked up and met his blue eyes. Lie or admit I'm not ready to talk? I had already told Miles, so I'm not ready to talk about it. His brow drew down. His jaw clenched. Usually he would demand that I tell him right away. This was new. It was several heartbeats before he took a deep breath.
"Okay, when you're ready."
"I'll tell you," I promised. Zeke pushed away from the counter and went to the dinner table with the guys, searching for the remaining pizza.
"How was work?"
Rory asked Zeke. I started looking for the chocolate sprinkles. After the guys left, I headed upstairs and took a quick shower. I pulled on a cami and cotton PJ bottoms before I pulled out my futon. Hades lay down beside me, his head on my stomach so I'd scratch his ears. My head was running in circles again. The guys had been a great distraction, but now? I picked my phone up off the desk and called Jake. He answered on the third ring.
"Hey, sweetness."
"Hey, sexy," I smiled. "How are things?"
"The usual," he grumbled. "Derek is still flirting with anything that has tits."
I raised an eyebrow at that. "Still?"
"Yeah,"
he snapped.
"This time it was the chick at the freaking ice cream shop."
"What happened?" I asked. That didn't sound like Derek to me. Whenever I hung out with them, Derek only had eyes for Jake. Did something change?
"Girls are hitting on him all the time, and he's looking back," he grumbled.
I had a hard time wrapping my head around that. "Well, why don't you bring him down to the farmer's market on Saturday? I can see what you're talking about and yell at him," I suggested.
"Lexi, you brilliant vixen," he gushed. "You're on."
I smiled. Jake could always distract me. "So tell me, what else is going on?" Jake started talking about the gossip floating around his school in Dulcet, who was dating whom, who was hooking up, and who had been nailed for cheating. His school was smaller, but it seemed to have more drama than ours. It was like my own soap opera, and Jake knew everyone's secrets. After an hour of making me laugh, he had to go so he could call Derek for their nightly good-night talk. I hung up with a small smile. As I lay in the dark, waiting to go to sleep, everything came back. I didn't want to deal with it yet. I tried to push it back again and again. It was too quiet. I needed sound. Sitting on the side of my bed, I opened the middle drawer of my desk and pulled out the sound machine Zeke had bought me months ago. I plugged it in and turned on the heartbeat setting. I lay back down. The sound filled my ears. I had to deal with it. I had to think about it. I knew that. But tomorrow. I'd deal with it tomorrow. I fell asleep, curled up with Hades, to the sound of a heartbeat filling my room. Chapter 2. Thursday. I woke up late, but since it was the last day of school, it didn't really matter. Not caring about the time, I stopped at the cemetery on my way to school anyway. I parked my '89 Blazer near the veterans section and climbed out. Sweat immediately began running down my face. A large group of souls waited for me. I stopped once my barriers shook. "All right, we did 30 yesterday. Let's do 30 today," I announced. "Why only 30? Someone called. "Because I almost passed out yesterday. Let's keep the brain damage to a minimum," I countered. Then I stilled. I had been joking about that for months. Now it wasn't so funny anymore. As a group, the souls moved forward and made a line. I went to the front. An elderly woman who had to be in her 90s smiled at me. "Hello, dear. I'm Rosa." Her eyes ran over me. "You need to eat something, honey. Oh, I wish I could make you some of my spaghetti bolognese. It'd put meat on your bones." I smiled at her. She was a sweet old woman. "I'm Lexi. It's nice to meet you. I had some pizza last night, so I need to work that off today." She chuckled and shook her head. "You kids these days." Her need to move on slipped through my barriers. I needed to get started. "Everyone hold hands," I announced. "If you let go, the person next to you won't make it." I still didn't know if that was true, but I wasn't going to take chances. I focused on Rosa's need to move on. That gold ribbon of will moved out from me and wrapped around her wrist before it serpentined through the line. It grabbed each soul before moving on to the next. Once everyone was attached, I dropped. I landed in the veil in a crouch. As I got to my feet, I counted the souls. 30. Good. As golden doorways formed, I walked through the small, growing woods. The grass was now a rich green. Wildflowers grew everywhere. The old burnt stumps were gone now, and there were several small saplings around waist-high in their place. And of course, Sophie's apple tree had grown even larger. I placed my hand on the slightly rough bark and smiled. Whenever I saw this tree, I missed Sophie. Yeah, she wasn't my sister, but she had become a friend. For some reason, touching the tree made me feel better. I patted the trunk and turned back in time to watch Rosa waddle over to her door, where a young man in trousers, suspenders, and a white shirt waited with open arms. The closer Rosa walked to the man, the younger she grew, her silver hair turning black and her wrinkles fading. I smiled, watching, as Rosa jumped into the man's arms and he spun her around before the door closed. Who was going to come for me when it was my turn? I shoved the thought away. I was okay. I wasn't having that many issues. The lesion was only the size of a small gumball. Rory had once told me that Claire, at the end, had a black spot the size of a golf ball, so I really shouldn't be too worried. I knelt in the grass and smelled the flowers. I had to get to class. I closed my eyes and pulled myself out. When I opened my eyes, I immediately regretted it. Knives of pain were being driven through my head. I dropped to my butt in the grass and pulled out my tissues, holding them to my nose, as I tried to get my breath back. Okay, I had to admit it. The trips to the Vale were getting worse. The more people I took, the longer it took to recover. Hot liquid ran down my neck on both sides. I used my tissues to wipe away the blood trailing from my ears to my neck. Just that action took all the energy I had. I lay down in the grass, my arms and legs limp. I closed my eyes again and waited. The fact I was this tired just from crossing souls over, it was taking everything I had at times. Now I knew why. I was doing more damage. Fuck. I needed to pull back somehow. But could I? There were so many souls left to cross. I couldn't hide this from the guys forever. They were going to figure out something was up eventually. I watched the sunlight shine through the trees. I needed some time before I told them. Feeling stronger, I sat up and rested my arms on my knees. I was tired, worn out. I checked my tissues. They were soaked. I pulled out some more and cleaned up. I needed to get the veil open soon. But first, I needed lots of iced coffee. Chapter 3. It was the end of the day when I started pulling my old books from my locker. Normally, I wouldn't have any books left, but these were the books Serena had sold me, along with a few of my own. Ever since Tara had found out about my ability to see the dead, she'd been snooping around. I had even caught her in my bedroom a couple of times. I wiped the sweat off my face before tucking another book away. The heat had my denim Bermuda shorts and gray V-neck shirt sticking to me. I couldn't wait to get home and throw on a tank top and shorter shorts. I reached in and grabbed another book. "Hey, Red, what's taking so long?" Isaac called in his rich, honey-like voice. The twins came around the corner, and I had to take a breath. There was no getting around it. My friends were hot, as in sexy as hell and not just sweating. "I'm getting my books," I reminded him. "Is Tara still snooping around your room?" Asher asked as he leaned against the locker next to mine. He was trying to beat the heat in cargo shorts, a white tank top, and an open button-down blue and white plaid shirt. It did good things for his arms. "Yep, and now she's graduated to rifling through my drawers," I grumbled. "Can you put a lock on your door?" Miles asked as he joined us. Miles was sweating it out, wearing blue jeans with his white Star Wars t-shirt. "I have one, but she keeps getting in," I answered. "Then we need to get you a better one," Ethan suggested. I stuffed another book into my bag. I was thinking about it, but I need to ask Rory. "Ask him, and I'll bring one over," Zeke said in his deep, gravelly voice as he joined the group. "Okay, I'll ask tonight," I muttered as I put another book in my bag. "What is taking so long?" Zeke demanded before he stepped behind me to look over my head and into my locker. He'd been doing that a lot since January. After my abduction and assault, we learned that Zeke was more likely to trigger a flashback than the others. Since then, it's become his habit to let me know he was behind me. I don't think he even realized he did it anymore. "I was stashing a lot of books and research," I pointed out. My bag was taken off my arm. Before I could say anything, a large hand turned me around. Zeke bent down, and I was suddenly over his shoulder, hanging upside down with his thick arm across the back of my thighs. "You're going too slow. Isaac, get the rest," Zeke ordered. I pushed up off his lower back to watch Isaac all but topple the books into my bag. "Be careful." Isaac ignored me as he zipped up the bag and shut the empty locker. "If he tore any of them, I'm coming after you," I warned Zeke as everyone started down the hallway. "Now, put me down." "No way. It's the last day of school," Ethan stated. "You took too long emptying your locker. It's roasting, and we're going swimming." I started to squirm, trying to get down. "Okay, but I can walk, you know," I pointed out, laughing. Zeke slapped his hand down on my butt, making me squeak. "Stop wiggling. If I put you down, you'll just find something else to stall going swimming." My face red, I reached down and smacked him on the ass. My hand stung. Damn glutes of steel. He chuckled at my feeble attempt. "I'm just worried about your eyesight," I countered. "You're not that pale, Red," Isaac reassured me. "You've gotten some sun in the last month." I rolled my eyes. Isaac clearly had never known a redhead before. "And since summer started, I have put sunblock on every 4 hours. That's why I'm not a lobster." "Lexi, you can wear shorts and a shirt if you're that worried about it," Miles reminded me.
Nope, she has to wear a swimsuit,
Ethan declared. Everyone walked out of the hall and into the student parking lot. I started to sweat even more. I hope it dripped all over Zeke. Okay, but when you go blind, don't say I didn't warn you, I threatened, though it was undermined by my current position over Zeke's shoulder. The guys started laughing until they reached my blazer. Zeke carefully put me down on my sandaled feet. I narrowed my eyes at them playfully. If I turn into a crustacean, I expect you guys at my beck and call for aloe on my back. The twins both raised eyebrows.
Rub goo all over your body anytime you ask, okay?
Isaac agreed with a smirk. The guys burst out laughing. I rolled my eyes. There were just some things you couldn't say to a group of guys. Still, I loved my guys anyway. I finished rubbing sunblock onto my legs and feet. Straightening, I looked in the mirror and eyed my two-piece swimsuit. The small black boy shorts and sapphire halter top kept me covered more than most swimsuits, which I liked. I bit the corner of my lip and ran my eyes over my body. Not bad. My body was toned, the soft lines hinting at six-pack abs. My skin had a tint of color. For the last 2 weeks, I'd been slathering on the sunblock and sunbathing alone, hoping to get some color without burning. The end result was my summer pale. Not quite as pale as winter pale. Yay me! I picked up my blue Talon sunblock before slipping my feet into my flip-flops and going downstairs. Shouting outside drew me to the back door. My jaw almost dropped. All of them were in board shorts. Every one of them was muscled in their own way. And the definition... Stop drooling, Lexi. Out of all of them, only Zeke was wearing a shirt with his black board shorts. Isaac and Asher tackled Zeke, taking him into the water with them. I smiled as he came up sputtering and cursing at them. Miles shook his head before he dove into the water and came up 10 feet away. Ethan was sitting on the deck next to Hades, still spraying sunblock on his arms. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped out into the backyard. I swear, if one of them yells, "The beacons are lit," they're going to die. Heads turned. Asher smiled. Isaac whistled. Miles squinted in my direction. Zeke's face was blank while Ethan shouted, "Hey, sexy." Zeke's eyes snapped to Ethan a second before he reached out of the water, grabbed Ethan's arm and pulled him in. The splash hit Asher in the face. Ethan came up laughing. "Worth it." I was shaking my head when I reached the dock and slipped off my flip-flops. Zeke, he was the last one dry, I chided. I still need sunscreen on my back.
"I've got you, Red."
Isaac swam to the metal ladder and climbed out. He wiped the water from his face as the sunlight glinted off his pecs and 8-pack. I sat beside Hades and began to pet him to distract myself. My big ball of love was panting away in the heat. Isaac moved behind me and sat on the deck. I held the tube of sunscreen up over my shoulder.
"You're not as pale as I thought you'd be,"
he said as he took the sunscreen from my hand. I've been trying to get a little sun every day, carefully. I gathered my hair over my left shoulder and held it. Isaac squirted some lotion into his hands and began to rub it into the back of my shoulders.
"Good idea. We wouldn't want you too burned to go to the end-of-the-year party tonight,"
Ethan said, as he turned over to float on his back. "Who's throwing this party anyway?" I asked, as Isaac moved to the middle of my back. His gentle touch surprised me. It wasn't like he was ever too rough with me, but I hadn't expected him to take his time.
"Aaron Cooper,"
Miles answered, still squinting at me. "Miles, can you see at all?" I asked, smiling.
"A little, mostly blurry shapes,"
he admitted with a small shrug. Isaac's hands moved to my lower back. I shook my head and went back to the topic. "Who's Aaron Cooper, anyway?"
"He's graduating tomorrow, and his parents aren't home from Europe yet,"
Ethan supplied.
"So it'll be the last big summer party he throws." "This is a bad idea,"
Zeke grumbled. I met his eyes and gave him an understanding smile. "I'll have Hades and one of you with me at all times," I reminded him. He shook his head.
"I still don't like it,"
Zeke said. I couldn't blame him. I've had flashbacks and panic attacks at parties since April. None as bad as the beach, but they still bothered him.
"Zeke doesn't want to go to a party. Big surprise."
Isaac's voice was thick with sarcasm.
"You're done, Red."
"Thanks, Cookie Monster." The words were barely out of my mouth before Isaac was lifting me off the dock and tossing me into the water. I came up, pushed my soaked hair off my face, and flipped him off. Asher started moving towards the shore. Zeke started moving toward the dock ladder. Isaac saw, turned, and ran. Zeke climbed the ladder as Asher reached the shore. Isaac ran past Asher and onto the grass. Zeke ran down the dock after them. I stayed in the water, laughing with Ethan and Miles. They disappeared around the house. I dunked myself and slicked my hair back. "So, are we leaving from here?" I asked them. Miles swam closer so he didn't have to squint as much.
"I believe that's the plan."
I moved to float on my back. "Sounds good to me." There was yelling. I looked up to watch Asher and Zeke carrying Isaac between them. He was yelling and apologizing as they walked down the dock.
"1,"
Zeke said as they began to swing him between them.
2, 3.
They let go. Isaac flew off the dock. He hit the water hard and made a big splash. I was still laughing as he came up sputtering. Zeke and Asher were cracking up on the dock. Isaac flipped them off. "Hey, who can make the biggest splash?" I asked. Everyone pointed at Zeke. Zeke flipped everyone off. We burst out laughing. Asher moved the end of the dock.
"Let's find out."
The next half hour had everyone jumping off the dock. Eventually, the guys were challenging each other to flips and dives. Miles surprised the hell out of me with a perfect backflip. Asher had just come up from a dive when the back door opened. Expecting Rory, I turned to smile. Only it wasn't him. My cousin Tara was there with 3 of her girlfriends, all with towels. I repressed a groan. "Hi, guys," Tara chirped cheerfully. There were mumbled replies as Tara took off her sandals. My cousin was pretty, there was no doubt. Long, light blonde hair, big blue eyes, and a pretty smile. Too bad she was a bitch to me most of the time. "Do you guys know Callie, Christy, and Kathy?"
"Who is who?"
Isaac asked. "I'm Callie," the pretty dark blonde girl said as she took off her shirt to reveal her pink bikini and the body to pull it off. "Great." "I'm Christy," the brunette said in a high-pitched voice. Asher winced at the sound. Christy pulled off her wrap to expose another great body, this time in a white bikini. "And I'm Kathy," the strawberry blonde girl announced before she pulled off her shirt and uncovered a blue and white striped bikini.
"Nice to meet you,"
Isaac said awkwardly. "We thought we'd join you guys," Tara said as she pulled off her wrap and showed off her already tanned body in a red bikini. What the hell were they doing here?
"Free country,"
Asher muttered. My cousin and her friends moved down the dock. Kathy and Christy jumped in immediately. Callie and Tara sat on the edge of the dock and started putting sunblock on. "So, what were you guys doing?" Kathy asked, her eyes on Asher. My heart ached.
"Just jumping off the dock,"
Asher said, as Christy moved near Ethan. The ache grew bigger. "Cool. Can anyone do a flip?" Christy asked, while eyeing Ethan.
"Not me,"
Ethan answered, moving away to float on his back. Tara and Callie finished with their lotion and slipped into the lake. Callie moved towards Isaac, while Tara moved between me and Zeke. "How's your week been?" Tara asked him. Zeke looked at her as if she'd grown another head.
"Do you guys remember that game we used to play?"
Miles asked, getting everyone's attention.
"Which one?"
Asher grinned.
"The one where we swim out, dive to the bottom, grab a large rock, and carry it as far as we can to the shore. Miles reminded them. Yeah, I remember kicking all your asses, Isaac announced. The guys shot him a look. We'll see about that, Zeke stated, before swimming further out. He dove under. Tara's friends tried to get the guys talking by flirting with them. Zeke came up around 9 feet closer than where he started. Not bad, Asher said, before swimming out. I shook my head and kept treading water as the guys continued to push each other. Miles kept outdistancing everyone. When Zeke went under for the 5th time, Tara swam up next to me. Can I talk to you in the house? She whispered. I eyed her. What did she want? Yeah, sure. We turned and swam to the dock and climbed out. I wrapped my towel around my waist before slipping my flip-flops back on and heading inside. Hades followed closely. Tara closed the door behind her, then turned to me with an annoying smile. What did you want to talk about? I asked, as I used the towel to dry my hair. You're staying in the house, she announced. I raised an eyebrow at her. I am? Yeah. I'm trying to get to know Zeke, and you're just distracting him. Tara tucked a hair behind her ear. I started laughing. I'm distracting him? Really? Tara's eyes narrowed at me. Yeah. And now you're going to hang out in the house. I shook my head and started towards the door. Yeah, sure, Tara. I had just opened the door when she said, If you don't, I'll tell Kathy, Callie, and Christy that you can see the dead, or at least that you think you can. I stopped in my tracks. My temper sparked as I turned back to her. You're blackmailing me? If I have to, yes. She moved to the other side of the open door. So, unless you want to be known around town as the crazy girl, stay inside. I eyed her. Was she serious? I met her eyes. This is fucked up, Tara, I told her, trying to figure out if she was serious. We're family. She snorted. Just because you're my cousin doesn't mean we're family. My heart dropped. Wow. If that's the way she wanted to play it, fine. I was too tired to put up with this shit anymore. Go ahead and tell them. I gestured for her to walk through the door. Go. Tell your friends that your cousin sees the dead, or at least thinks she does. Let's see what happens. Her eyes flashed at me. I'll do it, Lexi. I smiled. It wasn't my nice one. Go ahead. Just remember, while you don't think of me as family, the rest of town knows I'm your cousin. I tilted my head to the side. How do you think that will make you look? It won't matter. Everyone knows me, she said. They know I'm not crazy. Yeah, they do. But opinions change, and you care a lot more about other people's opinions than I do. You'll get texts, Facebook posts, memes made of you. Believe me, I've dealt with it all before, and it won't bother me one bit. I ran my eyes over her before meeting hers again. Do you really think you can handle that? She glared at me and opened her mouth, then quickly closed it and put on a pleasant smile. Allie, we're going to head out, Asher announced as he came in the back door and stood next to me. The other guys filed past and headed for Rory's room. Each of them shot looks at Tara as they went by. Why are you leaving? We were just starting to have fun, Tara asked cheerfully. Asher frowned down at her. Well, everyone has something to do before the party tonight, Asher lied before he headed to Rory's room. When the door closed, she turned on me. Which party? The big bash Aaron Cooper is having, I said before I walked across the room to lean against the back of the sofa where Hades had sprawled out. Tara moved to stand in front of me. I'm going with you and the guys. You can go, but you're not going with us, I chuckled. You just tried to blackmail me. Lexi, I'm going whether you like it or not, so you might as well take me, she told me again. I grinned. Why don't you ask Zeke if he wants you to go with us?
She smiled brightly. Oh, the poor girl. Did I feel guilty? Nah. The door to Rory's room opened. Zeke came out with his big bag and closed the door behind him. His gaze passed Tara and went straight to me. His mouth was a tight line as he came toward us. Zeke, I hear you're going to the Cooper party tonight, Tara said, her voice annoyingly cheerful. Zeke glanced at me, his eyes promising retaliation. I fought a smirk. He turned back to Tara. Yeah. Her smile dimmed around the edges. I thought we could hang out. Zeke's face grew hard. I don't think so. He turned to me. Don't go swimming without one of us here. I sighed. I can go swimming, Zeke. His eyes narrowed on mine. Do the wards go out that far? Shit. I'll stay out of the water, I grumbled. Thought so. He stated. I shot him a look. His lips twitched as he headed for the door. See you later. Bye. I turned back to Tara. She was frowning at me, her face pinched. I looked down at Hades and scratched his ears. The guys came out in a trickle, each saying they'd see me later. Ethan kissed my cheek. Isaac gave me his usual raspberry on the other. Miles said he'd pick me up later, while Asher just winked as he passed. When the door closed behind them, Tara turned on me. You're taking me to that party. He just said he doesn't want to hang out with you, I pointed out. Go hang out with your own friends. Tara blew a gasket. Ignoring Tara's ranting and annoying demands, I headed upstairs with Hades. After locking my door behind me, I opened my book bag and started pulling out the books I had stashed in my locker. I put them back on the bookshelves and returned to my bag. I checked the door again before pulling out my other supplies. Black salt, tar water, a small jar of red brick dust, all to keep the dead away. I opened the bottom drawer of my desk and stashed them there with my other jars of dried herbs. Wishing I had a better lock, I put my bag away in my closet. I had been spending a lot of time over the last few months studying herbs, stones, and oils. I figured since the betony outside was working, and our charms were working, that there might be other things that worked too. I pulled out several bottles and some cloth. Miles had said he wasn't sleeping again, so it occurred to me that a sleeping sachet might help. I cut a small, round piece of cloth and sprinkled in several herbs, smelling it now and then to see if it was a good mix. When I was done, I closed the little bag with a string. Hopefully it would help. Otherwise, I had bought the herbs for nothing. I started going through my research books and realized I was missing one. Fucking Tara. The front door shut downstairs. Hey, where is everyone? Rory shouted. I put my stuff away and headed downstairs. Rory was at the dinner table sorting mail. Tara was in the living room area watching TV. And right now, I didn't care. I needed to tell Rory. Hey, Rory, I greeted as I moved to the table. Hey, where are the boys? He asked. I figured they'd still be here swimming. Oh, something came up, I lied. Listen, I need to talk to you about something. What's going on, kid? He turned to me. I stopped chewing the corner of my lip. I need a better lock on my door. He raised an eyebrow. And why is that? Someone has been getting into my room and going through my supplies, I explained in a whisper. Tara! Rory snapped as he turned around and crossed his arms. I sighed and turned too. Have you been going into Lexi's room and going through her things? Tara looked innocent. I just wanted to borrow some books. I raised an eyebrow. Really? Why are you interested in a journal from the 1920s? Is that what she took? Rory asked. It's missing from my room, I offered. Rory turned back to Tara. Tara, what the hell? You're going into her room and taking her research stuff? He snapped, his voice hard. Get your ass upstairs and bring back her things. I just borrowed a book, she said, her eyes rolling. Next time, ask. Get her stuff
or you'll be grounded for the next 2 weeks, he shouted. I looked down at the ground, feeling slightly guilty. That's not really how I had hoped it would go. Fine, she snapped, and stomped her feet up the stairs. I sighed. This was going to backfire badly. Rory, I really need a better lock, I told him earnestly. He sighed. If she does it again, then you can have your lock, he promised. Let's just see if she'll listen. I doubted it was going to happen. Maybe I should store some stuff in the blazer? Actually, that didn't sound like a bad idea. Or would she break a window? Maybe Miles's house? All right, I agreed. A door slammed upstairs. There! She's got her stupid book back, Tara shouted before another door slammed. Rory sighed. I think it's a Chinese food night. Sounds good to me. I had just finished changing into a clean pair of shorts and a black Y-back tank top when Miles knocked on the front door. I shook my head as I slid on my sandals. Just come in, Miles, Rory shouted. I smiled as the door opened downstairs. I tucked the sachet I had made him into my pocket and took a look in the mirror. My copper hair was back in a ponytail, and my heart-shaped face had minimal makeup. I didn't bother tonight because it would just melt off anyway. Lexi! Miles is here! Rory shouted. I picked up my water bottle and opened the door for Hades. He hurried downstairs, eager to see Miles. By the time I reached the living room, Miles already had Hades on his leash. He had changed into jeans, sneakers, and one of his Zelda shirts. He looked up from Hades and smiled. Ready? Definitely. I turned to Rory. Curfew? Rory thought about it. You'll get until midnight tonight. I raised an eyebrow. Really? Yeah. Just don't make me regret it, he warned. I smiled. Thanks, Rory. Miles handed me Hades' leash and held the door open. I hurried out, grateful to get away from the house and Tara, who was blaring music in her bedroom. Miles got in the driver's side of his sedan while I let Hades in the back and climbed in the front. He pulled away from the house while I adjusted an air conditioning vent for Hades, then myself. When I had air blowing on me, I turned to Miles. So, how big is this party going to be? It's usually rather large, he said. People from Northridge and Dulcet end up coming down. My brows went up. Really? That big? He nodded, and his brows drew down. Yes. Are you sure you want to go? I thought about it now that I knew how big the party would really be. Will there be room to go outside and breathe? He glanced at me. Yes. The property is enormous. The house is rather large. There is usually a bonfire, a dock for fishing on the lake, even rowboats if you want to go out on the water. Wow, I said, impressed. So there's room to go out and take a break. He chuckled. Yes, there is. Miles pulled off the road and into a long, wide driveway. We found a line of cars and parked at the end. On the right-hand side, we were far enough away that we couldn't see the house. Before I got out, I said, I have something for you. He turned to me with a small grin. I smiled as I shifted so I could reach into my pocket. I pulled out the sachet and handed it to him. It's to help you sleep. Or at least, it's supposed to help you sleep. I shrugged. I figured since the Bettany is working on the house that it was worth a shot. He grinned as he smelled it. What did you use? Lavender, chamomile, and some rosemary, I explained. Anything that is supposed to help with sleep. My face warmed. It might not even work. Even if it doesn't, thank you, he said softly. I turned back and met his eyes. You're welcome. He smiled down at me before putting the sachet on the console. Pushing open the door, I got out and let Hades out of the back. We started up the pavement. The woods were thick along the driveway, the trees making it at least 5 degrees cooler. It was nice. Miles's phone rang. Yes? Miles answered. Hades pulled to the side of the road. He led me through the cars to a tree and lifted his leg. "We've parked, but I don't see the house yet," Miles said. I smiled. It was probably Zeke, wondering where we were. Hades put his leg down. "Good boy," I told him, and gave him some love. He wagged his wrinkly butt. I walked back to Miles's side, and we started walking again. "All right." He hung up. "The guys are on their way." "Is everyone here already?" I asked as we walked. "Yes." "Isaac has already been drinking, hasn't he?" I asked, my voice quiet. He sighed. "It sounded like it." "I'm worried about him," I told him. "He's been so, I don't know, over the top lately." "I am too," he admitted. "But there's nothing we can do until he's ready to talk about it." The sound of an electric motor was coming towards us. "So we just wait and try to stop him from doing something stupid?" I asked, not quite believing it. "Unfortunately, yes." He turned to me and met my eyes. "We've tried to talk to him about it. We've tried to get him help. But if we bring it up, he just shuts down." I hated that he was right. The electric motor grew louder. A white 4-seat golf cart came into view. Asher was driving. I grinned. Asher pulled to a stop next to us. "Want a lift?" "Hell yeah." I let Hades climb into the back seat. Before I could climb in, Miles joined him. I shot him a playful glare that had him smiling before I climbed into the front with Asher. "Where is everyone?" Asher did a 3-point turn and headed up the driveway. "They're watching Isaac." "How long has he been drinking?" Miles asked. "A half hour." Asher glanced at me. "Allie, I hate to ask, but you're the only one who has ever been able to stall him." "I'll take Isaac duty when we get there," I promised. "Thanks," he muttered. Asher drove around a bend in the driveway. My jaw dropped. This place was enormous, as large as Miles's house. The stacked log walls and large alpine windows made it look like the biggest ski lodge I'd ever seen. Every light was on in the house. Music was blaring, and the place was packed. "When you said packed, you meant packed," I said quietly. "We can still leave if you want," Miles reminded me. I took a breath and let it out slowly as we reached the parking for the golf carts. 4 others were already parked there. We climbed out, Miles handing me Hades' leash before he got out. We followed Asher into the foyer. The oiled timber walls and random artwork added to the ski lodge feel. That was all I could see. Every room Asher led us through was full of people. At least the crowd parted for Hades. I was the only person in the room not crowded. I bit back a grin as Asher brought us into a game room. Video games were being played on several large TVs. A game of poker was happening in one corner. There was beer pong, air hockey, quarters. Every party game you could imagine was being played. Asher led us through it all to the bar at the back of the room. Zeke came into view first. He was, after all, giant and easy to spot. When the crowd parted for Hades, I found Isaac at the bar playing quarters with a dark blonde guy. He wasn't bad looking. I remembered seeing him around school sometimes. Asher moved to stand with Ethan and Zeke. I followed. "Hey," I said as I watched Isaac pound down a shot. "How many has he had?"
3 shots, 2 beers,
Ethan listed, his voice boiling. Without looking, I reached out and took his hand. He squeezed my fingers gently. "Okay, keep your phones on, guys," I told them.
"Are you sure you want to handle this?"
Zeke grumbled. I sent him a smirk over my shoulder as I headed for Isaac. I walked up behind Isaac with Hades clearing the way. The blonde boy noticed me first.
"You must be Lexi."
He tapped the quarter in his hand on the bar.
"Isaac has told me a lot about you."
"Really?" I raised an eyebrow at Isaac. He grinned. "That's me." I turned back to blonde boy. "And you are?" He gave me a smile that rivaled Asher's.
"Aaron Cooper. Nice to meet you."
"You too. Your house is nice." I turned to Isaac. "You should see my bedroom," Aaron said with a leer. Isaac's head snapped up. "Oh, not good. No thanks. I've got an allergy to bad pickup lines," I said with a straight face. Aaron chuckled. I turned back to Isaac. "Hey, Cookie Monster, walk with me?" Isaac glared at Aaron. "Sure." He took my hand, got to his feet, and led me through the house. When we stepped outside, I took a deep breath of the pine air. Isaac walked beside me. The backyard was huge. The swimming pool was full of people, and so was the hot tub. Further back in a corner, a fire was going. Isaac led me through the crowd to a dirt path through the trees. "How long have you been here?" he asked as we walked deeper into the trees. "Just got here." I stepped over a downed branch. His hand squeezed mine. "And they asked you to babysit," he grumbled. I shot him a look. "I'm not babysitting. I'm not getting paid. I'm hanging out with one of my favorite people in the world." I let go of his hand and wrapped my arm around his hard waist. He half smiled and wrapped a tense arm around my shoulders. "Sorry, Red." He gave me a squeeze. "The guys have just been on my ass about everything." "That's what she said," I said instantly. He chuckled. I squeezed him back. "They're just worried about you." "I know," he grumbled. "They shouldn't be." "Why not?" I asked quietly. "We love you, so we worry about you." "You shouldn't," he repeated. "I'm fine." "Really?" I asked, my voice quiet. He nodded. I grinned up at him. "Okay, I'll take your word for it." I leaned closer until I was nose to nose with him. "But I'm still hanging out with you." He gave me a smile that reached his eyes. His body relaxed. "Want to head back?" I asked. "This path is a loop," he explained. "We'll come out on the other side of—" Hades pulled on his leash, jerking me away from Isaac. I caught my footing and held him back. "What's wrong, baby?" The large bush beside a tree moved. Isaac stepped closer, and a little in front of me as he took my hand. Dylan came out of the bushes, fastening his jeans. His sapphire eyes lifted and met mine. His mouth dropped open. He swallowed hard. Even the stunned look on his face couldn't detract from his good looks. "Dylan, wait for a sec. I can't find my panties," a girl's voice called from behind the bushes. I raised an eyebrow, eyed him, and fought back a laugh. "Wow, in the bushes? Really?" "Lexi." Dylan's eyes were pained, his face burning red. "Enjoying yourself?" I asked, trying not to smile. Dylan couldn't seem to say anything. Isaac squeezed my hand. "Come on, Red." He tugged me along to start us walking. "You're with Isaac now?" Dylan asked, his voice sharp. I shot him a look over my shoulder. "I wouldn't be talking, bush boy." "Hope you kept an eye out for poison oak." Isaac shot over his shoulder. I snorted as we walked around the bend in the trail. When we were out of earshot, Isaac whispered, "Are you good?" I chuckled. "Yeah, I'm just glad he hasn't started calling since the restraining order expired." He squeezed my hand. I squeezed back. "Are you nervous about your match?" I asked in the quiet. "Kinda," he admitted. "I haven't fought for months. Sparring, yeah, but it's different when you've got someone doing everything they can to take you down." "I think you're going to do okay," I told him. "Just don't let him knee you in the face." We both started laughing. Getting a concussion from a knee to the face was enough that Isaac's mom had yanked him from fighting months ago. "Yeah, I know," he muttered. "I've been looking at video of all the fighters who are registered, trying to find weaknesses, mistakes." "Did you find any?" I asked, looking up at the trees. "Some, but I don't know if it will be useful. I still don't know who I'm fighting." He took my hand again. "Keep to your technique. Keep moving and be patient," I said, repeating what Dave, my trainer, always told me. "And don't lose your temper." He grinned down at me. I know. I smiled. Sorry. I'm just worried something bad will happen. He squeezed my hand. I know. We both grew quiet and enjoyed our walk.
Zeke. I growled under my breath as I moved through the damn crowd. Why the hell was I here? Some asshole ran into me. I glared at him. His face grew pale as he moved away. I kept moving through the crowd, hating every moment. How did anyone deal with this? My shoulders grew even more tense as I finally found my way out the front. Grumbling under my breath, I turned to walk around the house. This was fucking ridiculous. I was almost around the corner when, "Zeke!" Tara's voice shouted. I gritted my teeth and kept walking. What the fuck did I have to do to get her to leave me alone? I quickened my pace. "Zeke! Hold on!" I didn't bother stopping in the side yard. I was sick of being nice. She hurried down the deserted yard to walk beside me. "I thought we could get a drink and talk." "No," I bit out before picking up the pace. She hurried to stay with me. "Look, Zeke, I want to get to know you better." "Stop," I bit out as I stopped and turned to her. "Just back the fuck off." "Zeke, I don't like you," I stated clearly. "You don't even know me. That's why I want to hang out." "I fucking know enough," I growled. "I don't need to know more." I turned and started walking again. She snorted as she followed. "You only know what Lexi says." "You're spoiled. You're jealous of Lexi, and you're the kind of person who blackmails her cousin," I stated, my voice hard. She stopped walking. She told you?" "Asher fucking heard you," I growled as I kept going. "Now fuck off." I walked round the corner and towards the backyard. I was going somewhere Tara couldn't follow.
Lexi. By the time we got back, the party was getting rowdy. People were jumping off the diving board into the pool. One guy was doing a keg stand. It was chaos, but good chaos. Isaac led me through the crowded house and found Ethan with his bandmates. "She's all yours," Isaac announced before kissing my temple. "You mean I get to keep her?" Ethan asked, his face hopeful. The guys chuckled. "You don't want to keep me. I'm a lot of upkeep," I warned Ethan. Ryan and Oliver laughed. Brooklyn, their new singer, watched me from the corner of her eye. She had a sweet angel face. Her blue eyes were ringed in black. Her hot pink hair reached her shoulders in a choppy haircut. When I first met, I had tried being nice, but she just watched me, like she was watching me now. Isaac gave my shoulder a squeeze before he ducked into the crowd. I pulled out my phone and texted the guys. "Alexis, someone else is up." "Asher." "On it." "Alexis, thanks." I tucked my phone back into my pocket. Brooklyn was still watching. Ethan got to his feet and took my hand. "Come on, beautiful. I want to dance." I smiled as he pulled me through the house to the living room, where the speakers were blaring. I told Hades to stay in the corner while we danced within his sight. Ethan smiled, spun me under his arm, and brought me back. As we danced, I relaxed into him. We moved to the music. When a slow song came on, Ethan pulled me close. I draped my arms over his shoulders and took a deep breath of his spicy cologne. "Thanks for dancing with me, Snoopy," I said softly. His hand moved up my spine slowly. "Always beautiful." "How are you doing?" I asked. His chocolate eyes met mine. "Better, thanks to you." I just listened, I reminded him as warmth washed through me. You could have called any of us. The corner of his lips lifted. "I don't see myself calling Zeke in the middle of the night because I need to talk." I smiled at the image. You'd probably get cursed out and lectured at the same time. He chuckled and held me closer, his hand running slowly back down my spine. My heart raced. Our dancing slowed. "You know you can call me any time, right?" he whispered. "I know." I ran my eyes over his serious face. "What's wrong?" He shook his head. "I just had a bad dream last night.
Don't worry about it.
What happened? I asked. His eyes ran over my face. His arms held me tighter.
I lost you,
he said, his voice just over a whisper.
You died in front of us. We were all there trying to get to you, and we just couldn't.
His eyes filled with shadows. My heart ached. Hey, I'm okay, I reminded him. I'm here. I'm safe. His eyes met mine again.
I know. It was just a bad dream.
He tried to smile as if everything was fine. I hugged him tight. I'm okay, I whispered in his ear. I'm not going anywhere. Please don't let me be lying. My heart ached as I shoved the thought to the back of my mind. He squeezed me back and took a deep breath. We were still dancing when his phone went off. He checked it and cursed.
I need to go watch Isaac.
He texted back while I got Hades' leash. Who's got Lexi duty? I teased. He chuckled.
We're meeting Miles.
He led me through the loud crowd. The music was starting to make my head hurt. It was roasting with so many bodies in here, not to mention the smell of so many sweaty people. Was everyone drunk already?
Miles. I handed off the controller to Chris and headed toward the doorway of the game room to meet Lexi and Ethan. The party was getting rowdy, and people were bumping into each other everywhere. That's not going to be good for Angel. The thought had me moving through the crowd faster. I finally spotted them waiting in the hall just outside the door. She was leaning against the door jamb of the glass French doors, her fingers rubbing at her temple with her eyes closed. A headache? Ethan and Hades were between her and the crowd. Good. Less chance of her getting bumped. I finally reached them. How's your night going? I asked them. Ethan smiled. I gotta dance. It's awesome. Lexi smiled a tired smile. Ethan chuckled before he leaned down and kissed Lexi on the cheek. I looked away from them to the crowd, my fingers tapping on my thigh. How were the twins so sure she wanted to be touched? How did they know without her telling them? I envied them that skill. I'll see you guys later. Ethan's voice had me turning back to them. Ethan slipped into the crowd. What would you like to do? I asked. Lexi wiped the sweat from her face. Can we go outside? It's hot and loud in here. Sure. I took her hand that wasn't holding Hades' leash and started walking her through the crowd. In the hallway, it was even louder than the game room. I was trying to get through when Lexi jerked her hand from mine. I was turning to her when Hades growled and barked. A drunk guy's hands were up. Sorry, just a bit dizzy, he said, his eyes on Hades. Lexi had moved a step back from him in a defensive position. Her shaking hands were up in fists. I moved to her side, slightly between her and the drunk. Heal, she told Hades. The guy stepped back into the crowd with a small smirk on his face. I ran through my memory looking for a name. Thomas Avery. I turned to Lexi, her face pale as she took a deep breath. Without thinking, I wrapped my arm around her and began moving her through the hallway. The crowd parted, allowing us to get through. I opened one of the doors to the backyard and guided her out. The backyard wasn't quite as busy, but after that scare, she'd want quiet. Keeping my arm around her, I walked her down to the lake. She continued taking deep, calming breaths. We reached the end of the dock, as far from the house as I could get her. She slipped off her sandals and sat down, dipping her feet into the water. I sat beside her, watching her carefully. She looked down at the water and took several more deep breaths. My body grew tense. Are you all right? I asked, keeping my voice gentle. She nodded. I think I'm going to stay outside for the rest of the party. Her voice was quiet and shaking around the edges. She didn't seem to be having a flashback. Whatever you need, I promised. If she wanted to leave, we'd leave. If she wanted to stay outside until dawn, we'd stay outside until dawn. She sent me a small smile. Sorry. I'm not big on parties, Lexi, I told her, as Hades sat beside me and I started scratching his ears. But you go anyway, she pointed out, her voice quiet. I met her eyes. Why? Because you do. I couldn't say that, though. Could I? Maybe I should tell her how I felt. The agreement with the others popped into my mind. Why did I put that up for a vote again? Looking into her beautiful eyes, I couldn't remember. I shouldn't tell her. I'd be betraying the guys. Not to mention, if she didn't... I'd been quiet for too long. Say something. Sometimes I'm the only one Isaac will listen to. At least I was before you came along, I told her. It was true. I'd just never said it out loud before. She nodded. That makes sense. She looked down at the water and started making small waves with her feet. What happened in the hallway? I asked, needing to know. That drunk guy ran into my back. She shook her head. I didn't even see him coming. You had a flash? I asked carefully. She licked her lips and nodded. I made a mental note to have a word with Thomas before the end of the night. That smirk as he moved back into the crowd didn't make it seem like an accident. I'm sorry, Lexi. It's not your fault, she reminded me. I reached over and took her hand. She gave my fingers a small squeeze. Are you still having nightmares? I asked, carefully choosing my words. I didn't know what was too personal a question in this situation, so I was feeling my way through it. A couple times a week, she admitted. She tilted her head and leaned down to look in the water, her hair slipping over one shoulder. Hey, fish. I leaned forward and looked down. She was right. There were a few tiny fish below our feet. I believe they are baby perch. At least that's my guess in this lack of light. She smiled. You know everything, Miles. Everything, but how to tell you the way I feel. I looked up at the sky. I needed to change the subject. There's Cassiopeia. She looked up at the stars. Where? I pointed. Right there. That W of stars. She shook her head. I'm still not seeing it. All right. I leaned closer so I could point accurately. Do you see it now? Nope, she chirped. I rested my right hand on her back, leaned further, and tried again. See the one slightly brighter than the other? She chuckled, then scooted closer and leaned over until she was resting her back against my chest and shoulder. My heart slammed. My fingers tingled. Okay, now show me. I carefully moved my right hand to her hip as I pointed over her shoulder so she could see along my arm. Do you see this star? Now I do. I smiled as Rosemary tickled my nose. Now follow my finger. I brought my finger diagonally down and to the right. Do you see the star I'm pointing at now? Yes. I moved my finger to the next, moving diagonally again, this time upwards. How about now? I asked quietly. She nodded. I moved my finger again. Do you see it? Yeah. How big is this constellation? She asked. One more star. I moved my finger diagonally again. And that's it. Oh, it really is a W. Nifty, she said, her smile in her voice. I dropped my arm. And right behind that, I said, my voice soft, is the Milky Way. That stretch of stars, right? Yes. I smiled to myself. She stopped leaning against me and smiled at me. That's pretty cool. She looked back up at the sky. That strip of stars is the rest of the galaxy. It's beautiful. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Her eyes were sparkling. She was smiling a big smile that I rarely saw. Something settled inside me, making me wish that this moment wouldn't end. I think so, I said as I watched her. I wanted to tell her. It was the perfect time. But she might not be ready to start dating again. She might not be interested, and there was the no dating Lexi agreement with the others. I shoved my feelings down and tried to keep my face blank. I looked out at the water. One of the rowboats was coming in. Eventually Zeke came into sight as he rowed toward the dock. He maneuvered the boat next to the dock, got to his feet, and tied it off to a pylon. Have you been hiding out on the lake all night? Lexi asked, her voice laughing at him. Zeke ran his hand through his hair. Maybe. He began setting the gear on the dock. I borrowed the Cooper's gear and went fishing. After he finished unloading the boat, he carefully stepped onto the dock. He looked down at us. What are you guys doing out here? Lexi looked back down at the water and the fish. It's really crowded inside. Zeke met my gaze with hard eyes. I subtly nodded. He clenched his jaw as he looked at Lexi and ran his eyes over her. Speaking of the hallway, I got to my feet. I'm going to get a drink. Would you two like anything? Lexi shook her water bottle. Some water, please? Of course. I turned to Zeke. His gaze shot to me. He knew I was trying to keep him here. He looked to Lexi, then back to me. A soda. He all but bit out. I nodded and walked down the dock towards the house. Zeke would stay with Lexi as long as she needed. Inside, the party had gotten louder. I moved through the house with one thought on my mind. Thomas Avery. It took a while, but after searching the house, I found him out the front. He was leaning against a tree and talking to a girl. Thomas, I said, my voice cold. Thomas stood up straight and turned around. What do you want, Huntington? Why did you run into Alexis Delaney? I asked, my voice calm. He grinned. Didn't mean to. It was crowded in the hall, he said, his voice smug. Really? No one else seemed to have that problem, I pointed out. He crossed his arms over his chest. I was dizzy from drinking. I eyed him before I turned to the girl. Would you please excuse us? She sent me a shy smile before heading back to the house. When she was gone, I turned back to Thomas. You were dizzy from being drunk, and yet a half an hour later you're fine? I eyed the beer can in his hand, while still drinking. Thomas's face turned pink as he stuck one hand in his pocket. Yeah. I stepped closer and met his eyes. Try again, and this time the truth, I said, my voice icy. He shrugged. It was just a prank, man. A prank? I asked carefully, keeping my calm. Yeah, he admitted. Everyone knows that Lexi chick is jumpy since that crap with Orden. So, some of the guys thought it would be funny to bump into her and see what she'd do. Anger burned in my chest. They thought it would be funny. My voice was cold enough to give someone frostbite. He shrugged. It was a harmless joke. Calm, calm, calm. I needed more information. Who were these friends of yours? He scratched behind his ear. They're not really friends. They just paid me to bump into her. The world grew silent as I found that quiet spot inside me that kept me calm. They paid you? He cringed and nodded. Yeah, now that I'm hearing it out loud, it does seem messed up. I can't imagine why. You just ran into a girl to scare her? A girl who has PTSD from an assault that left her with a crack in her skull and put her in the hospital. For money. He winced. Oh yeah, that's bad. I want names, I told him. He reeled off the names of 4 football players, people Asher knew. I turned around and left him there. I needed to find the others.
Chapter 4. Lexi. Miles walked down the dock and towards the house. I made little waves with my foot. Come on, Zeke said. I looked up at him over my shoulder. Help me put away the fishing gear, and we'll hit the fire pit. That sounded good to me. I got up and slipped my shoes on. When I took a pull from Zeke, I got a whiff of him. Whoa, you stink. He smirked. I've been fishing. I'm going to smell like fish. I didn't realize that fish smelled that much, unless you burn them at least. We started down the dock. He led me to a large 4-car garage. So, did you catch anything, besides fish smell? He grinned. A few smallmouth bass and some trout. He opened the door to the garage and flipped on the light. Where are they? I asked, confused, as I followed him to a rack of fishing poles. Catch and release, he said, as he put the tackle box away, before taking the pole from me and setting it on the rack.
There's no point in keeping the fish if I'm not cooking it.
I didn't know you liked fishing, I said, as I walked out the door. He closed it behind him.
I like the quiet.
We walked to the corner of the yard where the fire was starting to burn low. The logs were empty around the fire. Zeke went straight to the woodpile and picked up several pieces. I sat down on the grass and leaned back against a large log. Zeke added more wood and a handful of dry pine needles to the fire. It wasn't long before he had it roaring again. He sat down next to me in the grass. Hades moved to his side and flopped over Zeke's legs on his back. Zeke chuckled as he lifted the big lug into his arms and rubbed his belly. I smiled. Hades knew a sucker when he saw one. For a while we just sat there watching the fire, listening to the music from the house.
How's your research going?
He asked, his voice quiet as he shifted Hades a little. Not bad. I'm getting supplies now, so that should help, I said. Or at least they're supposed to. Hades leaned his head back until he was looking at me upside down. He licked my chin. I chuckled and wiped his slobber off.
You haven't tried anything but getting rid of ghosts?
He asked. I made a sachet to help Miles sleep today. We'll see if that works, I replied. Zeke looked down at me, his ice blue eyes running over my face.
How are you really doing?
I looked back to the flames. My scan results popped into my mind. No. I'm doing good. I have a couple weeks left of therapy.
How's that going?
He shifted Hades until the dog was lying his head on his chest and his butt in Zeke's lap. It's okay. I started to peel the label off my water bottle. Next session, she's going over what problems I should expect and, the future.
Good,
he said softly. I needed to change the subject. After my last session, we should go for ice cream. I peeked up at him. His face was hard as he watched the fire. His eyes were dark.
Whatever you want, baby.
His voice was low and rough. Tough guy, I whispered. He turned to me, his face worried. Does that mean you'll take me fishing this summer? The corner of his lips twitched.
If you want.
Yes. I threw my arms up in victory. He grinned.
You're going to end up smelling like fish, though.
I dropped my arms. Well, at least we'll smell together. He chuckled as his arm moved over the back of the log. His hand found the back of my neck and squeezed gently. Warmth filled me at his touch. He gave me one more squeeze before taking his hand back. We sat in silence, watching the flames dance. You've been quiet lately, I whispered.
I have a lot on my mind,
he muttered. I leaned over and rested my head on his arm.
I'm fine,
he reassured me. I sat up and met his eyes. He gave me a half grin that made me smile. We were quiet as we went back to watching the fire, the music from the house floating over us. Ethan stepped into the light of the fire holding a bottle of water and a bag of marshmallows. He handed me the bottle of water.
Zeke, Miles needs you for a bit.
Zeke stiffened next to me. He glanced down at me, then back to Ethan.
Are you staying?
Yeah. Ethan held up the marshmallows. Zeke hesitated before sighing deeply and getting to his feet.
Where is he?
The game room, Ethan told him, before handing me the bag.
I'll get some sticks for roasting.
Ethan went to the tree line and began looking. I looked up at Zeke. Zeke, I said with my sweet voice, can I borrow your pocket knife? I left mine in the blazer, and we need one to make roasting sticks. His lips twitched before he fished it out of his pocket and held it out to me.
Be careful. I just sharpened it this afternoon.
Gotcha, I promised. When Ethan came back to the fire with several stick choices, Zeke headed towards the house. I turned to Ethan as he sat down on the log. What's going on? Ethan made himself look busy and avoided looking at me. Oh, yeah. Something was up.
Asher. I paced in the hallway in front of the game room. Those fuckers were inside at the poker table. I knew those assholes. I played football with those assholes. I rubbed my neck as I took a deep, calming breath. It was still hard to believe someone could be such a dick. Especially to Allie. It's not as if the entire school didn't know that Orden beat the hell out of her. Everyone saw the fucking bruises when she came back. Needing a distraction, I turned to Miles, who was standing next to the door, waiting patiently. "Are you sure we want Zeke with us on this?" I asked for the 5th time. Miles' eyes were icy as they met mine. "Yes, I'm sure. There are 4 of them, and we can't put Ethan into a position where he could hurt his back more." Okay, when he put it that way, it made sense. But without Ellie, we can't stop him if he loses it. "Sure we can," Isaac said from his spot against the wall across from the door. "We can just drag his ass out like we have before." I shook my head. I didn't know why I was arguing. These guys needed their asses kicked for scaring Allie. For fun. Who does that? Zeke strolled up the hallway to us. "What?" Miles started tapping his fingers against his leg. "Thomas Avery ran into Lexi in the hall as we were going outside. It wasn't an accident." "Then what the fuck was it?" Zeke growled, his eyes burning. "It seems a few of the football players thought it would be funny to scare Lexi. They paid him to run into her," Miles announced. Zeke's jaw clenched and unclenched. "Who?" "Stuart Hopkins, Kyle Debbins, Blake Price, and Nick Harris," Miles said calmly. "All football players," I bit out. "What the fuck are we waiting for?" Zeke growled. Miles was disturbingly quiet as he turned and led us inside. The crowd parted as we walked through the room. When the asshole spotted us, Harris turned pale. Hopkins shook his head, while Debbins and Price focused on their cards. We spread out in front of the table. "So, who thought it would be amusing to scare Alexis Delaney?" Miles asked, his voice cold. Hopkins snorted. "What's it to you?" Zeke grabbed the back of his head and bashed his face into the table. Then he held him there as he bled. "Wrong fucking answer," he snarled. The other's eyes grew wide as Hopkins cursed at Zeke. "Again, whose idea was it?" Miles asked. The others put down their cards and got to their feet. "You really want to fight over a fucking joke?" Price asked with a scowl on his face. "You paid someone to scare Lexi," Isaac bit out as he stepped towards Price. "You bet your fucking ass we do." I moved across from Harris. Tension rose and the crowd around us backed up. My phone rang. What the hell? I was going to ignore it, but it was Ethan's ringtone. "A little busy. Get back out here," Ethan snapped. Everything stopped. "What's wrong?" I asked instantly. "Just get out here now." Ethan hung up. I met Zeke's raging eyes. "What happened?" Zeke snapped.
Lexi. I kept pestering Ethan, asking him over and over what was going on. I finally pulled out the big guns. I pouted. He gave in. After he told me what the others were up to, I went back to my marshmallow. My headache was finally gone, and I wasn't really worried about the fight. Sure, the guys were going to beat the crap out of someone, but I trusted Miles to keep it to a black eye. Ethan was laughing as he brought his roasted marshmallow back from the fire. "You pout as well as Sophie, beautiful." "She had a good pout?" I asked with a smile. "It was awful," he said as he took his marshmallow off the stick. "She had the big eyes and lip quiver down pat." I chuckled as my marshmallow caught fire. I turned the stick so the flame would go all the way around. Zeke must have been screwed. He snorted. "Oh, yeah." I blew out my now burned marshmallow before carefully taking it off my stick. "Why do you like them burnt?" He grinned down at me. I popped the gooey burnt goodness into my mouth and grinned at him. "Because it's tasty," I pointed out, as if it were obvious. He shook his head as he put another one on his stick. "I don't see it." "Have you tried?" I asked, snagging another marshmallow from the bag.
Yes, but never on purpose. He smiled. Come here. You've got marshmallow face. He reached over and gently wiped some burnt goo from the corner of my mouth. His eyes were warm as he brought his finger to his lips and ate it with a smirk. I met his gaze, a small smile on my lips. The silence stretched. Warmth that had nothing to do with the summer filled me. I couldn't seem to find anything to say, not with those chocolate eyes on mine. Hades barked. I turned to where he was barking, not sure if I was glad for the interruption or not. Travis and Keith came into the firelight. We had met the two when they were ghost hunting in an abandoned hospital in April. Travis was the shorter one, with dark hair that was a little long and falling into his gray eyes. Keith was the taller, leaner one with blonde hair and brown eyes. Hades moved to sit between me and them. I told you she'd be here, Travis told Keith before turning back to us. His eyes went to the marshmallow in my hands. He smirked. I thought you were diabetic. I met his eyes and let him see my irritation. What do you want? Look, Keith said, stepping between me and Travis, his hands out. We really need your help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to this freaking party. I can't help you, I reminded them. I was starting to think we should have left them in the hospital with the shadow men. I don't care if you're hiding abilities, and right now it doesn't matter, Keith said. But there's a 6-year-old girl who is waking up with scratches she didn't go to bed with. I went still. What? My eyes went from Keith to Travis and back. Keith pulled out his phone and came around the fire. Hades growled. Keith froze. Heal, I told him. Hades lay down next to me, still eyeing the newcomers. Keith handed me the phone and backed up from Hades. Those pictures were sent to me by our older sister. She found our website and called for help. I looked at the photos. There was a kid's back with 4 scratch marks running diagonally across her back from her shoulder blade to her ribs. Long, deep scratches. I went to the next one. More scratches. Lighter, but still 4 of them on one arm. I flipped again. This time it was teeth marks into the meat of her shoulder. The bite was big enough that I was sure it was an adult's. Have you ruled out abuse? I asked as I flipped to the next picture. This time the scratches were barely visible as they ran down her neck. Their dad's a minister, Travis informed me. I looked up and met his eyes. That doesn't mean shit. Yeah, we ruled out abuse. Their parents were out at some church thing when she was bitten, Keith answered. Another time she was in the backyard alone. The latest attack was when her mother was the only one home with her. I nodded. That certainly ruled it out, unless they were all in on it, which I kinda doubted. I turned to Ethan, his eyes on the picture of the little girl with scratches on her leg. His eyes lifted to meet mine. Call the guys, I told him. He got up and walked out of earshot. I turned back to Keith and Travis. You might as well sit down. They both relaxed. Travis might have been an ass, but he looked just as relieved as Keith. They took the log across the fire. Did you guys do an investigation? Yeah, Travis said. We got a lot of video. Most of it was nothing, but some of it caught something. Keith came around the fire and took his phone from me. He opened files before handing it back. He sat on the log above me and pointed to a video. That one. I hit play, then made it full screen. It was a bedroom at night, a little girl's room. Watch the closet, he told me. I found it in the shot and watched. It slowly opened. Where is the kid when this is happening? I asked. Ethan came back and sat on my other side to look over my shoulder. She's in her bed in the shot, Travis said. I looked and found her bed against the wall in the upper corner of the frame. Movement caught my eye. The chair at the desk moved out and spun around as if someone was planning on sitting in it. The chair then pulled closer to the girl's bed. Look at the fabric hanging from the bed, Keith said. I watched as the dust ruffle moved, almost swinging in a breeze. Instead of focusing on that, I noticed something else.
I zoomed in on the girl's face. Her breath was coming out in a fog. Shit. I stopped the video and showed Keith. Did any of you notice that?
Get the fuck away from her.
Zeke's growl had me looking up. Zeke stepped over my legs, grabbed Keith by the shirt, and jerked him to his feet. He was shoving him away from me when the others reached us. Zeke, let him go, I told him, as I looked back down at the phone and hit play. I turned up the volume so I wouldn't miss anything.
Why?
Zeke demanded. Because I didn't have Ethan call you guys out here to beat the shit out of them, I told him, before I heard a voice. It was quiet and deep. It sent shivers down my spine, but I couldn't make out the words. I looked up to find Zeke hadn't let Keith go. Zeke! Zeke growled and let him go, then walked behind the log I was leaning on, probably pacing. He's been doing that a lot lately. Miles stepped closer to the fire. What happened? You called? I looked up and met Keith's eyes. Tell them what you told me. I held up the phone. Did you get what it said? Keith shook his head. We couldn't figure it out. Isaac walked around the fire to Travis.
Tell us what?
I went back to the video and scrolled it back. Ash, can you come listen to something? Keith began explaining to Miles and the others. Asher moved around the log and probably Zeke to sit on the log beside me. I held the phone up to him. Hit play and listen. It's really faint. Asher hit play, held the video close to his ear, and listened. He frowned and brought the phone down.
I heard it, but I couldn't make out words. How far back did you go?
45 seconds. I watched as he moved the video, pressed play, and brought it to his ear again. This time he plugged his other ear. His eyes grew wide. I knew he heard it again. He was frowning as he brought it down.
I'm going to kill your family in front of you. Slowly.
His eyes met mine.
What the hell is this?
Video of a little girl's room, I explained as I took the phone back and hit play again. She's getting scratched. I watched the rest of the video. At the end, the little girl woke up screaming. I looked up. Keith was still explaining to the guys. I turned to Travis. How did you get this video anyway?
Their parents were on church retreat for a night, and we were able to set up cameras.
Travis explained. Any other videos I should see? I asked as I held up Keith's phone. Travis nodded as he eyed the guys around me before moving to my side. He brought up another video.
This is downstairs in the kitchen.
Zeke stepped closer behind Ethan, watching over our shoulders, probably. A knife came out of the knife block on the counter and slowly moved across it. Cabinets opened and banged shut over and over. When it was finished, Travis was still standing there, waiting next to me. Any other voices? I asked. Travis shook his head.
We only had the cameras up one night.
I tapped my finger on the side of the phone case as I thought about what they had said. Those scratches came to mind. Shit. Keith finished explaining the situation to everyone. I met Miles's eyes before I turned to Keith and Travis. We're going to need a minute to talk. I got to my feet. Will you guys wait by the pool? Keith and Travis shared a look.
Yeah, no problem,
Keith said. They walked out of earshot to the pool and sat down on a couple of chairs. I looked at the guys. I have to help. Asher shook his head.
Allie, they'll tell everyone what you can do.
Agreed. They want to prove ghosts exist. You'll hand them the proof, and they'll announce what you can do to the world. Miles said. Isaac walked around the fire.
Red, we don't know them. We can't trust them. It's a kid,
Ethan told them.
A little girl.
She's getting scratched and bitten, I told them. Each of them looked troubled. How can I not help her? I brought up the pictures and handed the phone to Miles. Miles flipped through the pictures, then passed the phone to Asher. Asher cursed and passed the phone to Isaac. Isaac looked up from the phone and met my eyes. Tell me how to say no to stopping that. The guys exchanged looks.
I don't want to sound heartless, Miles said, but if they tell people, your life here is going to get more difficult. I sighed. He wasn't wrong. There would be paper ghosts hanging from my locker, people making fun of me. I'd be that crazy girl again. I thought about that little girl being hurt and not knowing what was causing it. I met Miles's eyes. I can deal. If you guys can't... That's not my concern, Lexi. Miles told me instantly. I'm worried about you. You've had a hard time for months, and I'm worried about you going through this sort of thing. I nodded. I understood what he was saying, but... I know, sweetie, but I have to be able to look at myself in the mirror. Miles's eyes met mine. Then he looked at the others. Let's put it to a vote. Raise your hand if you are against Lexi doing this. Isaac cursed and raised his hand. I'm against it, Red, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. I sent him a small smile. Same here, Ethan said. But it's a kid. That changes things. No one else raised their hand. If you do this, then we need to take steps to ensure they keep it to themselves, Miles said. I wasn't even going to argue. I nodded. Majority rules, Asher announced. We'll back you up. You guys don't have to do that. We're going to be there. Zeke snapped as he came around the log. I met his shadowed eyes. He really didn't like this either. I'll get the guys, Isaac muttered as he got to his feet. He walked towards the pool. I stayed between Asher and Ethan. Asher's hand went to my back. When they reached us, I began to tell them that I would help, but Miles started talking first. First, you'll sign a confidentiality agreement. You will also not record anything with Lexi or us. That includes audio. Miles's voice was hard and cold. It sent chills over my skin. If you can't agree, then we walk away. Keith and Travis looked at each other, then at Miles. No problem, Keith said. As long as the kid gets help, Travis added. Give me your numbers and I'll text you mine, Asher told them. You'll get a hold of Lexi through us. Okay, guys. I met Miles's eyes, then Asher's. Chill out. I turned back to Miles. I'm agreeing to the confidentiality agreement. I turned to Asher. They can contact me directly. His ocean eyes ran over me. Are you sure? Yeah. I know how to block calls if it gets bad, I reminded him. Asher didn't like it, but he didn't say anything about it. I pulled out my phone and I exchanged numbers with Keith and Travis. Then the boys promptly demanded they have their numbers too. How soon can you get to her house? Travis asked as he tucked his phone away. Tomorrow? I offered. Keith nodded. Okay, I'll talk to her sister tomorrow and see if their parents are leaving. Thanks, Travis said, before they headed back towards the house. Anyone else have a bad feeling about this? I asked. Yes, they answered in unison. I smiled to myself. Anyone ready to go home? I'll take you, Asher volunteered. I got to my feet and started towards the house. Night, guys. Night, they said in unison. Asher took my hand and led me around the house.
Asher. I pulled in front of Rory's house and put the truck in park. I hesitated only a heartbeat before turning to her. Allie, do you think I don't want to help this kid? Her head snapped around to me. No. Her eyes ran over my face. I know you do. I just figured you were worried about them having my number. I rubbed the tension out of my neck. I am. I looked out the windshield. I never want you to pick up the phone and hear some creep's voice again. She reached over and took my hand. I turned back to her. She gave me a soft smile. I won't, she said, her voice quiet. I don't think those guys are a threat that way. They seem pretty scared of you guys. I chuckled. Keith about shit himself when Zeke grabbed him. I think they're more likely to tell people what I can do. That's why I agreed to the confidentiality contract. Her brow drew down. Did I snap at you? Not really, I admitted. I just wanted to make sure you knew why I tried to keep your number a secret." She smiled up at me, and her eyes lit up. "I know why, Superman." She squeezed my hand. "You don't have to be perfect, you know." I smiled down at her. "I know." She didn't need to tell me that anymore, but I still loved it when she did. "Want me to walk you to the door?" "Nah, I'm enjoying the new No Flashes yard and house." She opened the door and got out. "Thanks, Ash." She hit the lever on the seat to fold the back forward, letting Hades hop out. "I'll see you tomorrow," I said before she closed the door. I stayed put until Allie was inside and the door closed. Sighing, I took the truck out of park and headed home. Allie was on my mind the entire drive. It was getting to the point where her smile made my mind go blank. I grinned as I drove through town. She always knew when I was trying to be perfect, and she always called me on it. She was doing better. Less flashes, fewer flashbacks. They still happened, but she had figured out her triggers and made sure we knew about them. I stopped at the stoplight. She's almost done with therapy. Maybe I should ask her out one night, take her to the movies. Then after, I could tell her how I felt about her. The guys popped into my head. I sighed. The light changed. She hadn't mentioned anything about being interested in someone. Then again, she might not tell us if she was. With the way Zeke almost took Keith's head off just for being near her tonight, it seemed likely that she wouldn't say anything if she did. I pulled up and parked in front of the house. If I told her, would I just be making a fool out of myself? She hasn't really acted differently towards me. I climbed up the porch steps. She doesn't really flirt. Then again, I couldn't see Allie flipping her hair or anything like that. Then there was that agreement with the others. When I tried to unlock the door, I realized it was already unlocked. I turned to search the street for Jessica's car. There was only the usual neighbors' cars, plus a blue Pontiac. Oh, shit. Dread filled my chest as I turned back to the door. Hoping I was wrong, I opened the door and walked in. The lights were on, and the television in the living room was playing the late-night news. Shit. He always left the damn TV on. I walked through the foyer and paused at the kitchen door. There he was, sitting at the kitchen table. His sandy blonde hair was turning white at his temples, his skin pasty as usual. He looked up with the same weird blue eyes I had. "Hi, Dad." His eyes ran over me. Then he looked at his watch. "What were you doing out this late?" I took a deep breath. I was at a party with my friends. Today was the last day of school for the summer. I looked over the table at the bills that I had sorted earlier today. Now they were scattered here and there. The house checkbook was open in front of him. "Where's your sister?" he demanded. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "Probably at a party." He looked up at me. "It's almost midnight. Your curfew is at 11. I put my hands in the pockets of my shorts. I took a friend home, and Jessica doesn't really listen to me. "Sit down," he told me. I sighed and sat down. He looked over the checkbook again. "Why are you spending so much on car insurance?" Was he serious? "I left you a message in February telling you that Jess had been getting speeding tickets and not telling me." He grumbled. "That shouldn't have brought the rates up." "Then you talk to the insurance company," I countered. His eyes shot to me. "There are a lot of questions I want answered, and I'm only here for a short time." Well, surprise, surprise. He was running off again. This must be a new record. His gaze ran over me. "I left you in charge, Asher. Can you explain why Jessica barely passed this semester?" My temper broke. "I'm not her father," I snapped. "If you want to know why Jess is having problems, then why don't you stick around and find out?" I got to my feet and headed for the door. "Asher, get back here!" he shouted. I turned around. "Why, so you can lecture me on the way things should be, when you can't even be bothered to come home for Christmas? No. You are still living under my roof," he bit out. I stopped. Fuck. "Now get your ass back in that chair." I took a deep breath, walked back into the kitchen and sat down. "Answer my questions," he told me. I answered his questions and ignored his lectures. The entire time, my mind was on the emancipation forms in my desk upstairs that Miles' lawyer had put together for me. It was a long night.
Chapter 5. Friday. Something wet touched my face. I groaned and rolled away, right into the wall. Ow! I opened my eyes and glared at Hades. The dog was happily panting away and hogging my pillow. I was going to have to get him his own. "Why did you wake me up?" I grumbled. He whined at me and wagged his tail. "You have to go out, don't you?" He barked. We need to get doggy doors." I shoved my covers off and worked to get to the side of the futon. He jumped down and went to wait at the door. I rubbed my eyes and tried to wake up. It seemed like I had just closed my eyes a minute ago. Grumbling to myself, I went to let him out. When I reached the first floor, I smelled coffee. Oh, thank God. I zombie walked to the back door and opened it for Hades. He ran out. I left the door open to go to the coffee pot that Rory probably brewed this morning and poured myself a mug. I was adding cream and sugar when Hades came back in. I closed the door and refilled his food and water bowls, then sat down with my cup of coffee. A door shut upstairs before Tara came downstairs in her pajamas. She ignored me as she walked into the kitchen and made her own cup of coffee. "Are you dating Zeke?" she asked, casually. I cringed internally as I finished my sip. "No, I'm not dating him." I set my coffee down. "Then you're screwing him," she announced, as she turned and leaned her hip against the counter. "It's the only explanation for last night." "What happened last night?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know. "Zeke told me to fuck off," she replied, with a confused look on her face. "He said he didn't like me and told me to leave him alone." My eyebrows went up. "And from that, you've decided I'm sleeping with him?" Wow. I shook my head. "Tara," I looked up and met her eyes again. "Zeke doesn't play games. If he says he doesn't like you, he doesn't like you." She looked down her nose at me. "First Asher, and now Zeke?" I sighed deeply. Oh my God, Tara. I didn't know how to make it clear to her. I was just too tired for this shit. If they liked you, I'd be the one telling them to go for it, because they're my friends and I want them happy. I got to my feet with my mug in my hand. If they don't like you that way, it's not my fault. So stop fucking blaming me. I started for the stairs and went up them without another word. I needed to pack up my research books and hit the cemetery. I felt like I hadn't slept at all. I was just done. I didn't have enough time to deal with her bullshit anymore. I folded up my futon and sat down, taking the time to wake up and drink my coffee. My alarm hadn't gone off yet, so I had the time. Hades climbed up and flopped down happily. As I woke up, I started going through my drawers to decide what I wanted to take to Miles's house. When I opened my top drawer, I paused. Several pamphlets were on top of my supplies. Rory must have put them in here. I reached in and pulled them out. A pamphlet about having brain surgery. I flipped to the next one. Support groups for the terminally ill. My lungs grew tight. Next, what is a DNR? My eyes burned. Next, in home care or nursing home. There were still more, each worse than the one before. I slammed them onto the desk face down and took a deep breath. It hit me. This was really happening. Being tired all the time, crossing the dead and dropping. I was already down the path I'd been dreading my entire life. After a long shower, I started packing up my research materials. I was almost done when I called Miles. "Hi." His voice was cheerful and wide awake. "Hey, did you get any sleep?" I asked as I continued packing the bag. "I did, actually," he said. I stopped. "You did? It worked?" "Yeah, I actually fell asleep quickly last night.
I was surprised. His voice was more awake than I'd heard in a while. I smiled. I'm glad it worked, I told him. Let me guess. You're working on something. Yes. He hesitated. I'm working on my RPG game. When you finish, I get to play it, right? I asked, as I wrapped a glass vial in a sock before adding it to the bag. You will, he assured me. Good, 'cause you'll never hear the end of it if I don't. I closed the bag. Miles, do you mind if I stash some of my research stuff over at your house? Of course I don't mind. He didn't even hesitate. Rory didn't give permission for a better lock. I sighed. No, he told Tara to knock it off and wants to see if she listens. I'd rather not lose my best supplies in the meantime. Yes, bring over whatever you like. His voice was warm. You have a bedroom here, after all. I smiled again. Thanks, Miles. I'll see you after my climbing lesson, then. I'll be here, he promised before hanging up. He really was in a good mood today. I quickly changed into my climbing workout clothes, black capri leggings and a black Y-back tank. I grabbed my bag and headed out. Thankfully, Tara wasn't downstairs when I left. I hit the top of the intermediate wall, my arms already shaking. Looking over my shoulders down at the floor, I spotted Asher. Coming down, I shouted. Asher nodded, and then I let go. I dropped only 2 feet. I lay back, out of breath, as my arms and legs burned. Asher lowered me to the mat slowly. I dropped to the mat on my back and didn't bother to move. Asher bent down and smiled at me. You made it. At what cost? I grumbled. I don't think I'll be able to move for the rest of the day. He chuckled as he reached down to me. Come on, Allie girl. I cursed as I took his hands and he pulled me up to my feet. I groaned deeply. He bit back a grin as he let go of my hands. We walked over to the benches, which I promptly lay down on. He was still laughing at my antics when he brought me my street shoes. I sat back up and started unlacing my climbing shoes. Asher straddled the bench and sat down. He had been quieter than usual. His smile was gone. His eyes shadowed. The bags under those eyes drew my attention. You okay? I asked. You're kind of quiet today. He licked his lips before meeting my gaze. My dad came home last night. I stopped untying my shoe. How did it go? He scoffed and looked back down at the bench. It went the same as it usually goes. How does it usually go? I asked, my voice soft. He swallowed hard, then looked at me. Not great. His shoulders were slumped, his jaw clenched. I'd never seen him like this. I reached over and took his hand, getting his attention. Hey, I'm your only appointment this morning, right? He nodded. Then let's go get some coffee. I started taking off my climbing shoes. Yeah, sure. We have a break room, he said. I quickly pulled on my shoes. He got to his feet and picked up my climbing shoes as I finished tying my street sneakers. When I stood up, he led me through a door that said, Employees Only. We walked down a bright hall and around a corner. Hey, Asher. A pretty light blonde girl in the Sinner's blue uniform shirt and a pair of gray capri leggings was putting her stuff away in the break room. Are you done with your morning appointments? We could... Her voice trailed off as I stepped into the break room behind Asher. Her light brown eyes shot to me, then back to Asher. Brittany, this is Allie, Asher said as he walked towards the coffee maker. Lexi, actually. Only Asher calls me Allie, I offered with a smile. Brittany raised an eyebrow. We're not allowed to have clients back here? Asher opened a cabinet and pulled out a couple of coffee mugs. She's one of my best friends. Brittany smiled. Oh, just didn't want you to get in trouble, she said before leaving the break room. I stepped up beside him as he poured coffee. He silently handed me a cup before he poured his own. I put cream in mine and stirred it with a stirrer. Asher picked up his mug and moved to the couch. I followed, tucked a knee under me, and sat down facing him. I thought you guys didn't have coffee, I said with a grin. He snorted. We didn't. Everyone got on the manager's back about it. We finally got a coffee maker last month.
My grin faded. Tell me what's going on, Ash. He sighed and lay his head back on the couch.
Every time he comes back, it's the same.
He lifted his head and looked down at his coffee.
Why are you paying this much for that? Where is your sister? Why are her grades off?
He turned to me.
Even when I call and tell him she's ditching or that her speeding tickets upped our car insurance, it's like he doesn't even check his messages.
But he blames you anyway? I asked, already hating this guy. He nodded.
Every time he leaves, I'm glad to see him go,
he admitted quietly.
And after a couple of months, I hope when he comes back it'll be different.
And it never is. He swallowed hard.
Right. It's always the same.
I set my mug down on the floor and moved my arm over the back of the couch so my hand rested on his shoulder. He looked down at me, his eyes rough. He moved his hand over to my knee, ignoring the tingles running up my leg. I wrapped my other arm around his and rested my cheek on his shoulder. It's not your fault, Ash, I reminded him. He nodded.
I know.
I tilted my head and looked up at his face. Do you? I asked in a quiet voice. His thumb moved in a figure-8 pattern over my leggings. Your dad is an ass. He turned to look down at me. Seriously, he's an ass. He's her father, not you. He dumped his responsibility onto you, and to see you handling it when he ran like a bitch? His lips twitched.
I know you're right, I do. But if I don't try, then she'll...
You don't want to let Jessica down, I guessed. He nodded.
She's all the family I've got left.
I squeezed his arm. He looked down at me. You have more family than just her. The shadows in his eyes lifted some as he gave me a small grin.
I know, but I'm all she has.
And she's lucky to have you, I told him, even if she doesn't know it. He let out a deep breath before he leaned down and gently kissed the top of my head.
Thank you,
he whispered. I opened my eyes and met his. For what?
Listening, reminding me.
I lifted my cheek from his arm. I'm always here for you, Ash. His eyes ran over my face.
I know.
He slowly turned his mug in his hands.
So what are your plans for the rest of the day?
I gave him another squeeze before letting go of his arm and picking up my coffee. I'm stashing some of my research materials at Miles's before we go shopping for job hunting clothes. Asher smirked.
Miles is going clothes shopping with you?
I smiled. Yeah, the poor guy. Asher burst out laughing. What? I asked, trying not to laugh. I don't know what this business casual is. That didn't help. Asher continued to laugh. After that, the subject changed to lighter things. I managed to make him laugh enough to chase the shadows from his eyes and put a smile on his face before I left. With my knotted stomach, Miles drove me over to the only tattoo shop in town. Dragonfly Tattoo was in a nice brick building on Main Street. Miles took a parking spot a few doors down from the shop. He put the car into park as I took a deep breath. You'll do great, Miles reminded me. I gave him a small smile and looked down at my clothes. Since I was applying for a job, Miles had suggested I wear business casual. Shopping with Miles had been different. He simply asked what my size was and helped me start looking. His ears were red the entire time we were in the women's section, but he didn't even complain once. He did tap his legs so much, though, that he had to have bruises by the end of our trip. In the end, we found a pair of black slacks, a green button-up blouse, and black ballet flats. It felt like a costume, and at any minute now someone would call me out on it. I eyed the shop storefront.
Lexi.
Miles's voice was the silky, smooth one I loved. Calm moved through me, settling my raw nerves. I feel ridiculous, I muttered. He smiled. I know the feeling. I turned to him. You do? He smiled that secret smile that showed you how handsome he really was. every time my parents made me put on a suit and dragged me along to functions. I smiled at the idea of Miles in a suit. Does it go away? He nodded. The more often you wear it, the more you get used to it. I snorted and looked back out the window. Lexi, Miles said again. I turned back to him. You are going to do great. Just go in there and be yourself. I chewed on the corner of my bottom lip and nodded. He reached into the back and pulled out the portfolio I had put together over the last few weeks. He held it out to me. Hades made a whining, talking noise. I took the portfolio and opened the door. Are you sure you want to wait with Hades? Miles gave me a patient smile. Of course. Go. I grumbled under my breath before stepping out onto the sidewalk. The sun beat down on me, making my skin start to break out in a sweat instantly. It was the best motivation to get indoors that I could imagine. Inside, the waiting area was neat and clean, with walls covered in framed artwork. I stepped up to the empty reception counter and set down my portfolio. A woman came around the corner in a pair of jeans, belt, and a vintage, dark gray Rolling Stones t-shirt. Her hair was black, with blonde streaks and fringed edges. Her dark chocolate eyes ran over me. I don't do underage tattoos, she stated, before turning around. I'm not looking for a tattoo, I told her. She moved back to the desk and crossed her arms. Then you're in the wrong place, cheerleader. I raised an eyebrow. Cheerleader? Really? I put it out of my mind. I was actually wondering if you had any job openings. Her eyes ran over me before meeting mine. You want a job here? Okay, now she was irritating me. Yes, I eventually want to find an apprenticeship, learn everything I can, and become a tattoo artist. But I'm 17, which is why I'm hoping you might need a shop girl. Her eyebrows shot up. You want to be an artist? Ever since I was a kid. I took a deep breath and opened my portfolio before turning it towards her. I'm practicing my artwork and trying to learn everything I can. It would be wonderful to get a chance to see how a real shop works. Her eyes narrowed on me before looking down at my portfolio, which was filled with neo-traditional and watercolor-style tattoos. It had taken me weeks to draw and improve each design until I liked them enough to include them. My heart was pounding in my ears as she looked through the pages. She looked at me, then at the drawings again before closing my file. I'm not hiring today. My heart dropped. She turned and started walking off. I wanted to work in a tattoo shop before I died. If I wasn't going to be able to learn officially, at least I could watch. I wanted this. All right, then I'll see you tomorrow. She turned back. I told you I'm not hiring. Today, I reminded her. You said you weren't hiring today. That doesn't mean you won't be tomorrow. I closed my portfolio. She raised an eyebrow and looked me over again. I won't be hiring tomorrow either. I smiled. Then I'll see you the next day too, and then the next, and the next. Her lips moved into a half smirk. Have you ever had a job in your life? Several. What? Did you keep getting fired? She asked as she crossed her arms over her chest. We kept moving, I countered. She ran her eyes over me, seeming to decide something. She walked around the desk and leaned on the counter. You have a resume? I opened the folder, pulled it out of its pocket, and handed it to her. Her eyes ran over it. Eventually, she looked at me again. There are a lot of cities here. How do I know you aren't moving again? I'm living with family now, and I'll be 18 in August, I explained. She reached out, turned my portfolio to her, and looked through it again. These are good, but you need to work on your use of negative space. She pointed to one of my skull and roses drawings. This is too busy. You're packing too much in. You need a balance. She met my eyes. What are your plans for college? I haven't made any, I admitted. Everything would depend on where I could get an apprenticeship. She tapped the drawing. You need college-level art classes. It'll help you perfect your technique, and that is everything. I nodded. Shit. All right, I'll start looking at art schools. How the hell was I going to do that? You're out for the summer? She asked. Yeah, yesterday was our last day. I told myself not to hope. All right, I'll start you at 1 day a week for a few hours, she told me. I resisted the urge to shout in victory. Come back Monday around 11. The sign will say closed, but I'll be here. She eyed my clothes. And casual is more than fine. Thank you so much, I said. You won't regret this. I better not. She held out her hand. I'm Megan Bricker. I shook her hand with a smile. Lexi Delaney. When I got back in the car, I practically knocked Miles over in my rush to hug him. He laughed and hugged me back. I take it you got the job, he asked, chuckling. Yes, I practically squealed as I squeezed him tight. Moving back to my seat, I smiled up at him. I start on Monday. He grinned at me. That's great. I put on my seatbelt, still beaming. Miles pulled out onto the road and started for Zeke's house. Did they like your artwork? My smile faded. Yeah, though she did say I should take college art classes. She did? He asked carefully. I looked out the window and sighed. Yeah, looks like I need to start looking for an art school. What was your SAT score? He asked. I wrung my fingers as I answered, I haven't taken it. There was a long silence. Well, testing starts again when school starts. I'll help you prepare if you'd like. I flashed him a smile. I'm taking you up on that. I'm way behind on the college front. Maybe, but you do have a great GPA, and you have time to prepare for the exam. He reassured me. My GPA is pretty good, I admitted, feeling better. If Miles said I had time to get ready for the test, I had time. And with a job, that will help with the extracurriculars, he said, clearly thinking out loud. I closed my eyes. Extracurriculars, I groaned before turning to him. I don't have any, at least none that I can put on a college application. That's not completely true. He turned into Zeke's long driveway. What am I going to put? Crossing the dead and healing the veil? He grinned. I was going to suggest volunteer work. I thought about it. Okay, yeah, that might work. Then it hit me, like a blow to the heart. I almost couldn't breathe as I realized I might not have to worry about college, given what my scans showed. I'd be lucky to graduate high school. Shit. My heart ached, and I fought to keep my face blank. Miles pulled his car next to Zeke's Jeep. The point is, don't panic. You have time, and I'll help. He sounded so excited. I sent him a smile as my throat tightened. Thanks, Nemo. A warm smile spread across his face. You're welcome, Lexi. I got out of the car and let Hades out, grabbing my bag of clothes to change into. I was not working in Sylvie's garden in slacks. Hades ran off with his leash still attached. I wasn't worried. He wouldn't leave the property. I headed for the house while Miles headed around the side. Tell them I'll be there after I change, I said, opening the front door. I will, he said, before disappearing around the corner of the house. I walked inside and closed the door. Zeke's house was cute. There was no other way to describe it. The inside was bright and had a beach house feel. All white wood and light colors. The house was cool and quiet. Exactly what I needed right now. I walked to the end of the hallway across from the door to the bathroom. Zeke's bedroom door was cracked open. I knocked, just in case he was inside, but there was no answer. Heart aching, I walked in, closed the door, and sat on Zeke's bed. I took deep, slow breaths, hoping it would stop my eyes burning. I got a job at the shop. Be happy and just enjoy that. Focus on the good. Slipping off my shoes, I got up and started changing into my cutoffs and a blue tank. I was fastening my shorts when the door opened. Hey, oh, shit. Ethan's voice came from behind me. I rushed to put my shirt on. "Damn it, Ethan!" I snapped as I pulled it on over my head. He chuckled.
"I've seen you in your underwear before."
"In emergencies," I countered. "Not exactly the same." I pulled the hem down to cover myself and got my sandals out of my bag. It was totally different, especially since he had kissed me, even if he didn't remember it, or remember grabbing my ass, or biting my lip. I let out a breath as my body warmed at the memory. Now, if only I could forget it.
"Sorry, beautiful."
I shook my head and started folding my slacks to put in my bag. "Why were you looking for me?"
"I wanted to see if you got the job,"
he said as he moved to stand next to me. He picked up my blouse and laid it against his chest, as if to see if it would fit.
"And I wanted to get a look at you in this getup."
I smiled as I shook my head and snatched my blouse from his hands. The twins could always get a smile out of me. He chuckled.
"You're gonna burn out there, beautiful,"
he reminded me. I pulled my sunblock out of my bag and handed it to him. "I think ahead." He poured some lotion into his palm before stepping behind me. I pulled my hair into a high, messy bun. I held my hand over my shoulder so he could put some sunblock in my palm. I began rubbing it into my arms.
"So, did you get the job?"
he asked. I started rubbing lotion on my face. Yep, had to convince her, though. And she told me I needed college-level art classes.
"Oh, ouch,"
he said. "Not really. I just hadn't planned on college," I explained.
"Did she say you had to graduate?"
he asked as I moved on to my chest. I sighed. No, she didn't. But if I go, I might as well, right? I tried sounding optimistic.
"I don't know,"
Ethan admitted as he stopped rubbing lotion into my back.
"I'm not doing college."
I turned, sat down, and took the sunblock from him. "You're not?" He shook his head.
"I know exactly what I want, and it doesn't involve college, at least not right away."
I started rubbing sunblock into my legs and feet. "Music, right?" I smiled. He nodded.
"Yep. Once we make a bigger name for ourselves, we've already started getting a following on YouTube. We just need to build on it, write our own music and get better. We'll have to bust our asses, but in the end, it'll be worth it."
I met his eyes. "I really hope it happens for you." He grinned.
"Me too."
Zeke walked into the bedroom. His eyes shot to Ethan, then to me.
"What are you doing in here?"
"I was changing." I pointed at my bag.
"And I was helping,"
Ethan added. Zeke glared at him, his mouth a hard line. "Relax, Zeke, he's messing with you," I told him. Zeke's shoulders relaxed a bit. I was putting on my sunblock. I got to my feet and put my lotion in my bag.
"Out!"
Zeke barked at Ethan. Ethan left, laughing. I put my flats in my bag and picked it up.
"You can leave your stuff in here,"
he told me. I turned around and watched him plugging his phone in at his desk. "You aren't worried I'll go after your baby pictures?" He set his phone down.
"I moved them weeks ago."
I walked to the door and set my bag down next to his desk. Oh, a challenge. He walked around the desk and looked down at me.
"Come on, we have gardening to do,"
he grumbled. I snickered the whole way down the hall. Irritating Zeke was always fun. Sylvie's vegetable garden was on the right side of the house, and it was huge. It took everyone working in it to get the vegetables picked and packed for the farmer's market tomorrow. I was working in the squash section when my phone rang. I wiped the dirt off my hands and pulled my phone out of my pocket. It was Travis. "Hey, Travis."
"Hey, I've got some info,"
Travis announced. "What's going on?" I asked as I sat back on my knees.
"The girls' parents are leaving at 5 to go to a church support group they are running. They aren't coming back until around midnight."
When does the action usually start?" I asked.
"Around dark."
"Okay, text me the address and I'll be there around dark," I told him before hanging up. Was I really fucking doing this? Everything that could go wrong ran through my mind. I shook my head. Worrying about it wouldn't help a damn thing. Pushing it out of my mind, I went back to work in the garden. It was peaceful work, with the sun warming my shoulders. My hands were buried in the cool, rich soil. An odd kind of calm filled me. All my worries faded away. I don't know how long I worked pulling weeds, but eventually the scent of limes met my nose. I smiled. Isaac squatted across the row from me. Sweat covered his face and soaked the neckline of his tank top.
"We're calling it, Red. Asher and Miles almost have dinner ready."
I got to my feet and dusted the dirt off my knees before heading back to the house. "Travis called," I told him. "I need to head over around dark." Isaac wrapped his arm around my shoulders.
"We need to head over."
"You're sure you want to go?" I asked, wrapping my arm around his waist.
"We're not letting you go alone,"
he told me as we reached the front door. I opened the door and went in. I walked down the hall and used the bathroom to clean up. When I came out, Isaac was looking in Zeke's room. I smacked him on the butt. He yelped and jumped. He glared at me.
"I thought you were Zeke."
I snorted. "Zeke smack your ass often?" He chuckled as he walked into the bathroom. I headed for the kitchen.
"How do you think he'll do this year?"
Asher asked. Miles was at a counter making a fruit salad, while Asher was making hamburger patties.
"The last 2 years, he was all right until the month of,"
Miles said, as he put washed berries in the fruit salad.
"I think he'll be all right until 3 weeks ahead."
"We still need to watch him," Asher countered. Miles nodded. I stepped between them and snagged a blueberry from the bowl. "Watch who?" I popped the berry in my mouth and went still. It was not a blueberry. It was sweet, but with an odd almond taste. "What did I just put in my mouth?" They chuckled.
"That's a Juneberry,"
Asher explained.
"They ripened early this year due to the heat wave."
It was tasty. I snagged another one. "Nifty. Now, who are you talking about?" I popped the berry in my mouth.
"We can't really say,"
Miles said.
"It's not our history."
"Oh, okay." I snagged another berry. "Are you sure you have enough of these?" I ate the berry in my hand and grinned up at Asher. When I reached for another one, Asher shot me a look.
"Not if you keep eating them."
I giggled as Asher finished making the patties.
"Take these to Zeke."
"Why? So I can't eavesdrop?" I teased.
"I don't care about eavesdropping. I'm saving the berries from you,"
Asher countered. I took the tray of raw meat and headed for the back door. Miles opened the door for me. I winked at him before heading out. Zeke was at the barbecue with his hand over the grill. I smiled. Tank and Keto were sunning themselves on the roofs of their doghouses nearby. One twitch, and Tank was going to fall off. "I come bearing meat to cook," I announced as I set the platter on the barbecue shelf.
"Good timing,"
he muttered. I eyed him. "You okay?" He nodded. "Zeke," my voice rasped. I winced.
"Have you heard back from those ghost hunting guys?"
he asked. "Yeah, I need to head over around dark," I said in my damaged voice as I went to the cooler and pulled out a water bottle. "You want a drink?"
"Water,"
Zeke answered. I picked up another bottle, then moved to his side and handed it to him. I took a drink to get my voice back. "Okay, tough guy, talk to me." I wasn't asking. His jaw clenched as he seasoned the burgers.
"I don't like these guys knowing what you can do."
"That's why Miles had his lawyer draw up the confidentiality agreement," I reminded him, trying to be patient.
"I still think it's a stupid risk,"
he told me. "It's a little girl," I reminded him. "You saw the photos." He nodded.
"I know, and I want you to do this."
He turned and met my eyes.
"Doesn't mean I like it."
I gave him a small, understanding smile. "Same here." His eyes ran over my face before he went back to the grill.
"You need anything before we go?"
I thought about it as I chewed the corner of my bottom lip. I have a few things that could work. I'll need to pick them up from Miles's house before we head over.
I'll tell Sylvie we're hitting Miles's house,
he muttered as he began to put the burgers on the grill.
That should get me a few hours.
Sylvie is going to be studying for the bar exam, right? I asked, getting his mind off where we were going tonight. We talked about Sylvie's new job that was waiting for her, how happy she was to see the light at the end of the night shift tunnel. Anything to keep him from worrying about tonight. I was worried enough for the both of us. It was almost dark when the twins drove me and Hades over to the address Travis sent me. It was a neat 3-story house at the north end of town. Ethan pulled the car up to the curb and parked. The others weren't too far behind. When I got out, I brought Hades and my bag with me. The front door opened. Keith, Travis, and a girl who was vaguely familiar came out onto the front porch. Her brown hair was back in a ponytail. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly before walking up the flower-lined walkway.
Lexi, this is Kara,
Keith said.
Her little sister Mia is the one the activity revolves around.
One moment, Miles said as he reached the porch steps. He held up the papers in his hand.
First, everyone signs the confidentiality agreement.
He pulled a pen from his pocket and handed it, along with the papers, to Travis. Travis sighed, put the contract on the porch railing, and signed. Keith did the same. Miles turned to Kara.
You too, please.
Kara eyed him and then signed as well. She handed the contract to Miles. Miles nodded to me. I sent him a small, grateful smile. "Fill me in," I said. Kara gestured for us to come inside. We followed her into an inviting living room, and I sat on the couch beside her. Hades sat on the floor next to me. Asher took one armchair, and Ethan took another. Keith and Travis stood near them. Zeke and Isaac leaned against the walk-through to the foyer. "It started a month ago," Kara began, her hazel eyes shadowed. "My sister and I had horrible nightmares. Mine were bad, but Mia's..." She met my eyes. "Mia told me about one once. It was like every nightmare she had ever had wrapped up into one." "That bad?" I asked. She nodded. "In that dream, she was skinned alive. She felt it, and she woke up screaming. I thought something was wrong." My nightmares were bad, but damn. What happened next? "My nightmares went away, but she started sleepwalking. We found her a mile away once, just walking down the middle of the street. She had no clue how she got there." "That's scary as hell," I admitted. She nodded. "Mom and Dad thought she was just sleepwalking, but it didn't feel right. Then things started moving around the house." Kara took a breath and let it out. "Doors slammed. I could hear a voice, but I could never hear what it was saying. Then the first scratches started." Kara met my eyes. "My parents thought she was being bullied at school, so they took her out and put her on homeschool. But it hasn't stopped. She barely sleeps anymore, and one night, when she slept next to me, I woke up to her standing there with a knife. The look in her eye wasn't my little sister." "Oh, shit. I'm going to assume that's extremely out of her normal," I offered lightly, trying to break the tension and failing. She nodded, her eyes filling with tears. "Now, she gets sick whenever she tries to go to church. She's awake all the time, and if I make her angry, things fly at me. My parents don't believe me, and I don't know what to do." I nodded. If I had a sister, I'd feel exactly the same way. "Where is she?" She wiped her face. "She's upstairs, playing, I think. I let her stay up past her bedtime tonight." "And everything happens around her?" I asked. "Lately, yeah," she answered. "This was one seriously powerful ghost, or the kid had abilities. Think I can talk to her?" Kara nodded and got to her feet. I told Hades to stay before I followed her up the stairs and down the hall. Everyone else followed closely. We were 8 feet from the staircase at the other end of the hall when she stopped at a door and knocked. Yeah? A girl's voice called. Kara opened the door. There's someone who wants to talk to you, is that okay? I stepped into the doorway. Mia was a younger clone of her sister. Same brown hair, same hazel eyes, and same triangular face, though Mia's bags were worse than Kara's. The kid looked young, even for 6. Mia's eyes went to the guys behind me. Her eyes widened. Who are they? They're my friends, I told her in a cheerful voice. They're all boys, Mia pointed out. I smiled. Tell me about it. I need to make some more friends who are girls. Mia giggled at the disdain in my voice. I looked over my shoulder. Why don't my taller friends wait downstairs? I suggested. Asher sent Mia a smile and a wink. Zeke met my eyes, his face hard. He really didn't like it, but he followed Asher. Keith followed him. I turned back to Mia and Kara. Can I come in and visit? Mia nodded and picked up one of her dolls. I stepped inside and sat across from Mia on the rug. Kara tells me you aren't sleeping. Mia nodded. Can you tell me why? 'Cause the 2 little girls keep me up. Mia put her doll in a plastic chair at her play table. She pretended to pour tea for her. Tell me about the little girls. How do they keep you awake? I asked gently. She met my eyes. They don't like it when I talk about them. Chills ran down my neck, and they were not the "a ghost is around" kind. Well, if I tell you a secret of mine, will you tell me about them? Mia seemed to consider it. Then she smiled and nodded. I leaned in and whispered, I can see ghosts. Her eyes grew wide. Really? Yep, ever since I can remember, I told her. You want to know what else I can do? What? She asked eagerly. I help them cross over, help them get to heaven. These ghosts, though, I highly doubted they'd be going that way, even if there was a heaven. She eyed me. Why? Her question surprised me. Well, you see, once someone dies, their soul is supposed to move on. Without their body, they don't belong here anymore. They need to go to heaven. It's where you're supposed to go. She seemed to think about it. Now it's your turn. What can you tell me about the little girls? She wiped her nose. They look alike. She poured another pretend cup of tea. They protect me. I forced my face to stay neutral. Really? From what? Mia handed me the cup of pretend tea. The monster. What monster, Mia? I asked softly. She looked down at the floor. He scares me at night. The girls keep him away. How do they do that? I pretended to drink tea. They chased him away and play with me at night. He can't come out during the day, she explained. I blinked. That was new. What does the monster look like? She went to open her mouth, but her eyes shot to the door. They're coming. She turned back to me. I told you they don't like me talking about them. I looked at the door and got to my feet. I moved into the hallway and looked around. Get out of the hall, I told the guys. Ethan went into the bedroom, followed closely by Miles and Isaac. Red. Something was coming. I could feel it, as if someone had walked over my grave. It was there, just out of reach of my senses, but it was coming. Stay put, I told him absently as I looked up and down the hall. The sun was setting outside. The hallway was almost dark. I flipped the hall lights on. They flickered but stayed on. Still nothing. I turned to look back toward the other staircase and froze. 2 little girls were standing near the 3rd-floor staircase. Both had blonde curls and wore blue dresses with white lace at the collar and wrists. My heart slammed in my chest as fear clawed at me. There was no chill. Hades began to bark from downstairs. The edges of the twins were slightly blurred. I stepped towards them, trying to stay calm. They watched me with dead black eyes, their edges blurred even more as I stepped closer. Still no chill. Nothing that told me they were souls, but something new was going off in my head. Information from somewhere. "You aren't ghosts," I said out loud. My heart began to race. Their heads tilted in sync, to the exact same angle. It felt evil. More evil than the Shadow Men. More evil than I'd ever known. It was something that never... No. You're something old. Something that was never human. Something that simply existed to destroy. Get them out. Lexi? Miles's voice was quiet. Get them out, I whispered, not taking my eyes off the lie it was throwing to fool me and Mia. The boys led the girls out of the room and started getting them down the hallway. Isaac stayed with me. "That's them," Mia said. The thing's eyes stayed on me. My breathing grew faster. Good. As long as I had its attention, they could get out. They smiled in unison. My gut nodded as their forms blurred even more. Their forms began merging together into a pitch-black fog. I swallowed hard. Glowing blood-red eyes watched me from the fog. A bead of sweat ran down my spine. My skin crawled. The air grew thicker with the stench of sulfur. "Run," I told Isaac. The fog formed into a long-limbed shadow with long, pointed ears. I backed up, making my way to the stairs. The fog charged. Adrenaline shot through me as I tried to run. A wall of icy air hit me hard. I was off my feet, spun, then hit the wall. I cried out as pain shot through my back and down my legs. The sweat on my skin froze. I was suddenly shivering. Its hands grabbed me, its claws digging into my skin. Searing pain tore through my arms as its eyes filled my vision. "You're mine." A deep, terrifying voice moved through my mind. Paws ran up the stairs. "Fuck you," I growled. Black, tar-like smoke poured into my mind. Images flashed. Memories. Blood. Death. Pain. Dad. Mom. Clay. Hades growled and barked. It roared. The house shook. Glass shattered. I dropped, not knowing where I was. I lay there, trembling and shivering on the hard floor, my vision fading in and out. Arms grabbed me, and the scent of limes reached my nose. "Come on, Lexi." Isaac's honey-like voice made me aware. I was limp as he gathered me in his arms and started moving. "What happened?" Zeke bellowed. "Take her. I'll get Hades," Isaac shouted as he reached the stairs. Demonic laughter echoed through the house as he handed me off to Zeke. Zeke started moving, but all I kept seeing were those images running through my head. Everyone I loved, dead, and me standing above their bodies, blood soaking my hands. Zeke hit the first floor and ran out into the heat. My clothes grew damp as my sweat melted. Isaac wasn't far behind with Hades. When we reached the lawn, everyone stopped. Zeke set me down on the grass. Hades moved to my side and pressed against me, his warmth comforting. "What the hell happened in there?" Asher demanded. I was looking down at Dad in his coffin. "Why did we run?" Mia asked. Mom was beating me with the belt. Calloused hands touched my face. "Miles!" Zeke barked. Clay was dragging me back to the cabin. "Lexi." Miles's voice was gentle as his hands lifted my chin. I kept my eyes closed as I fought back memories. I took his hand that was on my chin and squeezed. "Give me a minute," I whispered. His hand squeezed mine. Hades pressed harder against me as my inside shook. "Zeke, your handkerchief," Miles asked. Zeke cursed. Miles gently cleaned under my nose. "Lexi?" I couldn't answer. I was still struggling to push those images away. The black smoke was gone, but the memories kept coming. Yes, they happened. Every memory sucked. But I was alive. I continued to remind myself of that as I fought to come out of it. "Lexi, come on. Tell us what to do," Ethan demanded. Finally, I was able to push them back. They were still there, waiting for me to relax, but they were back far enough that I could think. I blinked up at them, my head pounding. It felt like someone had gone at my brains with a whisk. "I'm here," I told him. I swallowed back tears. "Just give me another minute." Miles saw the tears in my eyes, the fear. He squeezed my hand and turned to Isaac.
"What happened once we got the others out?"
I used the time he gave me to try and pull myself together. Fear was choking me, making it hard to breathe. "Come on, Lexi."
"Whatever was there threw her into the wall and held her 3 feet off the fucking ground. I couldn't see shit,"
Isaac growled. Miles began wiping the blood off my arms.
"You're cut, Lexi, and you've been burned."
Zeke cursed. "Pull it together. There's a kid who needs your help. Remember her? It's a demon. At least I think it is," I told them, taking Zeke's handkerchief from Miles and holding it to my nose.
"What?"
Asher asked, his voice full of disbelief. "It's old and it's never been human. It feels evil," I explained, my fear rising again. "I think it's a demon. A demon that had just pulled out every horrible memory I had and paraded it in front of me." I pulled the cloth from my nose and looked at the house. I didn't want to go back inside. It was a stupid move, beyond stupid. But that demon just pissed me off. I could use pissed off. It was better than scared any day. Head still pounding, I got to my feet and headed for the door. Zeke grabbed my arm and pulled me to a stop.
"Where do you think you were going?"
"To kick its ass out," I growled up at him.
"No, you're not,"
he snapped, his fingers tightening on my arm.
"No one is going back inside."
"Oh, yes, I am," I shot back. "That fucker went after a kid. I'm giving it an eviction notice. Couldn't he see I needed to do this?"
"How?"
he growled. "I brought supplies in my bag." I went to walk away. He didn't let go.
"Lexi,"
he warned. I turned back and met his eyes. "Don't even try." He glared at me.
"Not alone."
The look in his eyes told me he wasn't budging. "Fine," I grumbled. He let go of my arm.
"What are you two doing?"
Asher asked. I turned to him. "I gotta go back in, and Zeke won't let me go alone." Miles's eyes went to the cuts on my arms and then my eyes.
"Do you think that's a good idea?"
"It's the only way to get rid of it." I turned and headed for the door. Hades followed. I stepped inside and grabbed my bag. I rummaged through it until I found what I was looking for: holy water and a jar of black salt. I started by sprinkling holy water in the corner of every room. Then, starting from the attic, I sprinkled a pinch of black salt in the center of each room. The entire time my heart raced and my hands trembled. Zeke and Hades followed me like shadows. When we reached the living room again, I pulled out a smudging stick.
"Why are we going up and down the house?"
he asked. I picked up my bag. "The holy water is to get the demon out. The black salt is to cleanse the entire area so it won't have a hold on the house, and the sage puts up a barrier against it."
"You really have done your homework."
We walked out of the house. I met Kara and Mia on the porch. I handed her the sage. "Okay, that should work. But tonight, after your parents are in the house and in bed, light the sage and move the smoke over the doorways and windows. It'll create a barrier throughout the house." "Are you sure it's gone?" Kara asked, her voice shaking. "I think so. I didn't feel or see anything inside, and Hades didn't bark," I told her. "So you should be clear. If not, call Keith or Travis and they'll get a hold of me." Kara nodded, her eyes watering. "Thank you so much." I gave her a small, strained smile. "No problem." I moved down the stairs to meet the guys. Zeke grabbed my arm and took me to Asher's truck.
"Asher, where's your first aid kit?"
"Zeke, I just want to go home," I told him. The pounding in my head was getting worse. I just wanted to curl up in the quiet. He eyed me. I'm tired.
I'll take her home and get her patched up,
Miles told Zeke. Zeke looked like he wanted to argue. He turned back to me. His eyes ran over my face before he nodded. Travis and Keith reached the group.
Thanks for helping,
Keith said.
What did you see?
Travis asked as he eyed me. I saw 2 little girls, but something was off. They felt wrong, I explained through the throbbing in my head. I didn't feel the chill on my neck that I usually do when I see a soul. That was the first clue. I rubbed the bridge of my nose between 2 fingers. My head was killing me.
So you really see the dead?
Keith asked, hesitating a little. Pain shot through my skull. Hot liquid began to run from my nose. Shit, I bit out as I quickly pulled Zeke's handkerchief from my pocket. I held it to my nose as my head ached.
Lexi?
Asher's voice was worried. I waved him off as I stepped away from the guys to take care of my face. The blood seemed to be pouring from me like never before. My heart dropped. Was this another symptom? I'd never had a nosebleed this bad without a soul being around. Was this because of the demon or because of that spot on my brain? My throat closed as I focused on what I was doing. Just as quickly as it started, it suddenly stopped, and Zeke's hanky was soaked. Is there a bag somewhere? I asked. Isaac brought me a small Ziploc bag from the kit and some wipes to get the blood off. He held the bag open so I could put the cloth inside. Zeke, I'll wash it and get it back to you.
I'm not worried about it,
he grumbled. I cleaned my face quickly. Isaac pointed to let me know where I missed some. His amber eyes were worried as he watched me. I gave him a smile. I'm fine. He nodded but didn't seem to believe me. Then again, I wouldn't believe me either. I walked back to the guys with Isaac.
Just keep it to yourselves,
Ethan told Keith and Travis. They nodded. Miles came to my side, picked up my bag, and moved his hand to my lower back. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I told my guys. They said goodnight. Miles led me to his car and opened the passenger side door. The drive to Rory's was a blur. Memories kept pouring through my mind. Miles opened my door. I grabbed my bag. Hades was already waiting at the front door when I started unlocking it. The great room was empty. I dropped my bag near the door and moved straight to the couch. I sat down and set my feet on the edge of the coffee table. Hades jumped onto the couch and rested his head in my lap. I scratched his head while the memories kept flashing.
Lexi?
Miles's voice was soft. I blinked. He sat next to me and opened the first aid kit from the upstairs bathroom. He tore open some antiseptic wipes. He carefully took one arm and started cleaning the cuts on my forearm.
I need to hear your voice,
he said gently. I'm okay. It's just, when it pinned me to the wall, somehow it got into my head and pulled all my worst memories to the surface. I told him absently. His fingers slowed.
Are you all right?
He asked. They just won't go away, I told him, staring off at the dark TV, not to mention that nosebleed and the headache. He set the wipes down and turned back to me, his emerald eyes warm. It was exactly what I needed. Well, almost. I shifted and leaned against him, my fingers digging into his shirt. His arms moved around me, one around my shoulders, the other around my waist, holding me to him. I took a deep breath of wintergreen. The chaos in my mind started slowing down.
It's going to be all right,
he said against my hair. I saw it all over again, I whispered. Ted's funeral, Mom beating me, Clay. I buried my face in the crook of his neck. He held me tighter.
I'm sorry, Angel,
he breathed. I took deep breaths of his scent and slowly began to relax against him. When I wasn't clinging so much, he loosened his grip until I was leaning against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. After some time, he broke the silence.
I need to clean your burns.
I nodded and sat up. He took my hands and examined my wrists.
These look like handprints.
I nodded. 4-fingered handprints, but handprints nonetheless. It grabbed my arms, but it was smoke, so I don't know how it did it. Miles's face was blank as he carefully cleaned my wrists before he gently applied burn ointment. When he was done, he repacked the kit. I was exhausted. Again. I'm gonna go to bed, I announced. Miles's eyes ran over me before he got to his feet and held out his hand. I took it. He helped me to my feet and walked me to the stairs. Instead of leaving me there, he climbed the stairs behind me. I was half asleep by the time I reached the second floor. Miles guided me into my bedroom. He helped me pull out the futon. I didn't hesitate. I lay down and curled up on my side. Hades jumped onto the bed and snuggled down between my back and the wall. Gentle hands were on my feet, slipping my shoes off. He covered me with the light Afghan at the end of my bed. "Nemo?" I called softly.
"Yes?"
"Stay?"
"As long as you want me,"
he whispered. I was almost out when his hand took mine. Peace settled through me, pushing me into sleep.
Asher. I walked into the house to find Jessica actually home and in the living room with Dad. "Where the hell have you been?" Dad bet out. I sighed as I put my keys on the table in the foyer, beside Mom's flag case. "I was at Zeke's." He huffed. "That Blackthorn kid? You're still hanging around with that loser?" That irritated the hell out of me. I turned around. Zeke's a good guy. I half expected Jessica to smile or chime in to bash Zeke, but she surprised me. She looked at Dad with a frown. "I don't want you hanging around him," he told me. Normally I would just say, "Yes, sir," and sneak around until he left. But not this time. I couldn't stomach this crap anymore. "No." Dad's eyes went to me. "I'm going to keep hanging out with Zeke." His eyes narrowed at me. "No? Asher, that kid's father—" "Zeke isn't his father," I snapped. "And you don't get to tell me who to be friends with." I walked away from the living room and up the stairs. I locked my bedroom door behind me. Then I dropped into my desk chair. I braced my elbows on the desk and held my head in my hands. I was so tired of this shit. I was tired of him. I was tired of playing things his way. I sighed and pulled out my phone. I started to text Allie and hesitated. She had looked exhausted when Miles took her home. She was probably asleep already. I set my phone down and tried to come to grips with what had happened tonight. Demons. Demons were real. Those burns on her wrists showed that alone. Shit. What the hell else was out there? What else could come for her? Isaac. Metal smashed into metal. The car jerked again. I held Sophie tight to my chest. "Izzy!" She coughed. I looked down to find blood trailing from her mouth. Her amber eyes were wide, tears filling them. "Why didn't you save me?" Her voice shook. My heart split in two. I bashed on the door, slamming my shoulder into it over and over. "Hold on, Sophie. I'm getting you help," I told her, my voice thick as desperation took control. I slammed and hit the door over and over. "Let us out!" "Izzy!" her sweet voice called. I looked down into my arms. Bright red blood poured from her mouth onto her chest. "I can't breathe." She coughed a wet cough that ended with her gasping for breath. I wiped the hot blood away from her mouth so it wouldn't go back into her lungs. Hold on for us," I told her, my voice cracking. My chest burned, my lungs ached. The sound of cars crashing finally stopped. Silence fell. She looked me in the eye. "You could have saved me." Her eyes became blank, her pupils dilated. Her body went limp in my arms. No. I bolted up in bed, gasping for air. Sweat rolled down my face as I searched my dark bedroom. Home. Sophie's been dead for years. My fault. Fuck, it was my fault. My heart tried to rip itself in two as I brought my knees up and rested my elbows on them. Taking deep, shaking breaths, I wiped my face. I should have fucking got out of the car. I should have fucking tried harder. She was dying, and I just fucking sat there. My hands came back wet. My eyes continued to burn. More tears fell down my face. My chest stayed tight, my lungs not taking in enough air. I laid back down and watched the shadows from the tree outside dance across the ceiling. It should have been me. It should have fucking been me. Chapter 6. Saturday. Asher. An annoying buzz woke me up. Groaning, I rolled over and shut it off. MMA practice. Right. I rolled onto my back and took a deep breath. Another alley dream. That was the third this week, and they always ended at the best damn part. I'd laid there taking deep breaths until my body grew soft again. Normally, I'd just take care of it, but I was dreading going downstairs today. How much of an ass was Dad going to be? When my hard-on was finally gone, I got up and went to my dresser. I got dressed on autopilot and headed downstairs. When I stepped into the kitchen, I came up short. Dad was at the table with a cup of coffee and the newspaper. And surprisingly, Jessica was there too, in her pink Hello Kitty PJs, standing at the stove and trying to make eggs. I moved into the kitchen and grabbed a bowl of cereal. No way was I sticking around long enough to cook anything. I eyed Jessica's cooking. The heat is too high. You want medium to low. She said nothing as she turned down the burner. I stood against the sink and looked out the window, watching the sun rise. "You have training this morning?" Dad asked. I let out a breath. So much for a quiet breakfast. Yeah, MMA. I was almost done with breakfast anyway. "Good cardio, but no fighting. You don't want to break something or damage your arm," he informed me absently. "Sparring is part of it," I said before I could think. "Well, knock that shit off. You're going to get injured and blow your ride," he said. I put my bowl in the sink and closed my eyes. I hadn't realized how tired I was of his bullshit, how tired I was of pretending to be someone I wasn't. It finally hit me full on. What I wanted, what I didn't. I couldn't do this the rest of my life. I could barely do it the rest of his visit. "No, I won't," I said, my heart pounding. "I'm not playing football in college." Tension filled the room. His chair scraped against the tile. "What are you talking about? Of course you are." I turned around and met his eyes. He was leaning against the kitchen island. "I don't want to play football for the rest of my life." I rubbed the back of my neck, trying to ease the tension there. Just accept it, please. It was a futile hope, but a hope all the same. His eyes flashed. "It's not about what you want. It's about money," he reminded me. "It's about the scholarship to get you through school, and then the money you'll make in the pros. If you're good enough, you'll be set for life by the time you're 24. He shook his head. "Football is your future. You're not going to get into college any other way." Anger flashed through me. I have a 3.9 GPA. Of course, you would know that if you ever asked about my grades instead of all about my football stats. He shook his head. "Listen here. You are going to get a scholarship. You'll play football in college and move on to the pros." I met his eyes and shook my head. "No, I'm not." "Accept it, Dad, please." His jaw clenched. His eyes grew hard. "Then don't expect me to pay for it." What? That's all he had to say? "I'll get a student loan," I told him. He scoffed. "You'll need someone to co-sign, and I'm not doing it. I'm not going to help you set yourself up for failure." It was like a blow to the stomach. Failure. Rage coursed through me. "Fine. You know, if you cared half as much about Jessica's grades as you do about me playing football, then she'd have a better GPA." I was sick of it. Sick of the way he treated Jessica. Sick of the way he treated both of us. I was done. I walked away from him and out of the kitchen. Snagging my keys on the way, I left the house. Anger burned in my gut all the way to the gym.
Lexi. I was gasping as I rolled off of Maddie's back and dropped to the mat. I had managed to put her in a hold that made her tap out. Again. "Damn, Lexi," Maddie said. "You're kicking my ass too much." "Think of it as me getting even for all the times you've pinned me," I countered. She chuckled. I got to my feet and reached down to help her to hers. She was shaking her head as we reached Dave.
"Maddie, you did well. You pushed her into her usual weak areas and kept her there."
He turned to me.
"Lexi, you're improving on your grappling, but Maddie shouldn't have been able to get her hands on you. Work on your cardio."
He turned back to Maddie.
"Give us a minute."
She smiled and headed off to the showers. Dave gestured for me to follow. He led me over to the room Isaac was training in. Isaac was tearing into a punching bag. His face was hard, his jaw clenched.
"Do you know what's wrong with Isaac?"
he asked. "No," I said. I watched him beat into the bag. "Nothing I can think of." Dave sighed.
"What about Asher?"
I turned to where he was looking. Asher was laying into his sparring partner. His partner was holding his own, but Asher was going all out. "His dad is in town," I offered.
"Shit,"
he snapped.
"I'm taking him off sparring until that ass leaves."
Dave moved toward the ring Asher was sparring in. I headed back to the main gym room and towards the lockers, unwrapping my hands as I went.
"Hey, beautiful, are you done?"
Ethan asked, breathless as he met me in the center of the large room. "Yeah, how about you?" I asked as we headed toward the front and the lockers.
"Oh yeah, I'm done,"
he grumbled. I eyed him. He was walking with a slight limp. "Snoopy, is your back hurting?" I asked in a low voice. Ethan didn't exactly like to advertise the slipped discs in his back.
"Yeah, my massage therapist is off at a family reunion this week,"
he muttered.
"Think you could give me a hand? Or two?"
I smiled. "Sure, but you need to put sunblock on me again." He instantly perked up and wrapped an arm around my shoulders.
"I think I'm getting the better end of the deal."
I was laughing when we reached the lockers. After I opened my locker, I pulled out my bag and headed for the women's showers. Today we were going out to the quarry to swim. The guys thought it would be better than going to my house. Less terror, at least. I took a quick shower before pulling on my two-piece suit. Then I slipped my street clothes over that. Feeling tired already, I washed my face with cold water, hoping it would wake me up. I slipped on my sandals, threw my hair up into a bun, slapped some sunscreen on my face, and called it good. When I came back out, the boys were all in their board shorts and had their bags slung over their shoulders. Everyone headed outside. "So, where's the quarry?" I asked them as we stepped out into the blaring heat. Yuck. It was like running into a wall of burning air.
"I'll go with you,"
Ethan offered. He held the car keys out to Isaac. Isaac shot him a look, his face hard.
"Sure, I'll take the car,"
he muttered on his way to their sedan.
"Asher and I will be a bit,"
Miles announced.
"We'll be there after we pick up lunch,"
Asher explained as they headed for his truck. "Can you pick me up an iced coffee?" I called to Asher and Miles. Asher waved his hand without turning around to let me know he heard. I turned back to the others. "Well, I've got a blanket in the back, so we don't need to sit on the ground," I told them.
"Oh, a blanket?"
Ethan wiggled his eyebrows. Heat washed through me at the soft, smoky sound of his voice. I shot him a look. He chuckled. Everyone loaded up. I followed Zeke's Jeep until we pulled into a gravel lot full of cars.
"Looks like the quarry is busy today,"
Ethan said with a smile. We climbed out. I grabbed my small bag of stuff and pulled out the folded blanket. Ethan led me to a path through the trees where Zeke was waiting. We were only a few feet along when Zeke grabbed my arm in a hard grip and kept me on the inside of the path. I didn't understand why until I looked to the right, past him. We were at the very top of a cliff over the quarry. It was at least 40 feet down to the deep, water-filled pit. Shit. There was no way I was jumping from this high. Ethan led us down the path and steps that had been carved out of the rock. Being careful, we eventually reached the bottom of the quarry. Zeke didn't let go until I was off the last step. People from school were everywhere. Music was playing from somewhere. Thankfully, it wasn't hard to find a good spot in the shade for the blanket. Ethan helped me spread it out under the branches of a tree. I sat down, opened my canvas tote, and pulled out my sunblock. Ethan took off his shirt as I rubbed the lotion into my skin. He smiled and sat behind me. I squirted some into my hand before handing it to him. Zeke laid down and covered his eyes with his large forearm. He looked like he was going to take a nap. "Don't forget to put some on you," I reminded him as I started on my legs. Ethan pulled the back of my shirt up and started rubbing it onto my back and shoulders.
"So, how high are you jumping from today?"
Ethan asked.
"She can go to the second level, that's it,"
Zeke snapped. I shot him a look, but his eyes were still covered. "What's the second level?" I asked Ethan. He reached around me and pointed at an outcropping of rocks about 10 feet up from the water.
"The first level is 10 feet, the second 20, the third is 30. The fourth is from the very top."
He went back, rubbing in lotion.
"Don't even think about going above."
Zeke stopped himself. I looked over my shoulder to watch him clench his jaw. He dropped his arm off his eyes and looked at me.
"It's dangerous, over 20 feet. Don't go higher than the second level. Please."
I eyed him. He was asking? Zeke never asked. He just ordered. "Okay," I answered. What was going on? Zeke let out a deep breath and covered his eyes again. I slipped my sandals off and rubbed sunblock into my feet. When I was done, Ethan moved in front of me and handed me the lotion. I sat back on my knees and began to rub the lotion into his muscular shoulders and back. My fingers glided along his toned lines. Needing a distraction, I sang under my breath. It wasn't until my voice cracked that I realized what I was doing. I stopped instantly, my mood dimming.
"Keep singing,"
Ethan told me.
"You were doing great."
"Not here," I muttered. When I was done putting sunblock on his back, I tapped his shoulder. "Lie down."
"Oh, beautiful,"
he said eagerly as he lay down next to me.
"This is going to feel so good."
Smiling, I turned and put more lotion in my hands. Then I began working on his back. His muscles were tight and knotted as usual. I focused on broad strokes that loosened up most of his muscles. It wasn't long until Isaac came down the cliffside and joined us. He pulled off his shirt when he reached us. Oh, mother. Definition and muscles. That described Isaac perfectly. I fought not to drool as he moved behind me to sit against the trunk of the tree. When I started on the small knots, Ethan started groaning into the blanket. I smirked and ignored it as much as I could. After a while, the guys had had enough.
"Will you shut the fuck up?"
Isaac snapped. My eyes jumped to him. His jaw was clenched, his mouth a hard line as he glared at his brother.
"Can't. She has magic hands,"
Ethan mumbled.
"Lexi, just push a lot harder,"
Zeke told me. I snorted as I continued to work out the last of the knots. When I was done, Miles and Asher were coming down the stairs with several grocery bags. Ethan sat up, stretched, and then leaned over and kissed my cheek.
"Thank you, beautiful."
Yeah, I muttered as I worked my thumb into the muscle between my thumb and forefinger. I gasped as I hit a knot.
"Red?"
Isaac asked. "I'm fine. The muscles in my hands are just tight," I muttered.
"Why?"
Asher asked as they reached the blanket. Miles and Asher sat down and began handing out drinks. I took my coffee happily and popped it open.
"She worked out the knots in my back."
Ethan moved over to sit in front of me. He held his hands out.
"Gimme. Time to pay for my massage."
He began to gently rub the muscles in my right hand as I drank my coffee. Asher began passing sandwiches out. Miles started with the chips. By the time Ethan moved on to my left, everyone else was eating lunch and talking.
"So who's here?"
Asher asked before biting into a sandwich.
The usual crowd,"
Ethan answered.
"Is there any news about a bonfire down here yet?"
Asher asked.
"We haven't talked to anyone yet,"
Isaac told them.
"We've been here waiting for you, and Ethan made annoying noises. That's about it."
I looked over my shoulder at Isaac. His shoulders were stiff. His brow was drawn down as he ate his sandwich. "Cookie Monster, are you okay?" I asked gently. His eyes snapped up to mine. They softened slightly.
"Yeah, it's just hot."
I was smiling at him when Ethan pressed too hard. "Ow, ow, ow!" I hissed as I jerked my hand away.
"If you can't fucking do it without hurting her, don't fucking do it at all,"
Zeke snapped.
"You want to try?"
Ethan shot back over his shoulder.
"It's not exactly easy, you know. She's got these freaking little hard knots and a muscle that's sensitive."
Wow, everyone was crabby. Was it just the heat? I sighed and picked up my sandwich.
"Beautiful. I'm not done with your hands,"
Ethan reminded me. I shook my head as I pulled my legs out from under me. Everyone is in a shitty mood today, and I'm a little tired of hearing everyone snap at each other. I started opening the white butcher paper. The silence stretched as Miles looked at each of the guys. I took a bite of my turkey sandwich. Isaac sighed.
"Sorry. Me too,"
Ethan added.
"The heat is just getting to everyone,"
Miles offered. "Then go dunk your butts, then come back and eat, 'cause your grumpy asses are killing my good mood," I told them. Isaac chuckled and got up. Ethan followed. I sent Zeke a look. He cursed and got up to jump in the water. I chuckled as they came back. Isaac and Ethan came back with smiles. Zeke came back and squeezed the water out of his shirt over my head. "You shit!" I laughed as I wiped the water off the back of my neck. He chuckled as he went back to his spot. Lunch was more fun after that. It wasn't too long before Miles and Asher were taking off their shirts to head into the water. Feeling more awake, I got to my feet, then took off my shorts, folded them, and put them by my bag. When I stood up, Zeke's face was pained.
"Maybe you should keep your shirt on."
I raised an eyebrow at him. "Why?" He ran his hand through his hair.
"There's not as much shade here as at your house. You're going to burn like hell."
I didn't buy that for a second. "If I start to burn, then I'll put it back on," I promised.
"Fine,"
he bit out before he started for the water. I smiled to myself as I pulled off my shirt and dropped it onto my shorts. I did, however, grab my towel and follow behind Zeke. Someone whistled. Oh, great. "Hey, it's Casper!" a girl shouted. I flipped the bird toward the voice. Another whistle had Zeke stopping in his tracks and waiting for me. It was the last whistle of my walk to the water. Guys actually turned away from me when Zeke was next to me. When we reached the water, the guys were laughing their asses off. "What are you laughing at?" I demanded. Asher shook his head.
"It's not you, Allie. It's all the guys looking away from Zeke's glare."
I looked up at Zeke. Sure enough, he was glaring at some guy I recognized from my math class. I shook my head, climbed onto a flat rock a few feet over the water, and cannonballed right into the middle of the boys. I came up and smiled at them. Zeke dove in and splashed everyone. The guys started jumping into the water from the first level. I simply enjoyed floating and relaxing in the cool water. The guys took turns holding my hand so I didn't float off. Isaac spun me around in circles until I was laughing and begging him to stop. It was an hour later when I was sitting on a rock ledge in the water, watching the guys jump and considering giving it a shot myself, when Eric swam up.
"Hey, Lexi,"
he said with a smile. His shaggy brown hair was slicked back from his face. His skin was tan from the sun. He was a good-looking guy, just not enough to counter his personality. "Hey, how's your summer going?" I asked with a smile.
"Not bad,"
he said.
"How about yours?"
He lifted himself out of the water to sit next to me on the ledge. I fought not to tense up. The guys were right in front of me, and it was daylight. "Chill out, Lexi," I focused on something else. Going good so far. I turned away to watch Isaac jump off the second level.
Do you have any plans tonight?
He asked casually. Yeah, I'm hanging out with the guys at the farmer's market, I told him. He cringed a bit. I fought back a smile. He really didn't like Zeke.
There are rumors going around.
Eric's voice caught my attention. I turned back to him.
Are you dating Blackthorn?
I wish. I rolled my eyes. I'd love to date Zeke, or Miles, or Asher, or Ethan, or... Hell, even Isaac was popping up on my radar lately. I had it bad and didn't know what to do. Those aren't new rumors, they're old. Why do you ask?
There's just a rumor going around that Zeke broke up you and that guy from Dulcet,
he said. I shot him a look. And where did you hear that? He shrugged.
From several people.
I shook my head as I looked back out at the guys. Asher turned our way. I winked at him, letting him know I was fine. Dylan, that guy from Dulcet, dumped me because he saw me have a seizure and ran like a bitch. I turned back to him. Zeke didn't have anything to do with it.
He seems pretty protective of you,
he pointed out. He's protective of all his friends, I countered. Eric chuckled.
I don't see him getting pissed about girls whistling at Westfell.
I smiled at the image. Nah, but I'm smaller and cuter than they are. Eric snorted. Asher chuckled. I met Asher's eyes and shrugged. Tell me I'm wrong. Asher shook his head.
I agree completely, Allie.
I chuckled. Eric looked out at Asher, who was about 11 feet from us.
He can hear you?
I smiled up at him. Asher has excellent hearing. Eric's face turned red.
I'll see you around.
Later. I held back my laughter until Eric was out of earshot. Then I couldn't seem to stop. Eventually I did, when I needed to catch my breath. I was relaxing in the water when my coffee wore off. I blinked hard as my energy level dropped. Shit. I was trying to decide if I was going to get out or stay in when Zeke swam over.
You're burning, Lexi,
he told me as he stood up. I looked down at my shoulders. He was right. I was starting to turn pink. Damn it. I swam to the edge, found my feet, and climbed out of the water. I picked up my towel, wrapped it around my waist as I headed back to our blanket. Oh, look! It's the slut banging my brother. Jessica's voice came from the crowd. I turned as I started to squeeze the extra water out of my hair. Jessica was taller than me. She had a pretty face, with the same sandy blonde hair as Asher. She was looking amazing in a blue two-piece and gold sandals. Oh, it's you, I said, my voice about as lively as I felt. I turned back around and kept walking to our blanket. Jessica followed. When are you going to get it through your thick skull that he is just using you? Jessica asked, snidely. I picked up my sunblock and began rubbing it into my shoulders. You really don't think much of your brother, do you? Her eyes grew wide, as if I had slapped her. My brother is amazing, she snapped. I tilted my head to the side. And I'm trash, right? At least according to you? She huffed and looked down her nose at me. Yeah, you are. And you believe I'm banging your brother, I stated as I changed arms. So, either your brother is an idiot because I'm so obviously trash, and yet he's banging me, or your brother is awesome and therefore thinks well enough about me to have a relationship with me. She blinked at me. It can't be both. So which is it? Jessica stared at me as she tried to think her way out of the puzzle I set for her. I pulled on my slouchy white boyfriend shirt as I waited for an answer. When she still said nothing, I began to add another layer of sunblock to my face.
Which is it, Jess?
Asher's voice had us both turning. Asher stood at the end of the blanket. She's using you, Jess stated. He shook his head, his eyes hard.
Jess, I'm sick of this.
I'm trying to protect you, Jessica insisted.
Bullshit, he stated. You've always loved tearing into anyone I liked, and I'm not allowed to say shit about Jason.
She straightened her shoulders. Jason isn't using me to get back at you. Oh, please, I muttered as I picked up my towel again and began soaking up water from my hair.
Jason is an asshole,
Asher told her. I went still. This was new, but he wasn't done yet.
I don't like him, but I say nothing because you do. I respect your choices when I can. For once, can you just respect mine?
You're making a mistake, Jess told him. She doesn't care about any of you.
And you do?
He snapped, his voice angry and sharp. I flinched. I'd never heard that voice from Asher before, and from the look on Jessica's face, she hadn't either.
I can go days without seeing you, Jess. The guys haven't heard from you in over a year.
Her face was blank as he continued.
Allie's my friend. Deal with it.
Jessica huffed and stormed off. Asher turned back to me.
I'm sorry about her. The things she says.
I shook my head. It's not your fault. If she really thinks I'm trying to get back at her for something, then I guess, in her twisted way, she is trying to protect you. Asher eyed me.
You all right?
I gave him a tired smile. Yeah, I think I'm going to take a quick nap. He raised an eyebrow.
A nap?
Yeah, that workout this morning wiped me out. I lied.
Okay.
He rubbed the back of his neck.
Just stay out of the sun.
I sat down in a nice shady spot and smiled. Way ahead of ya. I folded up my towel and lay sideways across the blanket.
You need anything, give a shout,
he told me. Don't worry, I will, I told him as I folded my hands behind my head and looked at the sky through the leaves. Asher hesitated before heading back to the others. My mind went straight back to the scan results.
Asher. That was odd. Allie hasn't taken a nap in the afternoon since we got Hades for her. I looked over my shoulder at her stretching out on the blanket in the shade. She has been drinking coffee in the afternoon lately, too. I turned back around and headed for the guys. Maybe one of them knew what was going on. I went to the large rock near them and sat down. Hey, does anyone know why Allie is so tired? Everyone gave me their attention immediately. What do you mean? Miles asked. I gestured towards the blanket. She's taking a nap right now. What? Ethan asked, not believing it. That's strange, Miles admitted. She's just taking a fucking nap, Isaac snapped as he swam toward the edge of the water. Where are you going? I asked. Isaac pulled himself out of the water and snatched his towel from the pile. I didn't sleep worth a shit last night, so I'm taking a fucking nap too. Or do I fucking have to ask for permission? Isaac shot over his shoulder as he started to dry his hair. Everyone chuckled as he left. Miles continued watching as he walked away. He's not sleeping again? Ethan sighed. No, I don't think so. He didn't get wasted at the party, Zeke pointed out. That's true, I added. Besides, there isn't much we can do if he's not willing to talk. We should try and keep an eye on him, Miles announced. The guys nodded in agreement. Putting it out of my mind, I got to my feet and dove into the water.
Lexi. I was running around in circles in my head when a shadow fell over me. I opened my eyes and smiled. Isaac was still dripping wet from the water, his wet hair slicked back off his face. Heard you're taking a nap, he said. Yeah, I muttered. He grinned. Sit up. I didn't ask why, I just sat up. Isaac sat down behind me and stretched out. Now you can use me as a pillow, he said, as he bent an arm under his head and closed his eyes. My heart warmed. You don't have to do this, you know. He opened one eye. I didn't sleep worth shit last night. You're doing me a favor. He reached over and tugged on my sleeve a little. Come on, nap time. I smiled and put my towel where my neck was going to go before I lay down. My head was resting on his hard but still comfy stomach. His hand found mine where it was resting on my upper stomach. His fingers played with mine as I looked up at the sky again. Comfy? Uh-huh, he muttered. Why couldn't you sleep?
I asked, my voice quiet. Bad dreams, he hedged. What about you? Same, I lied. Warmth slid through me as he continued to stroke my fingers with his. Hell, we could have napped at my house, he pointed out, his voice growing slurred. Good point. My own body was starting to relax now. Isaac grew quiet. I went back into my own head. Okay, I wasn't doing as well as I thought, but I wasn't that bad. I still had time. What the hell was I going to do with it? Isaac? He was more than half asleep. Hypothetically, if you were dying, what would you want to do? I asked in a whisper. Crash at your place, he mumbled, his words barely audible. His fingers tightened on mine, making my heart skip. We'd hang out every day. He drifted off. It was a sweet answer. His fingers stopped playing with mine as he fell asleep. He was right, though. Spending time with the people I loved and making sure they knew they were loved felt right to me. His deep, even breathing helped me relax. I slowly slipped under. Pins and needles in my hand and up my forearm woke me up. I shifted. There was a grunt. I opened my eyes to find myself lying with my head on someone's shoulder and my back against their side. I took a deep breath and smelled limes. Smiling, I relaxed against him. The hand on my belly moved a little. You awake? Isaac whispered. Uh-huh, I mumbled. The fingers on my stomach started rubbing back and forth slowly. Do you want to wake up? His face pressed into the back of my hair. I'm debating, I grumbled. He chuckled. Whatever you want. How long have you been awake? I asked, as I started to rub the sleep from my eyes. A while, he muttered, as his face moved from my hair. Then why didn't you get up? I asked, as I tilted my head backward to look up at him. He grinned. You were out cold. I figured you needed the sleep. I smiled. Thanks, Cookie Monster. He leaned down and kissed my forehead. Are you getting up now? I nodded. Yeah, I want to jump off a level. He smiled as he pulled away so I could get up. Isaac and I headed back to the others. When we reached the water, I looked up at him. Want to jump off the first level? I asked. He grinned. Hell yeah. Isaac led me up the steps to the first level. Make sure to jump out so you don't hit the rocks right below you, he warned. I winked at him, then ran and jumped. I tucked my knees to my chest and hit the water. I came up laughing. I swam over to the guys, still laughing. Nice splash, Asher told me as he wiped water off his face. What's so funny? Miles asked. I stopped long enough to wipe the tears from my eyes. My ass hit the water first. I've got the wedgie from hell. Miles turned bright red, while the others burst out laughing. I was starting to calm down when Isaac jumped in and came up near us. What's so funny? He asked. That set us off again, leaving Miles to explain. Lexi has a situation. Miles hedged. Isaac's eyes snapped to me. What's wrong? I shook my head as I quickly pulled my suit out of my crack. What did I miss? Isaac asked again. Everyone but Miles and Zeke started laughing again. I hit ass first and got a wedgie, I admitted. Zeke shook his head at me. You don't get to jump anymore unless you're doing a pencil jump. I saluted him. Yes, sir. Only the one wedgie for me, sir, I said in a gruff voice. The guys were still laughing as they got out and headed for the jumping ledges. Except for Ethan. He sat on a small ledge still in the water. I swam over and lifted myself onto the ledge next to him. You're not jumping? I asked, watching as the guys climbed the stairs. I can't, he muttered. If you have a healthy spine, you can jump from 10 feet with no problem, even 20. With my back, I can't even do 10. I wrapped my arm around his and squeezed. He smiled down at me before we went back to watching the guys jumping from the second level. After a while, everyone was getting tired. Isaac got out and held his hand down to me. Want to jump off the second level?
I smiled, took his hand, and followed him up the path. We moved to the second level.
Okay, Red,
Isaac said, as he walked out onto the ledge with me.
You're going to do a pencil jump or it'll hurt. Lock your legs together, point your toes, and keep your arms straight down at your sides. When you hit, you want to make a point not to take a breath. After you hit, spread your arms and legs to stop you from going too deep. Got it?
Yep. I looked down at the water. How much is this going to hurt?
Your feet might sting a bit.
He shrugged. I smiled, my heart pounding. This should be fun. I jumped, locked my legs straight, and kept my arms at my sides. I hit the water. I cringed. My feet stung as if I had hit cement. I swam to the surface and cursed. The guys whooped. I swam toward them, hoping the stinging would stop soon.
Enjoy that?
Ethan asked with a smile. Yeah, I just wish it didn't make my feet sting. I pulled myself out of the water and onto the ledge.
You didn't point your toes enough,
Miles informed me. Next time I'll try that, I said, as I looked up to watch Isaac jump. My heart dropped. Isaac was climbing past the third level. Guys, Isaac. Everyone turned and looked up.
Shit,
Asher bit out before he took off for the path. Zeke was barely a heartbeat behind him.
Isaac, don't even think about it,
Zeke bellowed as he rushed up the steps. I got to my feet and stepped out of the water as everyone else was yelling. It didn't even slow Isaac down. Fear filled my heart, sharp and stabbing. He's not going to, I muttered as Isaac moved to the edge at the very top.
Oh, God.
Asher was only halfway up. Everyone in the quarry was watching, talking about how no one had ever jumped off the top without hurting themselves. How dangerous is that level?
If you don't land right, bad,
Ethan said, his voice tight. I reached over and took his hand. His fingers tightened on mine.
Brother, don't,
Ethan shouted. Isaac backed up to get a running jump. Isaac, stop, I shouted. He paused, but it was only for a couple of heartbeats before he ran for the edge and jumped. He seemed to fly for forever, but it was still not long enough. He moved into the pencil position just before he hit the water, hard. I covered my mouth as my body shook. My stomach knotted. Oh, God, no. Miles dove in and swam for Isaac's entry point. Fear tore through me. I couldn't lose Isaac. We couldn't lose him. Life without Isaac flashed before my eyes. No more blue hair. No more pranks. No more of that smile. No more limes. Never another touch. Tears filled my eyes as the seconds stretched into what seemed like hours. Miles reached Isaac's entry point just as Isaac came up. He whooped and raised his arms. He was fine. The pain in my chest eased. Relief swamped me. I took several deep breaths. Ethan sat down on a rock and took deep, shuddering breaths. I was just glad he was alive. But when he got out of the water smiling that shit-eating grin, I got pissed. What the fuck, Isaac? I shouted. His eyebrows went up, his smile fading as he stepped closer.
It was fun,
he offered. My eyes met his. You promised me, I reminded him. His smile disappeared completely. You fucking promised me. No more crazy stunts. Anger washed through me, making me shake.
That wasn't...
You could have died, I growled, tears falling down my face. You promised me, and then you go and... I shook my head. I couldn't even deal right now. I thought I had lost him. For those seconds he was under the water, I had thought he was dead. I turned and walked back to the blanket, stuffed my things into my bag, and began pulling on my sandals.
Red.
My eyes snapped to his. Don't red me. I grabbed my bag. You know how much your stunts scare me, and you fucking did it anyway.
It was a challenge,
he shot back. The third level would have been a challenge. I pointed at the cliff. That was a fucking stupid risk. I strode past him with tears streaming down my face and climbed the path, passing Asher and Zeke as they came down.
Allie.
I didn't stop.
Watch your footing,
Zeke warned as I passed him.
Lexi.
Isaac shouted. I ignored him, my throat tightening. I climbed into the Blazer and gunned it out of the gravel lot. I went home, fuming and crying. Jessica. Isaac surfaced. My knees gave out. I dropped to my towel as I tried to breathe again. That son of a bitch. My hand shook as I watched Isaac swim to the shore. Why the hell does he keep doing this shit? I pressed a shaking hand against my face as I tried to get control of myself again.
Damn, I hoped the fucker would break something,
Jason said. Jason's friends agreed and started talking about what should have happened as they sat down. I shot him a look. A girl's voice was shouting. I looked around and found Lexi shouting at Isaac about his stupid stunt. For once, I agreed with her. My eyes went to Ethan and his hunched-over form as he tried to get his breath back. He looked like he was going to be sick. Didn't Isaac realize how much he scared him with this stuff? My heart ached as Lexi shouted at Isaac again and stormed up the stairs, leaving the guys behind. At least someone finally told him to knock it off.
And there goes the bitch,
Jason announced. The guys laughed.
At least she was nice to look at,
Hale offered. I rolled my eyes.
I wouldn't mind hitting that,
Brendan added. They continued talking about Lexi's body as I watched Isaac walk off into the trees. Someone needed to talk to him. Asher was right. I hadn't been around the guys for a long time. Maybe...
Hey, who are you looking at?
Jason snapped. I turned back to him. I was just thinking someone should talk to Isaac. He scowled.
Why do you fucking care?
How can you say that? I snapped. Isaac's family. Jason's eyes flashed to me. His hand shot out and wrapped around my wrist.
Oh, you want to screw him, right?
His fingers tightened on my wrist painfully. I tried to pull back, but his grip was too hard.
Don't you?
He snapped. Ew. He's family, I reminded him.
Bullshit.
His grip tightened.
Miles. Lexi stormed out of view at the top of the cliff. Isaac cursed and walked off into the trees. Well, that was horrible. I looked at the others. Who do we go after, Isaac or Allie? Asher asked. I thought about it. Let Lexi go. She probably needs some time to calm down. I turned to look the way Isaac went. Ethan, do you want to talk to Isaac? Fuck no, Ethan growled. I turned. He was still sitting on a rock, his face pale, taking deep breaths. That asshole just scared the shit out of me. I'll talk to Isaac, I decided. The guys agreed, so I headed after Isaac. This shit needs to stop, Zeke snapped. Let Miles deal with it, Asher said. I stepped into the tree line and followed the path that Isaac seemed to have taken. Isaac wasn't one to break a promise. So what happened today? I walked for several minutes before I heard him. Stupid, worthless piece of shit, Isaac growled. Wood snapped. You can't even fucking keep a promise. It's not that hard. But no, you can't even fucking remember. You just had to make her cry. I stepped into the clearing. Isaac was snapping down branches and throwing them into the woods. His face was red, his mouth hard, as he continued cursing at himself. I had to be the calm one. Asher didn't want to do it, Ethan couldn't do it, and Zeke wanted to hit him. I had to be the calm one. Isaac. He shot a look at me over his shoulder before picking up a fallen branch and bashing it against a tree trunk. I moved a bit closer and waited until he broke the branch and threw it through the trees. Leave me alone, he bit out. I came to listen, I reminded him. I always came to listen. It was the only way to get him to talk about what was bothering him. Yeah, well, he grunted as he smashed another branch before he turned back to me. I don't feel like talking. All right, I said carefully. Then I'll just be here. I sat down on a log and watched Isaac work his anger out. It took time and patience. When he was finally done, he turned around, out of breath and sweating. He spotted me, shook his head, and turned away. I fucking made her cry, he muttered. Yes, you did. I said carefully. You scared her pretty badly. He shook his head again. I wasn't thinking about the promise I made her. What were you thinking about? I asked gently. Isaac shook his head and looked at the ground. You know what? Don't worry about it. I'll fucking fix it, he snapped, before he moved down another path and out of sight. Knowing Isaac, I didn't follow. It was different than our usual talks, and that bothered me. I walked back to the quarry, running scenarios through my mind.
Lexi. I was in my room, lying on my bed with Hades, when the door downstairs opened. I ignored it and continued scratching his ears as his head lay on my stomach. Footsteps moved up the stairs. Figuring it was probably Tara, I continued to sulk in my misery. There was a knock on my door.
Allie, it's me.
Asher's voice broke my intense staring contest with the ceiling. It's open, I called. He opened the door and stepped inside. His eyes ran over me, making me aware that my shorts were riding up my legs. His eyes met mine.
Hey, you coming to the market?
I looked back up at the ceiling. I don't know, I admitted. That had been the plan, but Isaac's stunt this afternoon had just knocked me sideways. Asher sat on the futon beside me.
Come on, Allie. Ethan can't really go on without you talking him through his pre-show freakout.
I snorted. Yeah, he can. Remember winter formal? He huffed.
Yeah, and he said he kept missing notes.
I smiled. Why does he do this? I asked, knowing he didn't have an answer.
I don't know, but maybe you should ask him.
He suggested. Me? I asked doubtfully. Why would he listen to me? He nodded.
Yeah, you. Miles didn't get anywhere talking to him after you left, but you might.
I thought about it.
Besides, if he resists, you could always cry and he'd break like a cheap broom,
Asher added. I chuckled as he smiled down at me.
So, are you coming or am I hanging out here all night?
I rolled my eyes. I'm coming. Let me get my shoes on. I scooted to the edge of the bed.
Are we bringing Hades?
He asked as he got to his feet. I slipped my sandals on. Yeah, my poor baby was home all day. Hades made a soft bark. Asher chuckled as he headed out the bedroom door with Hades following. I locked my door and headed down the stairs. Asher already had him on the leash.
Where are you two off to?
Rory asked from the kitchen. Farmer's market, I answered. Ethan's playing tonight.
Good. I've got a list. Well, Asher gave me a list.
Rory went to the fridge. I raised an eyebrow. Are you cooking this week? I asked, getting a bit scared. Rory could barely boil water, and that was being generous. Asher chuckled.
Asher's teaching me a few dishes.
Rory grabbed a list off the fridge and brought it over. Is that safe? I teased. Rory shot me a playful glare as he pulled his wallet out.
Ha ha ha.
He handed me several bills.
Just get the groceries.
I grinned and took the money. We were about to walk out the door when Rory stopped me.
Wait, you're taking Hades?
I turned back from the door. Yeah?
Check the cement outside before you do,
he told me as he went to the couch. What? I raised an eyebrow. He gestured to the driveway.
It's in the high 90s outside. Cement gets hot. Go put your hand on the driveway for 5 seconds.
Okay. I gave Hades' leash to Asher and then went outside and did as he asked. At the count of 4, I was yanking my hand off the cement. My skin was pink and painful as I went back in. I had to take my hand off. Rory nodded.
Then it's too hot for Hades to go walking around on asphalt.
I didn't like it, but he had a point. The cement was too hot for my baby. I bent down, took off his leash, and rubbed his ears. I'm sorry, baby. You can't go with us. He gave me puppy dog eyes. He really knew how to play me. I'll take you for a walk tonight after it cools off. And I'll bring you a treat or something from the market. Hades licked my cheek before he moved to the couch, where he promptly started pushing Rory over. He didn't seem too broken up about it. I put the leash on the hook and left with Asher. The farmer's market was held in the town square, which was a large park of grass and trees. The small stage was set up, along with the games for little kids. The 4 blocks around the square were closed off. Booths and stalls were already bustling in the late afternoon heat. At least the trees gave some shade. Asher parked several blocks away, and we walked in. I was eyeing the list when I realized how much there was. Damn, I didn't bring a bag for all this, I muttered as I put the list away.
There is usually someone who is selling canvas bags for cheap,
Asher told me. Well, that solved that. We turned the corner and saw the crowd. I paused. The market was busy, very busy. I was missing Hades when Asher took my hand.
Allie,
he said gently. I looked up at him.
If it's too crowded, we can wait till it thins out.
I looked back at the crowd and chewed at the corner of my bottom lip. The crowd was rather large, almost as large as the party the other night, and I had handled that all right. Come on, Lexi. Grow a pair. You got this. I gave Asher a smile. It's okay. I can handle this, I hope. He squeezed my hand and waited until I started walking. We moved into the crowd. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. You got this. You got this. Asher found the stall for the bags and suggested I buy 3. Apparently, we were getting a lot of veggies this week. With bags in hand, Asher walked with me to pick out produce. Asher was picking out strawberry baskets when I spotted Laura. The girl was shy as hell. It had taken her months to say a word to me. Her brown hair was down, and in her sweet face as usual. Even in this heat, she was wearing sleeves almost to her wrists. Hey, Laura, I said with a smile. How's your dog? Laura's head snapped up, her eyes wide. Oh, Lexi, I didn't see you. Her eyes darted to Asher. They grew wider, then shot back to me. His cast is off, and the vet says he should be fine. Yep, Laura was still super shy. That's great. Why don't we take them out to the dog park someday soon? I suggested. She swallowed hard. Yeah, that'd be fun. Call me and we'll set it up, she said quickly. Before I could answer, she disappeared into the crowd.
She's still really shy with you,
Asher said. Yeah, I tucked a flyaway hair behind my ear. I'm trying to be her friend, but it's like she doesn't want one. I looked up at him. Am I not catching a hint or something? Asher thought about it.
No, I don't think so.
He looked at another basket of strawberries.
She didn't seem too comfortable with me here. Maybe that was it.
I sighed. Maybe. We went back to shopping. It was fun, even with the sun beating down on us. We walked from stall to stall, holding hands as if we were a couple. I pushed the thought away. It's not going to happen. He doesn't think of you that way. But what if he did? I still couldn't. Zeke had kissed me months ago. Even though we still hadn't talked about it or kissed since, it had still happened. And until I knew one way or another, I shouldn't even think about Asher. Right? I didn't know. Feeling this way for all of them was confusing.
Allie, are you okay? You just turned pale even for you.
Asher asked. I met his eyes, guilt eating at me. Yeah, I'm fine. He looked like he didn't believe me.
Sylvie's stall is next on the list. Do you want to see Isaac?
I sighed and thought about it. No, not yet. But Sylvie does have a lot of the veggies we need. Asher smiled.
Give me the list and the empty bags. I'll get the rest of the list.
You're sure? I asked. My voice had grown raspy. I can suck it up. He shook his head.
Come on, let's get some water and find the others.
Asher kept my hand as he headed towards one of the stands. We both bought waters before we headed for the grass area. We spotted Miles and Zeke sitting in the shade under a tree in the corner of the lot. I can go from here, I croaked. I opened my water and took a quick drink.
"Are you sure? I don't mind walking you,"
he said, his brow drawing down. I grinned. I can make 15 feet.
"Just making sure,"
he told me before heading back into the crowd. I headed over to the guys. "Hey," I set my bag down, took a drink of my water, and then lay on the grass and enjoyed the shade. The ground sucked the heat from me, cooling me off. "So, what's happening?" I asked as I closed my eyes.
"I was thinking about going and looking at some of the non-food-related stalls."
Miles turned to me.
"Lexi, would you like to go?"
I smiled. "That's Miles for I want to check and make sure you're all right," I announced. His cheeks tinged pink.
"Maybe." "Hey, sweetness!"
Jake's voice had me half sitting up. "Hey," I smiled. Jake was smiling down at me. Derek was next to him with his usual grin plastered to his face.
"I heard you caught Dylan with his pants down at the party the other night,"
Jake announced as they sat down. "Literally," I snorted. "But yeah, you should have seen his face," I told him. He looked like a kid caught with his hand in a cookie jar. Derek and Jake chuckled.
"What happened?"
Miles asked. I lay back down and tilted my head back so I could see Miles. When I took that walk with Isaac, Dylan came out of the bushes zipping his zipper.
"So, he was taking a leak?"
Zeke pointed out. I chuckled as I turned my head to look at him with a smile. I thought that too, until some chick told him to wait because she couldn't find her underwear. Jake, Derek, and I burst out laughing. Zeke shook his head while Miles stayed silent.
"Yeah, you'll never believe who the chick was,"
Derek told me. I snorted. "I don't care."
"It was Cece,"
Jake announced. My jaw dropped. "Cece? Isaac's ex-girlfriend, Cece?" I asked, just to be clear. They both nodded as they chuckled. I shook my head. Wow, I did not see that happening. No wonder he turned white. I shook my head and changed the subject. Miles was about to take me around the non-food stalls. Want to go?
"Sure,"
Derek said as he got to his feet and reached down with both hands. I smiled as he pulled me to my feet. I picked up my water bottle. "Zeke, can I leave my bags here?" He lay down in the shade and covered his eyes with his forearm.
"Yeah, it's too fucking hot to move."
"Maybe you shouldn't be wearing head-to-toe black in the summer," I countered. He lifted his arm and shot me a look. I smiled before walking off with Miles and the others. We walked from stall to stall, checking out everything from sun hats to jewelry. I made sure to pick up a fancy dog treat for Hades. Derek was asking a salesgirl questions while I checked out another rack of sunglasses. Derek picked up a pair of glasses and put them on. The salesgirl giggled. "I call those the Terminator glasses." Derek grinned.
"I'll be back,"
he said in his best Schwarzenegger impression. I snickered at the corny joke. Jake turned away from the rack of hats and eyed Derek.
"Are you upset about Dylan?"
Miles asked quietly. I smiled and looked up at him. His ears were pink, his blank face in place. Not really. I was surprised. You don't exactly expect to turn a corner and see your ex zipping their pants up.
"No, I don't suppose you do,"
he said as we followed Jake and Derek through the crowd.
"But you're all right?"
"I'm more upset about Isaac," I admitted, watching as Derek shot Jake a frustrated look.
"I thought you would be," he said. "When did he promise to stop pulling stunts like today?"
Jake shot Derek an angry look. "In April," I said. "I told him that his stunts scared me."
"And he agreed to stop,"
he said, as if it made sense to him. "Yeah, he promised." Derek and Jake were talking. It didn't look like it was going well. What was going on with them?
"It's not like him to break a promise,"
Miles said. "I know. I just kind of lost it," I admitted. "I'll talk to him about it."
"That's a good idea,"
Miles said. Derek stopped walking and turned to Jake. gesturing angrily at him. Or perhaps we should... Let's stay back a bit. I stepped up to a jewelry stall. Miles moved to my side as I looked at necklaces. There were a few I liked. Then my eyes found a rose gold angel wing necklace. "Did you find something?" he asked softly. I shrugged. I gave my angel wing necklace to Riley. It worked better with her complexion. He started tapping a staccato rhythm on the table. "The one Dylan gave you?" I nodded. I realized how the silver washed me out. I looked up at him. "So I'm keeping my eyes out for a replacement." "Did you find one?" he asked. I glanced to make sure the saleswoman was out of earshot. "Nah, these are too big and bulky. I'd be getting them caught on everything." I smiled up at him. "Your birthday is coming up. Are we still having dinner at the Twins?" His ears turned pink. Yeah, but there's no reason to make a big deal." "It's your 18th birthday," I told him. "We're gonna make it a big deal." He grinned as his ears turned red. There was shouting in the crowd. I looked down the way. Derek held his hands up, his face frustrated. He turned and walked away. Jake looked down at the ground. "Miles, I think I need to talk to Jake." Miles looked the same direction I was. "I'll head back to the others." I gave him a warm smile. "Thanks." "Of course." He turned and moved into the crowd while I made my way to Jake. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked when I reached him. Jake shook his head, his jaw locked. I took his hand and started moving him through the crowd, out of the market and across the street. When we had some privacy, I looked up at him. "What just happened?" Jake shook his head. "Derek fucking did it again." "Huh? What did I miss?" He ran his hand through his hair. "He's fucking flirting with everything that moves." My eyebrows shot up. "What? When?" Jake shot me an angry look. "He was flirting with that sales girl." He leaned back against the wall and tilted his head back to rest against it. I thought back over Derek's conversation with the salesgirl at the last stall. There had been no flirting. Jake." "What?" he asked, his eyes closed. "He wasn't flirting," I told him gently. He lifted his head and looked down at me. "Yeah, he was. They were all giggly." "Jake, honey, I was standing right there," I reminded him. She made a joke about the sunglasses he was looking at, and he made a Terminator impression. That was it. His brow drew down as he frowned. "Really?" I nodded. "Yeah. Why do you think he's flirting?" He sighed. He's bi, Lexi." "And?" He turned back to me. What if I can't keep him?" "Keep him? Is he an animal?" I asked. He snorted. "Jake, Derek is crazy for you." "For now," he countered. "That doesn't mean some bimbo with big knockers isn't going to come along and steal him." "Let me get this straight. He might break up with you one day, so you're sabotaging your relationship now?" I said bluntly. "Aren't you supposed to be on my side?" He snapped. "I am," I told him, "but I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass." His eyes narrowed on mine as he scowled at me. "What? So I'm the bad guy?" "No, you're not, but he wasn't flirting," I countered. "Yeah, he was," he all but shouted as he clenched his fists. "He made a joke," I shot back. "Don't you think you might be overreacting?" He walked up and down the sidewalk, taking deep breaths. "I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you love me," I reminded him. "And kinda hate me right now." "Maybe," he said through gritted teeth as he turned and paced back towards me. "You might have a point." "Have you talked to him about this?" I tried to calm him down. "We've been talking about it for a month." He sighed as he came to stand next to me again. "Talking or fighting?" I asked. He cursed and closed his eyes. "Fighting." You're being insecure and jealous. I wrapped my arm around him. And you're pushing him away.
How'd you get so smart?
He grumbled. I smiled. We recognize our own. He smiled.
I should go find him.
Only if you want to keep your boyfriend, I told him. He cursed. We walked back across the street. Jake walked me back to the lawn and then left to find Derek. When I reached the guys, the lawn was starting to fill up.
I thought you were with Jake,
Asher asked. Jake and Derek had a fight. He went to go find him, I explained as my phone vibrated in my bra. I pulled my phone out and checked it. Ethan.
Kinda need you.
I smiled as I typed in my response. Alexis. I'll head over now. Where are you? Ethan.
West side of the lawn next to the van.
Alexis. Coming. I looked in the direction he said he was. I could see the van from here. I've got to head over to Ethan. I'll be right back.
You want someone to go with you?
Zeke asked. I thought about it. It wasn't even 500 feet. Nah, I should be good, I told him. If something happens, I'll scream. Zeke shot me a look.
Not funny, Lexi.
I met his eyes, my grin fading. I know. Asher got to his feet.
I need to make a trip to the food trucks anyway.
He started walking me to the van. Thanks, Asher, I muttered.
No problem, Allie girl,
he said. I smiled up at him. So, what food truck are you hitting?
I was thinking the Greek food truck. They have great food,
he said. Sweet. Can you get me something yummy? He grinned down at me.
Sure. Have you ever tried Greek food?
Nope.
What are you wanting, light or rich?
He asked. I opened my mouth to say something, only to hear a noise from a nearby doorway. We turned. Ryan, Ethan's drummer, was kissing a girl in the recessed doorway of the church. A girl with lilac hair. Oh my God. We went to walk by, but they split apart. Ryan's face turned red. Riley's turned pink. I just grinned. Carry on. Then we walked a bit faster. We were 10 feet away before we started laughing.
Was that Riley?
Asher asked, between laughs. Yeah, it was. I shook my head. That girl has some explaining to do.
You didn't know?
I knew she liked someone, but not who. And she's going to get so much shit for it. I snickered. We reached the van. Ethan was pacing back and forth in front of Oliver and Brooklyn. Ethan, come down, you'll be great, Brooklyn said, trying to calm him down.
Brooklyn, not now,
he snapped.
You want anything for after your set?
Asher asked Ethan. Ethan's eyes found me.
Sure, I don't care what. One order of I don't care what coming up,
Asher announced before heading back. I gave Ethan a small smile, took his hand, and made him follow me to the front of the van. Ethan, you know you guys are amazing. He shook his head.
It's an entirely new set and you haven't heard it.
His fingers twirled his silver rings. I reached up, held his face, and made him look at me. Ethan, what did you think when you left the garage last night? His eyes unfocused as his hands moved to my arms.
Good. I thought we were ready for tonight.
Then you're ready, I reassured him. You are a perfectionist when it comes to practice, Snoopy. You don't let anyone leave until you have it down. You got this. He sighed and rested his forehead on mine, his eyes closed.
You're right.
I took a deep breath, enjoying his spicy cologne. I know I am. He chuckled softly, lifted his head and pulled me close. He hugged me tight. I smiled as I hugged him back.
Are your wrists okay?
He whispered in my ear, sending chills down my spine. Yeah, the burns are small and should be gone in a couple days. I whispered back, resting my chin on his shoulder. He squeezed me tighter.
Have you talked to Isaac?
His voice was thick. I squeezed tighter. No, but I will, I promised. He nodded, his breath caressing my ear.
Thank you, Lexi.
You're welcome, I whispered back. Ryan's back. It's time. Brooklyn's voice was relieved. I opened my eyes to find her watching me as if I was going to attack her or something. I pulled back from Ethan. He took several deep breaths before nodding to me. He walked around the van. I followed.
Come on, guys.
Ethan moved to make a circle with the others. Ryan was trying not to look at me. I bit back a grin as I leaned against the van and waited. They put their hands in a circle before throwing them up, shouting, "Under fire!" My heart ached a bit. Ethan came back and took my hand.
Come on, beautiful. We've got a show.
I gave him the smile he needed and walked with them to the stage. As the others walked on, Ethan squeezed my hand and sent me a smile. "Go kick some ass, Snoopy," I said, trying not to be upset that I wasn't going on with him. I let go and started making my way through the seated crowd. The guys were still under the tree, including Isaac. Everyone was talking when I stepped around them and sat in the back of the group with my back against the tree trunk. Asher passed Miles a small bag. Miles passed it to me. "Thanks," I said, as Ethan went to the microphone.
All right, what a turnout,
Ethan said, his smooth, smoky voice rolling over the crowd.
Now let's have a good time.
He played the first few notes of Unbreakable by Firelight. It was a good song. Then Brooklyn started singing. She was good. Damn good. She stayed in key and hit the right notes. And the girl had range. She was a perfect fit for the band.
Lexi, eat,
Zeke ordered over his shoulder. How did he know? I pulled out the thick cardboard container and opened it. It was a sandwich wrapped in a flatbread. Inside were grilled onions, peppers, tomatoes, and some meat I couldn't identify, along with an interesting-looking white sauce. It smelled delicious, and I trusted Asher, so I took a bite. My eyes almost rolled into the back of my head. Oh, it was so fucking good. I finished my bite before asking, "Ash, what is this? 'Cause I need it at home every day." Asher chuckled.
It's a gyro. Flatbread, meat, some veggies, and tzatziki sauce.
"It's fucking delicious," I said with my hand in front of my full mouth. The guys chuckled. I finished my sandwich quickly. The sauce was surprisingly light and perfect in this weather. I leaned back against the tree and listened to the band. The sun set and it grew dark. I thought I was doing pretty well until Brooklyn moved to stand next to Ethan. The first notes of Burn With Me by Amaranth played. It was a good song, but it was a duet. Ethan sang the first verse. Then Brooklyn jumped in. My heart took a hit. My eyes burned. I couldn't sit here. I got up and quietly walked around the tree and back through the closing market. Vendors were packing up. I walked to one of the closing food trucks, grabbed some tissues, turned around and went still. Isaac was standing there, his amber eyes meeting mine. He didn't say a word. He just stepped closer, pulled me into his arms, and hugged me. I took a deep, shaking breath and wrapped my arms around his waist. He didn't move, not until the song was over.
I wish I could give you back your singing voice,
he whispered against my forehead. Tears fell down my cheeks. You beat the shit out of him, I whispered back. Tell me again what you did.
Broken knee, broken arm, broken ribs, kicked him in the face several times, and stomped on his sack a few more.
I smiled. Thanks, Isaac. I pulled back and wiped my face. I'm still a little mad at you.
So am I,
he admitted quietly. I looked up and met his eyes again. Why do you do those stunts? Behind his eyes, he struggled until he looked down at the ground.
There's this part of me sometimes that needs to see how close I can get.
To what? I asked softly. He lifted his head.
You know what?
He turned and walked several feet away. Death. He wanted to see how close he could get to dying. My chest burned as I moved to stand in front of him. What were you thinking up there today? He sighed and looked away.
That if I get close enough, maybe it will go away?
Isaac, do you know what it was like when you were underwater today? I asked, tears rolling down my cheeks. I thought you were dead. An overreaction, probably, but it's where my mind went. I looked down at the ground. I couldn't look at him and tell him. I saw the world without you, and I took a deep breath, my lungs growing tight as I met his eyes. There were no more pranks, no more jokes, no more hugs, no more you. And I don't know if I could... I took a deep breath and looked away. I had to try to make him understand. They couldn't lose both of us. Isaac, you have people who love you. Hell, I love you. I don't want to lose you or see you get hurt. He shook his head as if to deny it. Cookie Monster. What if it was me? His gaze snapped to mine. What if I was the one on that ledge today and you were the one who had to watch? He looked away.
I don't want to think about that.
Because it hurts, I told him before I reached up and placed my hand over the center of his chest. Because it feels like you can't breathe, that your heart is going to shatter and never be put back together. He reached up and held my hand against his hard chest before he met my eyes. That's what you do to us every time you pull a stunt like that. I didn't know how else to make him understand. We love you. We can't lose you. He swallowed hard and pulled me against him again. I admit I held on to him as hard as I could. I looked up at him and met his eyes. He wiped the tears from my cheeks again before bending down and resting his forehead against mine.
I'm sorry,
he breathed. I reached up and held his face in my hands. We held each other for several minutes, just like that. Then the band started playing I'm Yours by the script.
Dance with me, Red,
he whispered. I smiled and slid my hands down his neck and over his shoulders. He lifted his head. I stepped closer and rested my head on his shoulder. He rested his cheek against my hair and started slowly dancing with me. I breathed in limes, and peace slipped through me. I knew there was more he wasn't telling me, but he had let me in a little. With the music and his arms around me as he danced with me in the dark, it was enough. I stayed against him, not caring that it was hot or that we were both sweating. All that mattered was that he was here, dancing with me, breathing and alive, and that's all I needed tonight. Zeke pulled up to Rory's house. He'd been quiet most of the night. Then again, I didn't mind. After talking with Isaac, I was pretty tired. He put the Jeep in park. I stared at the house. Tara's car was in the driveway. Joy.
Lexi?
Huh?
What's wrong?
He asked. I focused on the now. Nothing. That talk with Isaac just wiped me out. I looked back at the house, and I still have to walk Hades. I took off my seatbelt.
You're going to walk Hades now?
He asked.
At 10:30 at night?
I shrugged. He's been in the house or in the backyard all day. He needs a walk. I opened the door. I'll see you tomorrow. He shut off the Jeep and took off his seatbelt.
I'm walking with you,
he grumbled. Zeke. I turned back to find him already getting out of the car.
Don't even start,
he growled. I sighed and got out of the car. Zeke was already heading for the door. He unlocked it before I reached him. Hades ran out between his legs and jumped on me. Hi, baby, I cooed at the dog as I scratched his ears. He dropped back to all 4 feet and rushed to Zeke. Zeke knelt down and got a lick to the cheek.
Not the face, Hades,
he grumbled. The dog just wagged his tail happily as Zeke put his leash on him. He moved to his feet, closed the door, and handed me the leash. We started down the side of the road in comfortable silence. Zeke stayed on the street side. The heat was finally easing up. The crickets were chirping. We were 2 blocks away when I looked up at him. His face was hard, his eyes unfocused on the road. You okay, tough guy? I asked, my voice quiet in the night. He looked down at me, his face softening a little.
Just thinking.
His voice was the soft one he used with me once in a while. I loved that voice. About what? When he didn't say anything, I took a guess. You have homework from your doc, right? Zeke's shrink often gave him homework, which was usually him talking to me about something. He nodded before turning back to look down the block. I looked down at Hades. Are you ready to talk about it?
Do we have to talk?
His voice was almost a whisper. I met his eyes again. They were tired, and quite frankly, so was I. No, I said. Having you around is enough. The corner of his lips twitched. We continued walking with Hades on my right and Zeke on my left. It was a nice, relaxing walk in comfortable silence. No issues, no talking, just being together. That long walk gave me peace and helped me feel better. I never knew silence could be like that. Reviving. Renewing.
Isaac. I rolled over again and punched the pillow into shape. Lexi kept filling my mind. Her eyes, her touch, the smell of rosemary. Cursing, I rolled onto my back and closed my eyes. The feel of her dancing with me. Yeah, dancing with her wasn't new. But this time it was different. This time she was pressed against me, her skin under my fingertips. This time I wanted to kiss her. I tried to imagine how that would go. Looking down at her emerald eyes, holding her pretty face, and pressing my lips to hers. Only to be slapped and shoved away. I blinked, shook my head, and tried again. Only she slapped me again and called me a loser this time. I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth. Even in my fantasies, I couldn't kiss her. What did I expect? She doesn't love you. The words vibrated in my mind, shredding my heart. No shit. But she said she did. That doesn't mean she's in love with you. There's no way. You're a bug under her shoe. She didn't even come by the stand. She sent Asher. She can't stand looking at you. I was right. Deep down I knew I was. Lexi was loving. She loved and cared about everyone. That didn't make me special. Hell, I killed Sophie. As soon as she realized it, she'd be gone. I'm nothing, and I mean nothing to her. Unable to lay here anymore, I threw the covers off me and got up. I pulled on my clothes from today. Rosemary drifted off my clothes. My cock hardened against my zipper. God damn it. I shoved my feet into my shoes and left the house. I needed to walk, maybe even run. Anything to get my head to stop. Chapter 7. Sunday. Ethan. I was going downstairs when the front door opened. Isaac walked in, wearing the same clothes from last night. Hey, where were you? I asked as I reached the first floor. We're going to be late for Miles. Isaac's eyes had heavy bags under them. His hair was a mess. Even his face was pale. Don't tell me you're getting sick, 'cause I'll leave your ass at home. Isaac didn't even look at me as he passed me and headed up the stairs. What the? Are you coming to Miles' house? I asked. Isaac said nothing as he slammed his bedroom door behind him. My eyebrows went up. That's a hell no.
Lexi. I had just hung up my phone after leaving another message on Serena's phone. That witch had yet to get back to me. I had questions about what I had seen the other night, and I had already called her twice. The front door opened. Here, Ethan shouted. Kitchen, everyone else shouted back. Fruit is done, Asher announced as Ethan walked into the kitchen. Isaac wasn't there. Everyone picked up serving dishes and headed into the living room. When everyone was sitting with their breakfast and coffee, I finally asked, Where's Isaac? Ethan shrugged. He's at home. He walked into the house this morning when I was coming downstairs. He didn't want to come? Asher asked. That was strange. There was food here. I guess not. Ethan took a bite of toast. I thought you two talked last night. Miles said, turning to me. I finished my bite before answering. We did. I thought we were okay.
Maybe he's getting sick.
Ethan took a drink of his coffee. Probably. It still bothered me that he wasn't here. That's weird, I pointed out. Ethan shrugged.
It happens, though it hasn't for a long time. Any word from Serena?
Asher asked, after finishing his bite. I shook my head. Straight to voicemail. I get being busy, but I think she's avoiding me.
Well, from what you've told us,
Miles began, pushing his glasses back up his nose.
That is entirely possible.
Great. My only resource is dodging me, I grumbled. The room grew quiet. We were halfway done with breakfast when Asher asked,
So what are we doing today?
Well, Miles grabbed our attention.
I still owe Lexi a day of paintball.
I threw my hands up in the air. Yes! The guys chuckled.
You'll need to change out of your shorts and into jeans,
Zeke warned before he clenched his jaw.
Please.
I stuck my tongue out at him. He shook his head as he went back to his breakfast.
Did you just say please?
Ethan asked, his eyes wide and mouth gaping. Zeke's eyes were hard as they went to him.
Shut it,
he growled, in his deep, gravelly voice. Ethan shut his mouth and went back to eating. If that's what we're doing, then I want to stop by and pick up Isaac, I told them.
He'll probably be asleep,
Ethan pointed out. I smiled. I can get his ass out of bed. There's always ice water. Everyone laughed. We finished breakfast quickly. Before leaving, I went to my room and found a pair of jeans in the dresser. Luckily, I also had a pair of sneakers here. Did I have any clothes still at home? It wasn't long before I was driving over to the twins' house while the others headed for the paintball field. I parked and hurried inside. Maria, the twins' mom, was in the living room reading a book. Maria was beautiful. She had the same amber eyes and black hair as the twins. She looked up when I stepped onto the stairs. "Oh, good," she said with a smile. "Go get his butt out of bed." I sent her a thumbs up and moved up the stairs quietly. His door was closed. I moved to it and slowly opened it. Isaac's room was a mess. Clothes were everywhere. With the curtains closed, the room was dim. Isaac's twin bed was against the left hall wall. He was only wearing boxers that said, "Got bacon," with strips of bacon all over them. The white sheets of his bed were tangled around his legs. I took a second to enjoy the lines of his back before I pounced. I ran and jumped, landing on his back with my knees on either side of his waist. He grunted. I dropped my upper body onto his back and rested my chin between his shoulder and neck.
"Get the fuck off,"
he growled. "Nope," I said cheerfully. "We're going to play paintball. Get up."
"Lexi,"
he grumbled, burying his face in his pillow. "Come on. I need help kicking Zeke's ass." I moved my face next to his neck.
"No, I'm not going."
"Yes, you are," I countered. He cursed. I started giving him raspberries on his neck. He managed to twist under me, get his arm around me, and drag me under him. I don't even know how he did it. He lay back down, half on top of me, and glared. I simply smiled up at him. He shook his head, lowered the rest of his body to mine, and nuzzled his face against my neck.
"Do you really want to play paintball?"
he whispered, his voice warm and rich. My heart picked up. Warmth flooded my body.
"We could stay here. Puedo abrazarte todo lo día."
Oh, boy. I needed to get him to wake up, like now. I lifted my head and gave him another raspberry on his cheek without stopping.
"Knock it off,"
he tried to grumble, but he was holding back a laugh. "I'm not going to stop until you get out of bed." I pressed my lips against his neck again and continued the raspberries. He started laughing. I kept at it until he was fighting to get away.
Okay.
He finally gave in. I dropped my head back to the pillow. Are you gonna get up? I asked sweetly. He was smiling when he said,
Yeah, I'm getting up. Want to get out so I can get dressed?
Want to get your ass off of me? I countered in a funny voice. He lifted himself up into a plank position. I slid out from under him and headed for the door. Hurry up. I want to kick Zeke's ass today, I told him before closing the door behind me. I took a minute to get my body under control. That voice. Shit. I'd never heard him use that voice before. I leaned against the wall, my body humming. It took several more deep breaths before I could even push away from the wall. I headed back downstairs to wait. Is he waking up? Maria asked. Yeah, I didn't give him an option, I admitted with a smile. She chuckled. Good. I'm glad at least one of you can get him out of bed. Well, it's either get up and go with me, or I annoy the hell out of him until he gets up and goes with me, I told her. There's no real way for him to win. Maria was laughing when Isaac came downstairs in paint-stained jeans and a green camo shirt.
Are we going?
He asked. I got up, said goodbye to Maria, and hurried out the door. Are you going to be grumpy? I asked as we reached the Blazer. He opened the passenger door.
I'm hungry.
That explained it. Isaac got as grumpy as Zeke when he was hungry. I'll buy you lunch if you cheer up, I offered. He sent me a small half grin. I pulled out onto the street, wondering why he wasn't sleeping. Paintball was fun. There was no denying it. You got to shoot your friends and dodge their hits. It was a blast. A splat hit the tree next to me. I dove for cover, rolled, and came up on my knees behind several metal barrels. The barrels dinged as they were hit with paintballs. Where were they? I peeked around the side and spotted Asher. I ducked back behind cover before peeking out again. I fired at him, only to get hit in the back. What the? I turned. Isaac, the traitor, had shot me in the back. It was on now. You shit, I shouted as I shot at him. He took off running, laughing as he went. I chased him, jumping over logs, moving around trees easily. He pulled ahead and dove for cover. I moved behind a large tree and tried to think about how I'd get to him. I was looking around when an idea sparked. Smiling, I let my paintball gun hang from the sling and started climbing the tree as quietly as I could. When I was hidden in the branches and high enough, I could see Isaac and Zeke and Miles. Fighting back a giggle, I got into a good spot and brought the gun up. I fired. Bright purple paint hit Isaac's shoulder. He dropped back behind cover. Zeke and Miles moved up through cover quietly, getting closer to Isaac. Smiling, I took aim. I nailed Zeke in the shoulder. He cursed and dropped back behind cover. I was struggling not to laugh as I aimed for Miles. Miles was hunched behind a low log and moving to Zeke's side. I got him in the side. I had to put my hand over my mouth to stop my giggling.
Where the hell is she?
Zeke snapped.
She was behind me,
Isaac yelled. I shot him in the back again for good measure.
Damn it, Red.
Now I really started giggling.
Anyone see Lexi?
Zeke bellowed.
No.
Ethan's shout came from somewhere below and behind me. I carefully turned in the tree.
She was heading this way,
Asher answered. I moved to another branch, being careful not to shake the leaves and give myself away. There Ethan and Asher were both huddled behind a barrier. The little shits had set a trap for me. I grinned, took aim, and hit Asher on the shoulder.
Damn it.
Asher moved and tried to hide more of his body behind the barrier.
Anyone see her?
No, they answered in unison. I snickered silently.
She's around here somewhere,
Ethan snapped. He began to move. I couldn't hit him in the back, but I took aim and fired.
Fuck,
Ethan snapped.
What?
Miles called.
She shot my ass.
Ethan rubbed his butt cheek, cursing the entire time. I couldn't stop myself. I started laughing and couldn't stop. It didn't take long for Asher to figure out where I was. "She's in that tree," Asher announced. I kept laughing. Everyone came out of cover, took off their masks, and looked up. "Get your ass down from there," Zeke snapped. I shook my head, still laughing. "Lexi, be careful," Miles warned. "She totally cheated," Ethan pointed out. I took off my mask and looked down at him, tears in my eyes. "Are you butthurt?" I burst out laughing, holding onto the branch below me. The others chuckled. Ethan's look promised retaliation. "That is cheating, Red," Isaac chimed in. "You were supposed to be on my team," I reminded him. He chuckled. "Allie, can you climb down?" Asher asked with a smile. I took a deep breath. Yeah, I just didn't want to try while I was still laughing. I let the gun hang on the sling and started moving down the tree branches. When I was almost down, hands bit into my hips and took me off the tree. The scent of vanilla reached me before Asher put me down. I turned and smiled up at them. "So, I guess I win." Asher pointed his gun at my leg and fired. It stung. "There. Now no one wins." I flipped him off. Everyone laughed. I eyed everyone's paint-covered clothes. I was definitely the least covered. I had paint here and there, but I still had the least colorful clothes. A buzzer was going off. Miles pulled out his phone. "Our time's up." Everyone grumbled as we headed back. Then I was shot from behind, right on the butt. Twice. I turned. Zeke and Ethan were snickering. "Hey, the game's over." "That's for cheating," Ethan countered. "And for hiding in the tree," Zeke added. "You guys planned to trap me," I shot over my shoulder. "You were too hard to hit," Isaac pointed out. "You'd think the hair would make it easier to find her," Ethan said. I was smiling as we walked into the parking lot. Once we reached Miles's car, everyone started pulling off gear and putting it into bags. I was putting mine into a bag with the name Lexi on it when my phone rang. I handed the gun to Miles before I answered. "Yeah?" "It's me." Jake's voice was thick. "Hey, you okay?" I asked, tucking a stray paint-soaked hair behind my ear. Miles and Asher turned to watch me. "Derek dumped me," he sniffed. "Fuck," I said. "I'm on my way, hun. Just text me your address." "See you soon." He hung up. I looked up to Asher. Jake and Derek broke up. His brows shot up. "Damn, is he okay?" I shook my head as I tucked my phone into my pocket. I gotta head up to Dulcet. "Let me know if I can do anything," Asher said. "I will." I turned and kissed Miles on the cheek. "Thanks, Miles." Then I headed for the Blazer. It took me an hour and change to pick up Hades and drive to Jake's house. I made a quick stop for a full water bottle, tissues, chocolate, and ice cream. It was the only thing I could think of that might help. It's what I would want if I got my heart broken. Shit, I forgot the cookies. Oh well, I was already at Jake's house. It was a nice cottage with an English rose garden in front, next to the white picket fence. It looked like it came right out of a magazine. We hurried up to the door and knocked. Jake opened the door looking like shit. He had deep bags under his bloodshot eyes, and his nose was red. Heart aching, I stepped inside and hugged him. He held on tight. When he finally let go, I held up the grocery bags. "I come bearing junk food." He gave me a half-hearted lift of the lips. He took the bag and headed into the kitchen. The house was charming, small, but then again it was only Jake and his mom. Everything looked perfect, neat, tidy, like no one actually lived here. It creeped me out. I let go of Hades' leash. We followed Jake into the white kitchen.
He was still only in his flaming heart's PJ bottoms. He put the ice cream away, then grabbed the tissues and the chocolate before he led me to the living room couch. "What happened?" I asked gently as I sat down on the couch facing him. Hades sat near my feet, watching Jake. Jake sniffed. "He was tired of me being jealous. He opened the tissue box. I apologized and everything. I even told him I knew I was being stupid." Tears started falling down his face. "What did he say to that?" I asked carefully. His breathing grew faster. He said, 'If you don't trust me by now, you sure as hell don't know me.'" His shoulders shook. "Oh, honey." I opened my arms. He hugged me, held him tight, tears running down my face as sobs racked his body. He hurt so much. I didn't know how he could stand it. "Just breathe, Jake," I whispered to him. "Take a deep breath for me and let it out slowly." I kept holding him tight, my hand running up and down his back. Even Hades put his head against Jake's leg. "I fucked everything up. He was one of my best friends," he said between gasps. "It's going to be okay," I told him. I didn't know how, or if it was even true. But what else could I say? I rocked him side to side and tried to think of something to say. I couldn't say it wasn't his fault, or that Derek was an asshole. That would be lying, which I normally didn't mind, but I didn't know what to say. So I held him close and listened as he poured his heart out. I rocked him, dumped the wastebasket of tissues, got ice cream, and listened. Eventually, we put a comedy on. He fell asleep with his head in my lap while we watched it. It was over an hour later when the front door opened. Hades' head snapped up, and he moved to my side. Dylan stepped around the corner and went still. His eyes met mine. His face grew strained. "Great." I put my finger to my lips to tell him to be quiet. He raised an eyebrow. I pointed at the couch. He moved closer so he could look over the back of the couch. Hades started growling a low growl. "Heel," I whispered. Hades looked at me as if he was going to argue, but did as I said. Dylan sighed and then looked at me. "You can get up. He sleeps like a log," he whispered. I eyed Jake. He did seem to be out cold. "You're sure?" I whispered. He nodded, his eyes full of shadows. "Unless you start banging pans together, he'll stay asleep." He moved around the couch. Hades moved so he could watch him, keeping his body between me and Dylan. "He's gotten huge," Dylan muttered as he carefully lifted Jake's head off my lap. I moved off the couch. Dylan lowered Jake's head to the pillow that had been behind me. When he stepped back, Jake was still asleep. "Thank God, because I've had to go to the bathroom for half an hour," I muttered, before walking down the hall to find the bathroom. Hades was hot on my heels. He even insisted on going into the bathroom with me. Odd. When I was done, I looked in the mirror. Okay, Dylan was here. Would I be a bad friend if I bailed on Jake? I didn't know. I sighed. I was going to have to stay as long as I could. With Dylan in the house? Great. I took a deep, calming breath before stepping back out into the hall. When we walked back into the living area, Dylan was in the kitchen pouring 2 glasses of iced tea. He picked them up and handed me one. "Thanks," I said, keeping my voice quiet. He tilted his head to the porch, then headed for the glass back door. I debated how smart it would be to go onto the porch with my ex. I looked at the couch. Then, again, Jake was asleep and right here. Not to mention Hades was with me. Shit. I followed him outside onto a large, shady deck. It wasn't too hot in the shade, at least. I sat down on a chaise and crossed my legs under me. Hades sat next to me, watching Dylan. Dylan hesitated a moment before sitting down at the end of the chaise. "How is he?" he asked, his voice still quiet. I turned my head to look through the window at Jake's sleeping form. "He's hurting." I didn't know how else to explain it. He nodded, his gaze on Jake.
Did he tell you what was going on?
I nodded and turned back to Dylan. That he was being jealous and an ass? Yeah, I heard about it the other day. His lips half grinned at me.
You're the one who told him he was being an ass, right?
Yeah, I shrugged, then looked back at Jake. It was too late, though.
How bad is he hurting?
He asked. I turned back to him. He was serious. His heart's broken, and it was his own fault for pushing Derek away. I'd say pretty bad. I scratched Hades' ears. He leaned into it. Dylan looked down at the glass of tea between his knees.
I remember,
he muttered. It took me a moment to realize what he meant. He was thinking of our breakup. I tried to ignore it, but he wasn't going to.
I'm sorry,
he said, his voice soft. For? I asked, carefully.
All of it.
He met my eyes.
I shouldn't have said what I did, and I sure as hell should have listened that night at the hospital.
But not the rest of the time? I looked down at the tea in my hand. Thank you. He got to his feet and moved to look over the railing to the backyard.
I want us to be able to talk. It's a small area, Lexi.
He turned and leaned on the railing.
We're going to run into each other. It'd be nice if you didn't run away every time.
I raised an eyebrow at that. I'm not running away from you, Dylan. I just don't have a reason to talk to you.
We were friends,
he reminded me. Yeah, we were, I admitted. But then you said what you said, and that made me not trust you. He frowned.
Do you think you'll ever forgive me?
I met his gaze and told him the truth. I already have, but that doesn't mean I've forgotten what you did.
Was what I did that bad?
He asked. Was he serious? He seemed to realize what he said.
Not the hospital thing, or things I said that night. I was way out of line, but everything else.
Didn't he get it? Dylan, I asked you not to call. I told you to leave me alone, and you didn't listen. I shook my head, not believing that I had to explain this to him. The way you were acting, I didn't even think twice about it when Rory said they arrested you. His face grew dark as he looked away.
I wasn't thinking back then. I was hurting and stupid.
That's not a good enough reason to act the way you did, I told him honestly. He came towards me, his shoulders blocking out the sun as he stood over me.
I've said I'm sorry.
I flashed on the cabin, ice on my face. Dylan, back up, I told him, hands gripping my sweater, yanking me to my feet.
I'm not trying to touch.
It's not an X thing, it's an Orden thing, I snapped, as I scrambled to my feet on the other side of the chaise and backed up several feet. Hades came with me, jumping over the chaise, keeping himself against my legs and between me and Dylan. I focused on the present and took deep breaths. I was at Jake's. Hades was here. It was June. The feel of Hades' fur under my fingers, the sweat running down my back. It took a little time, but when I opened my eyes, I was okay. A little shaken, but okay. I met his eyes. That's why I can't be friends with you.
What just happened?
He asked, his brow drawn down. You just triggered a flash. I took a deep breath and let it out. I'm not the same person that you knew. I need people around me who will listen when I tell them to back up, and that's not you. I picked up Hades' leash. I'm going to head out. I walked around the chaise and past him to the door.
I didn't know,
he reminded me. I sighed. I didn't bother to turn around. You didn't have to. You just had to listen. I opened the door and closed it quietly behind me. I picked up my keys and left Dylan on the deck. I was in my bedroom working on a drawing when my phone rang. It was Riley. Hey, make-out girl, I answered with a smile. Not funny, she told me, though her voice made it clear she was smiling. I burst out laughing. Lexi! I decided to let it go. Tell me what happened, and why didn't you tell me you liked Ryan? She sighed. Because I didn't know if he liked me. Well, from the look of that kiss, I'd say he does, I chimed, grinning from ear to ear. Yeah, well, shit, she said, her voice embarrassed. Yeah, okay, he asked me out. I said yes, and we started making out in the doorway of a church, I asked, my voice helpful as I grinned wickedly. It wasn't that bad, she insisted. I started laughing again. Lexi! Sorry. I tried to get control of myself again. He's sweet, Lexi, she told me. He's funny, he's sexy as hell, and, well, when he looks at me... I smiled, remembering that feeling. Oh, it's like that, huh? Yeah, it's like that, she admitted. He even holds my hand around other people. Then you better hold on to him, I said. And kiss him, and make out in a church. Shut up, she snapped, laughing. I'm going to be busy for a bit. Ryan has a bunch of dates planned out. I snorted. He plans dates, Lexi, she practically squealed. I shook my head. I'm happy for you, hon. Oh, shit, that's him on the other line, she said in a rush. Talk to you later. I hung up the phone, still laughing at her. I couldn't blame her for being so giddy. When Riley was dating Zeke, she was constantly unsure about where she stood with him. Now, with Ryan, she was getting what she needed. My dirty mind came out to play. I snorted at myself. I continued working for an hour, until Hades got up and whined at me. Smiling, I put down my colored pencil and headed downstairs. Rory was on the phone in the living room when I took Hades to the back door and opened it for him. While he went out, I grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. Yeah, Rory muttered. I understand. I ignored it while I waited for Hades at the door. Eventually, he lumbered in and went to his food dish. I went into the living room and dropped into the chair near the door. I was taking a drink of water when Rory hung up the house phone with a frown on his face. His eyes met mine, and I knew this wasn't going to be good. How are you feeling? He asked. Tired, I admitted. Dr. Peltier said that would happen. Your body is fighting to keep the black spot from spreading. At least, that's what he thinks is going on. I nodded. I figured it was something like that. He nodded as if he expected it. That was the doctor. He needs to know if we're doing surgery. I scoffed. You know as well as I do that it won't do shit. It might act as a stopgap, he offered. It's brain surgery, I countered. It's an option no one's ever tried before, Rory pointed out. Shit. He was right, but I met Rory's eyes. It's brain surgery. What are the chances that there'll be a fuck-up, that it will cause more damage than they fixed? I focused on the coffee table and tried to make him understand. They don't know what this is. They don't know how to handle it. And I let out a breath and met his eyes. Honestly, I'm not going to be their lab rat when I could be doing something fun. His eyes searched mine before he nodded. I'll tell the doctor, but that means there are some other decisions to be made. I looked away from him. I know. I'm trying to figure it out. Needing to get away from this conversation, I got to my feet and headed upstairs. I paused on the steps. Thanks, Rory. No problem, kid, he replied. I started up the stairs again and went into my room. Having made one decision was a relief, as if I had been carrying a weight I didn't know about until it was gone. One down, a few more to go. I sat on my bed and tried to figure out who I was going to hang out with tomorrow afternoon. Alexis. Hey, what are the plans for tomorrow? It took a minute or so to get an answer. Miles. Your first day is tomorrow. Alexis. I know, I meant after. Ethan. I'm free late in the afternoon. Asher. Working all day. Miles.
I'm working on my RPG, but I can change my plans.
Alexis. Miles, you don't have to change your plans. I'll probably stop by anyway.
Miles. All right. Come over any time.
Ethan.
Come over around 4 tomorrow.
Alexis. You're on. Thanks, guys. No Zeke. He must be working right now. But why didn't Isaac answer? I sat looking at my phone. There was someone else I wanted to see tomorrow. I found her number in my contacts and called. Hello? Laura's voice was hesitant. Hey, it's Lexi, I said cheerfully. Oh, Lexi, hi, she said, surprised. I was thinking we could hit the dog park tomorrow afternoon, I asked, hoping she'd finally say yes. Oh, yeah, I can do that, she said, her voice shaking around the edges. What time? I should be out of work by 1, according to what Megan told me. Around 3. Okay, I'll see you at 3, she said quickly before hanging up. Okay. I was tired of trying to be friends with Laura when all she did was dodge me. But at the same time, she was so shy I didn't know if that was the case or she was just being shy. Putting it out of my mind, I got up and gathered my pajamas before I went to take a shower. When I came back, my phone had a message. Zeke.
I'm working right now.
I snorted. Zeke messaging. Short and to the point. I shook my head before pulling out the futon and climbing in. I was about to fall asleep when my phone dinged again. Expecting it to be Isaac, I checked. Zeke.
I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow.
I sent him a smiley face emoji before putting my phone down and falling asleep.
Isaac. Metal smashed metal. The car jerked again. I held Sophie tight to my chest. Izzy? She coughed. I looked down to find blood trailing from her mouth. Her amber eyes were wide, tears filling them. Why didn't you save me? Her voice shook. My heart split in two. I bashed on the door, slamming my shoulder into it over and over. Hold on, Sophie. I'm getting you help, I told her, my voice thick as desperation took control. I slammed and hit the door over and over. Let us out! Izzy? Her sweet voice called. I looked down into my arms. Bright red blood poured from her mouth onto her chest. Make it stop. She coughed a wet cough that ended with her gasping for breath. Sophie, I begged. Make it stop, she pleaded. Oh, God. I moved my hand over her face and covered her mouth and nose. I screamed at myself as I watched Sophie fight my hold. Stop! Stop! I was helpless as I watched myself smother my little sister. Sophie's movement slowed and then stopped altogether. No. 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 No! I bolted up in bed, my heart pounding, sweat running down my chest as I struggled to breathe. Sophie. No. Everything was foggy and... Did I? No. No. I didn't. No way in hell. Maybe you just now remembered. My eyes burned as my stomach rolled. I couldn't have. I loved her. I was begging for her to stay. Were you really? Or did you hold your hand over her face and finish her off? Bile rose in my throat as I ran from my bed to the bathroom. I was sick over and over, my body shaking, tears running down my face, as that voice filled my mind. Chapter 8. Monday. Isaac. I climbed to my feet and picked up my skateboard. It was early. There weren't many people at the park yet, even though the best time to skate was before it got too hot. After that nightmare, I couldn't get back to sleep. Doubts kept swimming through my head. Did I do that to Sophie? I couldn't have. But what if I just didn't remember? A deep pit burned in my chest as I tried to remember. I rubbed my hand over my eyes and started to head across the street to the gas station. Coffee. Coffee was what I needed. I had just crossed the street when my phone rang. It was Ethan. I sent it to voicemail immediately. Oh, good. They had iced coffee. I quickly made my drink, went to the counter, and paid before I headed back to the park. I spent most of the day in the park. I skated, watched others, and sat in the shade when it was too hot. I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to be around anyone right now. Leaning back against the tree, I wanted to disappear. Joshua eventually showed up and came over. "Hey, man." His eyes ran over me. "You look like crap." "No shit," I bit out. "Whoa, you're in a shitty mood." I met his eyes. "Just leave me the fuck alone, man." Josh eyed me. "You fighting with what's-her-name?" I sighed. "Yeah, and I want to be left alone," I lied. Anything to get him to go away. Josh nodded and headed towards the park. Good. I just needed to figure this out. My phone rang. It was red. It rang again. I couldn't. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I couldn't talk to her until I knew. If I really did that to Sophie. I swallowed back bile. I opened my eyes and sent her to voicemail. If I talked to her, I'd tell her everything. And I couldn't handle that. The way she'd look at me. I closed my eyes tight and took deep breaths through my tightening chest. I waited as long as I could before tapping my phone and checking my messages. The first was just Ethan, wondering where I was. I deleted it. "Hey, Cookie Monster." Lexi's voice was cheery and warm. "I just finished my work today. I'll tell you all about it later. I'm at the dog park to meet Laura, and I thought it'd be fun if you came out. But you're probably doing something. I'll talk to you later. Love ya." I smiled to myself. Hearing Lexi that cheerful made me relax. I hit repeat. Her voice played in my ear again. Lexi. I closed my eyes and listened. Why was I torturing myself? Between Lexi knowing about Sophie and that stupid fucking agreement, I didn't have a fucking chance. What the hell was I thinking? Yeah, I didn't want the guys dating her, but I didn't know if I wanted to either. I pulled my phone from my ear, brought up her picture, and grinned. It was a selfie I had taken with her. Her arms were wrapped around my waist, and she smiled up at the camera. All that copper hair back in a braid. Her eyes were bright and full of laughter. She had come out to give me a ride home from the skate park. I didn't even ask. She just knew that Ethan had the car and surprised me. We'd spent a couple of hours talking and goofing around before we headed home. That had been a good day. It was a lie. My grin faded. She's just pretending. She spoke to Sophie. She knows what you did. My chest ached deeply. It's true. There was no way she would ever... She deserved so much better than an asshole like me. Unable to stop myself, I played her message again and held it to my ear as my eyes burned. "Hey, Cookie Monster."
Lexi. I hung up my phone and looked around the almost empty park. It was a weekday, so it wasn't packed, but I still couldn't find Laura. Did I get stood up? I walked Hades around the park and kept an eye out. Half an hour later, I still couldn't find her. Finally giving up, we headed toward the parking lot. We were halfway down the path when Brooklyn came into sight. Great. Her blue eyes spotted me and grew wide. She had a small dog that reminded me, oddly, of an Ewok, white with brown markings and cute as hell. When I got within speaking distance, I said, "Hi." She gave me a nervous smile. "Hey." Her eyes moved to Hades. "Big dog." "Yeah, he is." I gestured to hers. Yours is cute as hell. Thanks. His name is Yoda, she offered, relaxing a bit. I smiled. I was just thinking that he reminded me of an Ewok. She chuckled a bit. Then she seemed to decide something. Can we talk? What? She wanted to talk? Sure, I said, not knowing what to expect. We started walking back into the park. When she didn't say anything, I tried to get the conversation started. So, what did you want to talk about? The band, she admitted. I know how good you were before your voice got messed up. I nodded. She swallowed hard. I guess I wanted to know if you're going to come back to the band. I can't, I admitted. My throat took too much damage. I don't have the voice anymore. Are you sure? She asked uncertainly. I figured it out. You think you're just a stand-in, right? Her cheeks turned pink. Well, yeah, I mean, I like the band and want to stay, but I don't want to get so into it that if you come back... You don't have to worry about that, I told her. It's not going to happen. She nodded. Brooklyn, Ethan picked you because you're good. Your voice harmonizes with his and Ryan's. You're not a placeholder, I told her. You're a band member for as long as you want to be. Her eyes met mine. You think? I smiled. I know Ethan and Ryan and Oliver. They were looking for someone for the long haul. She nodded, her eyes misty. Thanks, Lexi. No problem. We walked and continued talking for a while. Turned out she was actually pretty nice. She had 2 older brothers who drove her crazy, and a mother who wouldn't get off her case about her hair. By the time I left, we had exchanged phone numbers. I pulled up in front of Rory's house behind Zeke's Jeep. What was Zeke doing here? I thought he was busy today. I got out, closely followed by Hades. He was scratching on the door before I even reached the lawn. The front door opened. Hades jumped on Zeke and went into crazy happy tail-wagging mode. He moved into the house and out of the doorway. I hurried into the air-conditioned heaven and closed the door behind me. Zeke was on his knees, playing with Hades as he went nuts. He grinned as he played.
How was your first day?
He asked as Hades chewed on his hand. Good. The artists were awesome. Except one, but apparently he gets grumpy when he gets interrupted, I said as Hades finally started to calm down. I dropped onto the couch. So what's going on? You usually never show up unless I'm here. He'd been trying to avoid Tara for months now. He looked up at me, his shoulders tense and his face hard.
I need a favor.
I raised an eyebrow. I was biting back a smile as Zeke walked into the department store at the mall with me. He had cursed under his breath the entire drive here. Since he had grown 2 inches, his shirts were now too short and were annoying the hell out of him, not to mention they were tight in the shoulders now, too. And from the bitching I was hearing, he hated shopping. I resisted the urge to rub my hands together in joy. This was going to be fun. Zeke led me to the big and tall section of the store. So are we just getting shirts? I asked as he moved through the racks of clothes.
Yeah,
he grumbled. I sighed. He stopped at a wall of shirts. He gestured at the wall.
Which are the black ones?
I smiled to myself before pointing to the row. Right there. He started going through the shirts. Do you know what size you need now?
Probably just a size up. 2XLT.
He growled. He really didn't like this. Naturally, I had to poke. You should try a shirt on just to make sure, I told him. He shot me a look over his shoulder. What? Do you want to come back and return them simply because you didn't take 5 minutes to try it on? He scowled at me before turning back to the wall. He picked out one shirt, then turned.
Fine.
He started away from the wall. I moved quickly and grabbed a dark blue V-neck and hurried after him, fighting back a laugh. I caught him before he reached the dressing rooms. Wait, try this one. I held it out to him with a straight face. He scowled at me.
Why?
Because you grabbed a crew neck, and I've noticed you pulling at your neckline lately, I explained in a rush. It was true, but, well, I wanted to fuck with him and make Sylvie's week. He grumbled as he took the shirt and headed in. I stood at the doorway that led to the fitting rooms and pulled out my phone. Come out when you try it on.
Why the fuck would I do that?
He snapped. I smiled and pulled an excuse out of my ass. Well, if you don't lift your arms, you won't be able to tell if it's too short. I can make sure. I brought up the camera on my phone. If he came out, I only had a few seconds to take the pic before he killed me. It only took a minute or so for him to come out in the dark blue V-neck. My breath stopped. The dark blue shirt that hugged his muscles brought out his eyes even more. Oh, fuck. My heart raced. My body tingled. He fingered the collar.
You were right about the crew neck.
His voice brought me back to the mission at hand. I held up the camera. Zeke. He lifted his head to look at me. I snapped the pic fast. His brow came down. His shoulders grew tense. Oh, he was pissed.
What the fuck are you doing?
I started snickering as I quickly sent the pic to Sylvie. Nothing? Just, I dissolved into laughter as I hit send. Zeke stalked towards me.
Lexi?
I backed up and darted down the hall of empty dressing rooms.
Give me the phone.
I was laughing so much that when I reached the mirrors at the dead end of the dressing room, I was breathless. I turned around and tried to breathe. His face was hard as he moved towards me.
Who did you send it to?
He demanded as he got closer. I snorted and planned my escape. He finally got within arm's reach. I darted left, jumping over the arm of a couch and trying to hurry past him. Zeke's hand grabbed my arm, stopping me.
Give me the phone.
He held me steady on the couch as he reached to take my phone from me. I dropped it out of his reach and he tried again. Nope. I stuffed the phone into my bra as I kept smiling up at him. He stopped trying to grab it.
I will go after it,
he warned. I burst out laughing. No, you won't. You're a terrible liar. He narrowed his eyes at me. I snickered.
What did you do with the pic?
He asked. I gave him a big smile. I sent it to Sylvie. He cursed. I chuckled. My footing on the cushion shifted. He reached out and steadied me without a thought.
Who else did you send it to?
He demanded as he kept me from falling. No one, I admitted. I was still smiling at him when he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It looked like he was searching for patience. I just wanted to make Sylvie's day. Those ice blue eyes opened and met mine. My heart skipped as I held his gaze. His grip on my arms eased. Are you really mad about the picture? I asked, my voice quiet.
Gonna delete it?
He asked, in that deep, quiet voice he used with me every once in a while. Chills ran down my spine, in a good way. Do I have to? I grinned up at him, hoping he'd say no.
Yeah,
he growled. Then he closed his eyes and clenched his jaw.
Please get rid of it.
My curiosity piqued. Why have you been saying please so much? He sighed.
It's my homework for the week.
I grinned. Really?
Yeah.
He gritted his teeth as his grip softened.
I know I can be a controlling asshole, so I'm trying not to be a controlling asshole and order you around.
I looked him in the eye and said in a matter-of-fact voice, It's not like I usually listen anyway. He glared at me with his jaw clenched.
I'm aware.
I gave him a big smile.
Now delete the pic, please.
He asked again, his voice strained. Zeke, come on. I tried again. It'll make my day.
Fuck no.
He snapped. Giving up, I sighed and reached into my shirt. I pulled my phone out of my bra and handed it to him. Here, delete it, Grumpy Pants. He took it from me as I stepped down onto the floor and headed to the front of the dressing room. If he didn't trust me with it, then it was okay. But I thought he knew me better than that. It was just a joke, anyway. Eventually, he followed me to the doorway and handed me my phone before going back into his dressing room, all but slamming the door behind him. I tapped my phone and started looking through my stuff, wondering if Zeke might have gotten some revenge. I was almost done when I found the picture of Zeke in the blue shirt. I blinked. I thought under the photo was a caption, "If one of the guys gets this, you're dead. Z." I smiled to myself. He let me keep the pic. In the end, Zeke ended up buying a dozen or so black V-neck t-shirts. He asked me 3 times if they were black. I had to promise him they were. He almost called Miles to confirm, but eventually believed me. We were halfway to the Jeep when my face gave a familiar ache. I caught the first drip of blood. Shit. I dug in my pocket for tissues. Before I could pull them out, Zeke was handing me his handkerchief. I took it and held it to my nose. Zeke was silent as we got into the Jeep. He turned it on and blasted the air conditioning. I put on my seatbelt and waited for him to start driving. Only he didn't. He sat there watching me, like a wolf eyeing a trap. "A ghost?" he asked. I looked out the window. "No, I think it's just the dry air." "Lexi." His gravelly voice had me turning back to him. His brow was drawn down, his eyes worried. "What's going on?" There it was. The perfect opportunity to tell him what was happening. I had to tell him. I couldn't keep it to myself. "Come on, Lexi. Open your mouth and say, 'It's getting worse.'" I opened my mouth to tell him, but nothing came out. "Say it." My throat closed. I closed my mouth and looked out the windshield. Fuck. It's just, the dry air and heat. You fucking wuss. Zeke watched me for several more minutes before starting the car. "Okay," he said. I closed my eyes as he drove out of the parking lot. He believed me. Shit. Guilt hit me hard. Why couldn't I nut up? I cursed myself all the way home. By the time Zeke pulled up in front of the house, I was tired again. Seriously, this was getting annoying as hell. "I'll wash your handkerchief and get it back to you with the others," I told him as I undid my seatbelt. He nodded, his eyes on the road. "Thanks for helping." I smiled. "Thanks for the pic." He glared at me. I snorted as I got out of his Jeep and headed in. I was halfway up the stairs when I noticed my door was open. Oh, come on. Taking a deep breath, I climbed the rest of the stairs. I leaned against the door jamb and crossed my arms. Tara was rifling through my research books. "Stay calm. Don't kill her." I eyed Hades. The big lug was on my futon, watching Tara calmly. The traitor. She sat in my desk chair and opened my bottom drawer, my supply drawer. She pulled out my research journal. It was nothing big, just what I had found that worked against the dead and what didn't. She opened it and began to read. Yeah, it wasn't important, but it still pissed me off. "What are you looking for?" I asked. Tara jumped to her feet and spun around. "Because I took my really expensive supplies and rare books over to Miles's place days ago." She put my book down on the desk. "Why are you so determined to keep this stuff from me?" Was she fucking serious? "You tried to blackmail me just the other day. Why would I tell you anything?" She crossed her arms over her chest. "I deserve to know." "Why the sudden interest?" I asked, my voice tired. She pressed her mouth together and looked everywhere but at me. "I'm having nightmares." I stood there, stunned that she actually answered. "They won't stop." I tilted my head to the side and eyed her. Was she trying to play me, or was she telling the truth? "What kind?" She shook her head. "I'm driving to the cemetery," she whispered before she met my eyes. "Then I tackle you and choke you." Oh, fuck. But she wasn't done. "Then I'm burning as if I'm on fire." My heart stopped. Mary Summers, when her body was salted and burned. That feeling still haunted my dreams. I never thought Tara would remember it. Shit. What the fuck was I going to say to her? You need to talk to your dad about this, I tried. He'll be able to help. Her eyes flashed as they met mine. You know something, she stated. What is going on? Tara, you really should talk to Rory, I repeated. No, you tell me now, she hissed. I sighed. Fine. It wasn't as if she didn't have the right to know. In October, there was this ghost. There were circumstances that gave her more energy than she should have. She was determined to take over my body or kill me. I met her eyes. She found you at that one party. She possessed you and used you to drive to the cemetery. She tried to take me over again, and when that didn't work, she used you to attack me. She gaped at me in horror. It wasn't your fault. There was nothing you could have done about it. Rory thought it was best that if you didn't remember, then we shouldn't tell you. She took deep breaths and looked down at the floor. Why do I remember burning? She asked, her eyes filling with tears. I stepped closer, not knowing how to comfort her. Because, while she was attacking me, the guys did something to get rid of her. Her anchor, her connection to this world was severed. That was the burning you felt. She looked away from me as tears fell down her face. It was so painful. I know, I said quietly. Her eyes snapped to mine. I felt it too. Her gaze ran over me, her face filled with jealousy. Why you? What? Her blue eyes were burning as they met mine. Why you? You get Asher, you get Zeke. Why do you get the abilities too? Why do you get everything? She spat out. I don't have Asher or Zeke, I told her, my heart aching as I realized the truth. What I do have is an expiration date. She narrowed her eyes at me. I'm going to die before I turn 30. That's the record. How the tests are saying sooner. What? She asked, her eyes clearing. That's what happens, Tara. The dead either take over your life, or you go out being jumped by the dead and your brain gets fried. My eyes burned as a vice clenched my heart. How do you... Because our grandmother died that way, so did our Aunt Claire, and she was only 8 years old. Plus, Dr. Peltier's test confirms it. I'll probably die before I even graduate. I took a deep breath. You think these abilities are so great? Take them, because I'm going to die early. You're going to graduate. You're going to get the chance to get married, have a family. Fuck, you're going to get to grow old. Tears fell down my face as my heart filled with envy and pain with every word. While you get to do all of that, I'll be 6 feet under, as worm food. I shook my head and wiped my face. You'll get to live. You got fucking lucky, Tara, so stop acting like a little brat who isn't getting what she wants. I wiped my face, resisting the urge to hit her. Now get the fuck out of my room. Tara eyed me before walking out the door. I slammed it closed behind her. I sat down on my futon as tears continued to fall. Hades moved his head into my lap. I stroked his ears as it hit me. I was in love with them. All of them. Miles, Asher, Ethan, Zeke, Isaac, all of them. And I couldn't have any of them. I was going to die early, and I wasn't about to drag one of them down with me. Tears fell as I cried into Hades' fur.
Ethan. Around 4 in the afternoon, I was in my room tuning my guitar when the front door opened. I'm here, Lexi shouted from downstairs. Be down in a sec, I called back as I got up and put my acoustic guitar back on its stand. I picked up the sheet music off my dresser and hurried down the stairs. When she looked up, I slowed on the steps. Her eyes were bloodshot, the skin around her eyes pink. My heart sank. Beautiful? She gave me a forced smile. So, What are we doing? Oh, fuck that. I stepped off the stairs and crossed the room to stand in front of her. Why do you look like you've been crying? She shrugged. Oh, it's just allergies. Been sneezing all day. I think the antihistamines finally kicked in. Are you sure? I asked, running my eyes over her. It could be allergies. I'd had them pretty bad a few weeks ago. Yeah, something is just blooming. She gestured to the music in my hands. What's that? I held up the sheet music, deciding to let it go, though not sure if I should. Yeah, I thought it'd be a good time to teach you the piano. She grinned. You were just determined to teach me how to play an instrument. Yep. I took her arm, led her over to the piano and patted the bench. Sit. I lifted the key cover and sat down on one side of the bench. She sighed before sitting next to me, her shoulder pressing against mine. Okay, first the keys. I set one finger on middle C. This, I pressed the key several times so she could hear the note, is middle C. When playing the piano, middle C is where you want to start, at least until you can get the hang of it. Give me your right hand. She held her hand out to me, palm up. I turned her hand over and placed her thumb on middle C. Now, your thumb is on middle C. I began to run her through the notes slowly. She chewed the bottom corner of her lip as she learned the notes. Her eyes focused completely on the keys, blocking everything else out like she did when she was doing homework. I'd spent enough time watching her when I was supposed to be doing my own homework. When she concentrated like this, she picked things up quickly. It wasn't long before I began giving her a melody to follow by simply saying a finger number. Soon she was playing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. When she ran through the melody twice without making a mistake, she threw an arm up. Yes! She exclaimed before she looked up at me. Her eyes were clear and happy, her face glowing. My heart skipped a beat as she met my eyes. Rosemary filled my lungs. She was right there, her body heat warming my side. My eyes traveled over her face, the sweep of her lashes to the curve of her cheek and down to those lips. So, that's all it is? She asked, reminding me what we were doing. I tore my eyes from her and back to the music. Yeah, that's the basics. Eventually you'll learn chords and how to use both hands at the same time. Play something? She asked in a quiet voice. I turned back to her and went still. She was looking up at me from under her lashes with a small grin. My will disappeared with that look. I met her eyes, and a song came to me. I turned back to the piano and placed my fingers on the keys. I began the first notes of By Your Side by Lifehouse. I focused on the music and tried not to worry if I was showing my cards or not. As I played the last notes, she leaned her head against my shoulder. When I was done, I looked down at her. She had a sweet, serene look on her face. Again? She whispered. That nagging feeling that something was wrong was back. I wanted to ask, but if she wanted to talk about it, she would. So I did the only thing I could. I played for her. One song flowed into another and another. There was nothing else in the world but us and the music. Asher. I opened the front door, looking forward to relaxing after work. Dinner. What was defrosted in the fridge. Cursing caught my attention. I moved from the doorway and into the living room just in time to watch Dad take down a picture of Mom. Anger rolled through me. What are you doing? I demanded. He turned and put the picture frame in a box. Taking these down again? Why? I snapped. Dad pulled down the last photo in the living room, picked up the box and turned around. Because there's no point in reminding everyone she's gone, he snapped, before moving into the foyer and starting on those pictures. It's not a reminder, I told him. It's to remember the good times we had with her. Dad kept taking down pictures. I walked up behind him. It's wrong to erase her from the house, as if she never lived. He slowed. She was our mother. Why shouldn't we have photos of her up? He turned around and glared at me. Because it's my house and I don't want them up. He moved past me, bumping my shoulder. I turned to watch him put the box on the foyer table. He picked up Mom's flag. "Where the hell did this come from?" he snapped. "Allie had it made at Christmas," I said, my voice quiet. He scowled, then used the case to point at me. "I told you I would get one when the time was right." "When is the time going to be right? You've had more than 2 years," I pointed out. He shook his head and flipped the box around. His fingers moved to the latches. "No." I snatched the box out of his hands before he could open it. "What the hell is the matter with you?" I shouted. "Someone did something nice for Mom, something you never did, and you get pissed about it?" He turned on me, fire burning in his eyes. "It's this girl, isn't it? That's where you got the idea you don't want to play football." I looked at him like he was insane. Was he kidding? He shook his head. "You can't hang out with her anymore. She's a bad influence." That was it. She is a good person who actually listens to me. He scowled at me. "As long as you live under my roof, well, it's a damn good thing I have options," I snapped. "I'm out until you're gone. It shouldn't be long. 3 or 4 days, max." I moved past him and went back upstairs, taking Mom's flag with me. I quickly packed a duffel and carefully put the flag in with my stuff. I headed downstairs and shouldered past him on my way out the door. He was yelling at me from the porch as I pulled away from the curb, still seething.
Lexi. I parked the Blazer in front of Miles's house on the circular driveway. The 3-story gray stone mansion was covered in green ivy now. It looked pretty in the summer. I leaned my head back, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath. Ethan was asking if I was okay, so was Zeke. If I wasn't careful, they'd call a family meeting and ask to know what was going on. I looked at the red truck. Asher's here. Grumbling, I got out and let Hades jump down to the gravel. I needed those research books. I shut the door and headed inside. Was that pizza? I closed the front door behind me. "I'm here," I shouted, as much as I could. "Kitchen," Miles called. Hades took off for the smell of food. I followed at a less hungry pace. Sure enough, on the counter were 2 pizza boxes. That wasn't right. "Where's Asher?" I asked as I stepped up to the counter. I saw his truck outside.
"Asher is upstairs in his room."
Miles informed me as he put his dish in the sink. My eyes met his. "There's pizza from a restaurant and Asher is here?" I asked, just to be clear. Miles nodded. Oh, shit. Something was wrong. Did something happen?
"Asher and his dad are not getting along. Asher will be staying here until he leaves,"
he explained. Holy shit. I looked at the door to the kitchen. Which room?
"Right hall, second on the right side,"
Miles said. I sent him a smile before heading upstairs. I never really spent much time upstairs in Miles's house. My bedroom was the master bedroom downstairs. I stopped at the door and knocked. "It's me," I announced.
"Come in."
Asher's voice was low. I didn't like it. I opened the door and smiled. Asher's room looked a lot like, well, him. Shelves of cookbooks everywhere. The walls here were more of a buttery yellow. His comforter was a light, faded blue. And of course, there were rock climbing holds all over the walls. But what held my attention was Asher, laying on his back, sideways across a queen-size bed. I closed the door behind me and climbed onto the bed to sit near his head. I piled a couple of pillows behind me so I could lay against them with my knees barely bent. His eyes were closed. I rubbed a fingertip over the center of his forehead. He opened his eyes and met mine. "Hi," I whispered.
"Hi,"
he whispered back. "You okay?" I asked, keeping my voice soft. He sighed.
"No."
"What happened?" I asked gently. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes.
"Things haven't been good," he began. "Any time I see him, we argue."
"What about?" He looked up at me, his eyes full of shadows. Instead of saying anything, he moved closer, his head finding my stomach. My fingers instantly moved into his hair. He closed his eyes and sighed. My other hand found his upper chest. Vanilla and cinnamon surrounded me as he took that hand and stroked my fingers with his. We sat like that for several minutes, until he was ready to tell me.
I told him I didn't want to play pro football,
he announced. Whoa. Asher told his dad that? Holy... How did he take that? I asked, hoping his dad was understanding. But from the look on his face, I doubted it.
To sum up, he told me I was too stupid to get into college on my own, and that he wouldn't pay for it or co-sign a student loan.
He said, his voice matter of fact. My chest ached. Oh, Ash. I squeezed his hand tight. He squeezed me back. I'm sorry he said that.
What the fuck am I going to do?
He looked up at me. You have amazing grades, so you have options for scholarships that aren't related to football. If you can get a couple, then that would bring the loans down, and you might be able to get a loan without a cosigner. I tried to reassure him. And if they don't, there is still financial aid and community college.
Yeah,
he said.
You're right. There are ways to still get there.
Besides, he might be bluffing, I offered. He met my eyes and shook his head.
He doesn't bluff.
I continued moving my fingers through his hair. I'm sorry, Ash. He squeezed my hand.
That's not even why I left.
Miles only said you and your dad aren't getting along. He shook his head.
He got angry about the flag case.
His voice was soft,
and I couldn't believe it. You did something nice for Mom, and he was angry about it. It just hit me then.
What did? I asked.
What an asshole he is,
he whispered.
He couldn't see past his issues to see how thoughtful it was.
His gaze moved to the ceiling, his eyes unfocused. I wish I could fix it, I admitted. He squeezed my hand. We were quiet for several minutes.
In my desk at home, I have emancipation forms,
he said. My eyebrows went up. Are you going to file? He closed his eyes.
I think so.
My heart ached. I hated to do this, but I knew Asher. Are you sure you want to do that? He rolled his head on my stomach to look up at me.
I don't know.
Honey, I know your dad's a dick, but he is only here for a little while. If you do this, you'll be leaving Jessica alone in that house. He winced. And if something happened to her, you'd never forgive yourself. His face grew dark.
I don't know if I care anymore.
I ran my fingers through his hair again, getting his attention. You do. It doesn't feel like it right now, but you do. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying that you should wait and take your time to think about it when you aren't upset and angry. His eyes unfocused on my face. I waited. He sighed.
All right. I'll think about it more.
His eyes focused on me again.
How is Jake? I haven't heard from him.
I sighed. Heartbroken. He's been acting jealous whenever Derek talked to a girl for a month now. Derek had finally had enough.
Damn,
he muttered.
They'll work it out, Allie.
His fingers began rubbing mine again.
They've been friends for years.
I don't know. I took a deep breath and told him the rest. Dylan showed up. Asher's brow drew down as he shifted so he could see me better.
What happened?
He apologized for what he said. Then he said he wanted to be friends. I still couldn't believe it.
Wow. What did you say?
He asked quietly, his fingers tightening on mine. I met his eyes. I told him no. I explained to him how Dylan had stood over me and not listened when I told him to back off. His gaze ran over my face.
Are you all right?
I gave him a smile. I'm okay. It's over. I've said my piece, he said his, and he knows it's not going to happen.
Good. Otherwise he'll get a beating of a lifetime.
He grumbled. I chuckled. So, are you going to come downstairs and eat? Or do I have to call everyone to come over and hang out here?
Oh, God, no.
He chuckled.
I'm getting up.
Isaac. 78. 79. My heart hammered in my chest. My muscles burned. I did another push-up, and another. I kept moving. I was going to get some sleep tonight. I had to. 82. 83. My lungs burned for air. My arms shook before they gave out. I dropped to the floor of my room and tried to catch my breath. The voice. It needed to stop. I rolled onto my back, bent my knees, and began doing crunches, alternating center with side to side. I had taken sleeping stuff. I've tried warm milk. I tried moving all day. Now I was down to working out until I was exhausted. My abs burned. I kept pushing it. It's not going to work. You'll still be the asshole who killed his sister. I pushed it harder, barely allowing myself to breathe. I needed to sleep. I couldn't take it anymore. I focused on moving my body the way I needed to, focused on every movement, every twist, until everything else fell away. But the voice never went anywhere. It was still there, whispering to me. Finally, I dropped back onto the floor, my body exhausted and aching. Images of me smothering Sophie kept flashing. I couldn't do this anymore. I needed to know the truth. You know the truth. No. If I had done that, Sophie would have told Lexi. Lexi. I had to know. I had to ask. Darkness washed over me, and I sighed gratefully. Tomorrow. I'd ask her tomorrow. Chapter 9. Tuesday. I woke up gasping, images of Sophie floating through my mind. It took me several minutes before I realized I was on the floor in my room. What? Oh, right. My muscles protested when I got up and moved to my dresser. Mom's probably at work. Ethan was probably here. The urge to pound my fist into his face flashed through me. My hands shook. I needed to get out. I pulled on some clothes, jammed my feet into my sneakers, and then rushed out of my bedroom door and down the stairs. I grabbed the keys off the table next to the door as Ethan walked out of the kitchen. "Hey, where are you going?" Ethan asked. "I gotta go over to Miles today." Rage tore through me as I turned around. "Then fucking walk, like I've been fucking doing for the last year," I snapped. Ethan's eyes grew wide. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "What the fuck do you think it means?" I shouted in Spanish. "For once you can fucking walk." I stormed out the door, slamming it behind me. I wasn't going to deal with this shit anymore.
Lexi.